Hey, hey Camille. Before we start, can you please promote Sam Toya?
I don't see him. Look for him.
I promoted him. He's in.
Perfect.
I think Mr. Sam Toya just left because his audio video was not on, so he might be joining back again.
Great, thanks Camille. We'll get him in.
He's back in.
All right, everybody, let's get started. Welcome to the November 20th, 2020 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the chairman of the ZBA. First, I hope that you are all staying healthy as we approach a peak in the COVID-19 pandemic. As we approach the holidays, I know that this is a challenging year for many, therefore I am sending all of my best. Always remember, in the words of Commissioner Toya, covering faces keeps open places. I clearly can't say it as well as he does.
Thank you, Chairman.
Of course. On that note, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on November 13th, 2020, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until December 13th, 2020. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent at this time. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, the meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation promulgated by my predecessor, which are posted to the board's website. I encourage everyone who frequently appears before the board to familiarize yourselves with these emergency rules, as we do not know how long the COVID-19 public health emergency will last. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of this meeting. And in addition, everyone wishing to testify at today's hearing, whether on behalf of an applicant or in opposition, was required to register prior to today's hearing. For those of you who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those participating in the meeting. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all applicants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will transfer you to being a panelist. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. We'll get you in. Number three, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number four, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. Number five, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our records, so it is important that two people do not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if this happens. Number six, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream at the same time. Number seven, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. Number eight, if an applicant or anyone in opposition to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. Number nine, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which I hope you are because this is good government in action, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals into order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Saul?
Present, I can hear and see you.
Great. Commissioner Sanchez?
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito?
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya?
Present, and I can hear and see you.
I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of the October 16th, 2020 meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve these minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the minutes are approved. I now move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, today's agenda has been approved. All right, on to business. Okay, as a new chairman, I have quickly noticed some ongoing bad habits from attorneys that frequently appear before this board. Please treat this as official notice that going forward, I expect that everyone, especially those attorneys that frequently appear before us, will be using our updated proposed findings of fact forms and will be including all required exhibits. I expect that the finding of fact forms are readable. For instance, if you do not have space to completely answer a standard, please attach another page. Do not reduce the font size. I expect answers in the proposed findings of fact to be logical and amply supported by evidence in the required exhibits. If I feel that a proposed finding of fact is not sufficient, I will be, going forward, continuing the matter until such date and time that the proposed findings of fact are sufficiently useful to the board. In a few instances today, I will point out individual cases where a finding of fact form is not to our standards and would be continued in the future. Additionally, and this also goes for everyone, I expect that affidavits be notarized. Simply writing COVID without any discussion with my staff ahead of time is not sufficient and will result in your matter being continued until you provide notarized affidavits. On this upbeat note, I do want everyone to be aware that on October 29th, 2020, in light of all the delays that have happened due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I amended the cannabis zone lottery rules promulgated by my predecessor. As many of you may recall, lottery slots originally expired on November 15th, 2020, this past week. I have extended that date until March 31st, 2021. The amendment is available for download from DPD's Cannabis Zoning Ordinance page. You can also request it or ask any questions from the board staff. Now, we'll take requests for continuances, which I understand there are a few of.
Chairman, this is Victor. On behalf of Attorney Chris Leach, on page 8, case number 39320S, 753 North LaSalle / 129 West Chicago Avenue. The attorney is wishing to withdraw that matter.
Okay, it's withdrawn. All right, any others?
Mr. Chairman, this is Scott Borstein. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate being able to appear this morning. And I haven't had a chance to appear before you, so I'm looking forward to having many cases before you in the coming years. This morning, we represent, first of all, it's Scott Borstein from the law office of Neal and Leroy. We represent the Public Building Commission amongst other public agencies, but this morning we have a case for the Public Building Commission for a proposed salt dome at 2555 West Grand Avenue. It's cases 40420S and 40520Z. We would ask for a 1-month continuance for that case, if possible. We have additional design work we're still undergoing, and we also, understanding that the board really likes some robust community interaction, wanted a little more time to talk to the community about the project.
Great. Yep, thanks, Scott. So because of our current backlog, we're going to be continuing to January 15th, 2020.
2021.
2021, sorry, thank you. So we're not going to give further notice, but we'll look forward to seeing you on January 15th, 2021.
Okay, appreciate it.
And real quick, we understand that you have an objector to this case. I think the most expedient thing would be to do in this meantime for you to reach out to the objector to try to resolve any issues ahead of coming back to us.
Yeah, that's the reason why we wanted the extra time. We know who the objector is, and we wanted a little more time to address his concerns. So,
Great, thank you.
okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, hello, Chairman. Hello.
Hi, I can hear you. Please identify yourself.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I didn't know you could hear me. It's Sarah Barnes from the law offices of Sam Banks. I had my hand raised, but thank you. Thank you for acknowledging me. Real quickly, I have a matter on page 4.
Okay.
It's actually 2 calendar numbers. It's a companion, 37220Z and 37320Z for 3555 West Granville Avenue. This proposal is for a single family home for the Websters. They have been searching for other properties in the neighborhood in the hopes that they would not have to seek any relief in order to build their new home. They have found another property, but they haven't yet closed on it. It is likely that we will withdraw this application. However, in order to allow them time to close on their the alternative property, I was hoping that we may be able to get a long continuance just to make sure before I withdraw the application.
Yeah, that's fine. What would make sense on your end that's past January?
February or March would be completely feasible. I believe their due diligence is 60 days. So whatever best pleases the board.
Okay, great. Let's continue for now, and you can communicate with us whether they need more time. But if we continue to February 19th, 2021.
That's perfect.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. All right, I believe that there is one more. Mr. Rios, I see your hand raised. And Mr. Rios, I think you've been promoted, so can speak if you have a continuance. Okay, as we wait, can someone speak on, or is it the attorney present for matter number 40120S and 40220S?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you. Who's speaking?
Yes, Louis Weinstock on that address on Packers.
Yep. Okay, great. All right, Mr. Weinstock. So prior to us hearing this, we're going to be continuing it to the matter 40120S and 40220S to December. So December 18th, 2021. And prior to the matter being heard, I have a few things to say on this matter. We're requiring that you provide a new proposed findings of fact to staff.
All right.
Note that these new proposed findings of fact will need to be on the correct form and that you will need to use the general special use in a PMD form. Also, when filling out, I want to make 4 points because this was a challenge for us. Number one, when filling out the correct form, you need to clearly explain what your client proposes to do on that property. That is, what does your client want to do that necessitates the special use? Currently, the board can't really comprehend what your client is attempting to do on the property, or even if it is your client that is attempting to do something on the property. In order to make a decision on your application, we need to know what use is being proposed and who will be operating the use. Number two, you also need to address the required standards for general special use in a PMD. This means not only the standards set forth in section 17-13-0905-A, but also the standards set forth in section 17-13-0905-C. Number three, your expert needs to address all of these standards in their expert report. We understand that this is an expert that's been before us many times. So just a good reminder that going forward, we'll keep continuing. Number four, you need to provide actual affidavits. Simply having someone sign a blank form is not an affidavit. You need to have your affidavit in line with the facts within the personal knowledge that provide evidence for the claims you make in the proposed findings of fact. In this case, your affiant should be able to provide factual details as to what your client is currently doing on the property, if anything, and what your client proposes to do so on the property. So in summary, even though I'm granting some allowances today, there was no way that this finding of fact form was going to be helpful to my board ahead of time. And we need much more evidence. So
I understand.
The date.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. The date we are continuing to will be, for this matter, December 18th, 2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the guidance.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I believe that we can start our normal call. So first matter that I'm going to be calling is matter 35420Z. Is an Adrian Ledesma present?
Hello?
Hi, Adrian. We can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Adrian Ledesma.
Great.
Um,
Adrian, will you quick state your name, address, and I'll swear you in?
Okay, my name is Adrian Ledesma. I'm the applicant for address 2812 South Trumbull Avenue.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, great. Adrian, what brings you here today?
So I filled out an application for this property that my wife and I purchased back in October. We've been trying to get the permits to pretty much legalize this 2-unit. It's a 2-unit building that we purchased, but it only has a rear entrance. There's currently only one entrance to the building, so we're trying to make it a legal unit by putting 2 entrances similar to that of our neighbor to the left. Like I said, currently there's only one entrance in the rear for both units. The variation application, so the way we were wording this is to reduce the minimum front setback from 8.27 to 1.5 in order to construct a front staircase and second floor deck entrance, and to remove the light pole for an existing 2-story, 2-unit building per the plans. I was going to have my architect join me in this meeting, but unfortunately he's have some family issues, COVID-related issues, so he was unable to attend. But I pretty much did all the plans, all the architecture work. I also met with the alderman to review this and make sure that we satisfied all the plans in order to make this a legal 2-unit. And I think we've been waiting for a while now, so I'm hoping I submitted enough information to get this approved.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you, Adrian, and sorry about your architect. So we understand you're splitting the building into 2 units. So because my first question was going to be, there will be an access door on the first floor. You correct?
Correct. Yeah,
And the
so
way-
it's already a multi-unit. It's just it doesn't have any front entrances, which is when we purchased it, it's something that right away caught my attention, and it's something that I had to file. Originally, we're filing a zoning application, but since it's already a multi-unit, we're looking to just make it legal at this point. All the utilities and everything have already been split up into 2 units.
Okay, great. Yeah, so the deck's it's already built, and were you cited, and you're just trying to come back and get into compliance because of the citation?
Correct. Well, no, I wasn't cited. We haven't started. I literally purchased it, and in order to move in and rent out one of the units, we need to make it legal per zoning.
Okay.
So this is where we're at.
And a little bit, because I know the stairwell will be on the front of the building. Can you give us a little background on the neighborhood, if these are frequent in your neighborhood, and just so that we can make sure that this doesn't stand out or kind of alter the look of the neighborhood?
Yeah, no. So, yeah, originally the majority of these 2 units only had a rear entrance. My grandfather actually lives down the block, so he knew the owners when they were getting ready to sell. We were one of the first ones that talked to them, and we were able to buy this unit from them. The neighbor actually, from one of the pictures that I sent, in order to make it legal, he actually had to do this, which is to the left. So we pretty much copied his format, and we're trying to, if you see the building on the right, I'm not sure if that's a single family home or not. I know I talked to all the neighbors. I mean, we're frequent there. But it looks like the majority of these buildings are being converted this way. So we're pretty much trying to keep it the same. And not trying to do anything different than what's already being done.
And will you be running out both units?
Just one. We're looking
Just
to move into the top unit. Yes.
Okay. All right, any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Mr. Ledesma, can you just remind us who your architect is?
His name is Marco San Roman. His information is also on the application with the survey, but I can provide that information as well.
That's fine, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as none, Mr. Ledesma, thank you for coming to us today, and we'll take this into consideration.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I now call matter 35520Z. The matter's at 8168 South Kenneth Avenue. I believe that we have a few people appearing on this matter. Are the Castillos present?
Christina.
Christina, Doria, and Joseph Doria.
Hey, everyone. How are you all?
Fine, thank you.
Good. Is that the Christina? Okay, one second. I'm just clarifying a few things with the names.
No Castillos here.
Okay, great. So because there's a few people present, can you please go around, state your name and address and your relationship with the subject property, and I'll swear you in one by one.
Okay. I'm Joseph Doria. My address is 8168 South Kenneth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. I am a joint owner with my wife, Christina. Say your name.
Good morning, Christina Doria, same address, 8168 South Kenneth Avenue, Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Doria, very quickly, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you. And Mrs. Doria, I just have to take you both separately for process. So Mrs. Doria, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
And I'm their son, Dave Doria, same address we could go with. And I'm just mostly here for technical difficulties and handing over paperwork if needed.
Sure. And Dave, just because you're present, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. All right. Mr. and Mrs. Doria, can you tell us a little bit about why you're here today?
You know, we built a carport. Well, we didn't get a permit, and you know, but we were trying. Now we talked to Robert Holstrom from the city, and then he said he thought it was more of a zoning issue. So we're trying to get a variance to make it work.
Got it. So just to confirm, there is an existing carport.
Yes, there is.
And you're just trying to extend it because
no, actually, I put it up without the permit. Now I'm trying to make it right. You know.
Okay. Okay, great. Great, I see. And how would you explain? So when we grant a variance, we have to show that there would be a hardship if we don't grant the variance. What would you say your hardship is here through not having the carport approved?
Well, medical issue.
I have medical problems. I'm a cancer survivor, and I have a artificial ankle. I've had both my shoulders and biceps reworked. And the reason being, for some reason, my driveway, my neighbor has a larger lot. He's on a corner, and right past him is the school roof, a flat roof. And for years, my driveway has snow drifts when it snows. I mean, 4 to 6 foot drifts. And it virtually makes it useless to put a car in the garage.
Okay, that makes sense. And we've got a good image of it. So I don't have any questions on what it appears to look like. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. So would it be a financial hardship if in fact you had to demolish the carport?
Yes.
Probably cost just as much to put it up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one question.
Great.
Are there any other carports in the neighborhood?
Yes, there are. Not directly across from me. On the east side of the street, 2 doors down, there's been a carport there for years. And I drove around in the area and found maybe a half a dozen in different locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there is none, Mr. Doria, Mrs. Doria, and Dave, thank you for appearing today, and we'll be taking your matter under consideration.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I now call matter 35620S. And this, apologies, because I think I said the last matter wrong, but I believe that there's a Sylvia Castillo, Ruben Castillo, Sarah McDonald, and Riku Aluwalia.
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, same here.
Wonderful. All right, and Mr. and Sylvia and Ruben, are you the applicants?
No, we're not.
Okay. All right, well, let's get the applicant sworn in, and then we'll get each of you sworn in, and whoever wants to speak about what you guys are trying to do today can start. So who is the representative of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, this is Ruben Castillo. I'll be happy to speak for the applicant.
Okay, let's get you sworn in, and then I just want to make sure that we know that we kind of get the chain of who is who here.
Sure.
So Ruben, can you please state your name, address, and I'll swear you in.
Okay. Ruben Castillo, 6015 North Kilpatrick Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Great. And Ruben, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay. Sylvia, will you please as well state your name and address?
Sylvia Castillo, 6015 North Kilpatrick in Chicago.
Thank you. And Sylvia, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Great. And I know Sarah McDonald's present as well, so I'll go ahead and swear you in now, Sarah. Sarah, will you please state your name and address?
Sarah McDonald, 4956 North Mobile Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60630.
Okay. And Sarah, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. All right, is anyone else present from your group? I know Riku Aluwalia was potentially going to be signing on.
Yeah, I'm here. This is Riku Alawalia.
Great, Riku, will you please state your name and address for the board?
Sure. My name is B. Riku Alawalia. My address is 903 Thatcher Avenue in River Forest, Illinois 60305.
Great. And Riku, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, so maybe Ruben, this goes to you, but whoever best represents the applicant, if you could explain to us the chain of who the applicant is, who you are, but also then go into what you're trying to do here today.
Sure. Ms. Zamora is the applicant. She has been in the hair business, running a hair salon for many, many years. And she moved location to this new location at 7644 West Belmont Avenue. She needs a special use because of other locations that are nearby. I am not aware of any objectors to her opening this business at this location. What she is doing, and I'm a longtime customer and friend of Ms. Zamora, is bringing new business into this neighborhood. Most of her customers are not being taken away from other businesses in the area, which is why they have not objected to her opening this business. All she is trying to do is help this neighborhood and continue her livelihood by running this business. All the time I've known her, she's been a good business provider to the city of Chicago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Castillo. And we're just trying to figure out on our end. So we need applicants to be here. I understand that that everybody here kind of is familiar with the case, and
Right.
that I believe that you are an attorney as well.
Yes,
correct?
I am.
So our issue here,
know-
here, and maybe we can delay it to the end of the day if you can get the applicant present, but we're not able to hear or approve any matter without the applicant.
Okay. We will try and contact her. I'm surprised she's not on this call right now.
Okay.
She should be here. I'm sorry to interrupt. She is here. I think she's having issues talking. I am not sure what her name would be in here because I'm messaging her on my phone and she says she's here.
Yeah, this is Riku Alawalia. She's been here all along, so I've messaged her as well. I'm not sure what the issue is on her end, but we have been texting throughout the call. She's been
Chairman,
here. I'm not, yeah.
Chairman, she was just promoted.
She was promoted. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, everyone, just give us a second on our
Thank
end
you.
because I don't believe we had the applicant's name on our witness list. So one second, please.
Okay.
Es esto, no me computadora. She said, I don't.
Okay. So we have a little clarification on our end. So Marie Zamora, you are the applicant, correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So for this to go forward, I know that Ruben is an attorney, but everyone else who we have your application as pro se, meaning that it will be fully told by you. So I think that the best route here is that we acknowledge the support of the other witnesses that you have brought along, but that they don't present, that you are the one who presents this in full. Because if we get an attorney involved, we're going to need to continue it to kind of redo how we do this case. So is that okay with you that you present this case in full as a pro se candidate? We acknowledge your witnesses as supporters and nothing else, and go forward?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go forward with this. So Marie, will you please state your name and address?
My name is Marie Zamora and my address is 7848 West Crescent, Elmo Park, Illinois.
Thank you. And did you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. And so, Ms. Zamora, what brings you here today?
I'm applying for a special use. I've been a cosmetologist for 30 years and I own my previous business for 15 years in a different location. So due to COVID, I was forced to close down and downsize. In my mind, I didn't think I was going to reopen, but looking around, I happened to see this location that was available for rent, and I gave it a call, and this is what I'm doing. I didn't know that anything about special use because it's an existing salon. I never moved my location before, so but I'm just following the guidelines of the city and zoning.
Okay, sure. So for quick clarification, are you currently operating at the location?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and you just didn't realize that the special use is specific to the person that gets it. So it's not specific to the location. When you move in, you've got to get a new special use.
Right.
Okay. All right. Will you tell us a little bit about how you plan to operate the salon, such as, hours, how many employees and experience levels?
I'm gonna operate Tuesday to Friday from 10 to 6 and Saturdays 8 to 3. Sometimes I do start early as is needed, and it's basically by appointment mostly. Right now it's just me and another person that they follow me from the previous. He's my he's my previous subcontractor, and he's in the middle of retiring. He's 80 years old and he's strong, but he just let me know that he's coming with me just to help me, and but it'll be me, and I have 3 stations, and right now I'm just using the 2, leaving 1 in between. We operate with mask all the time. We sanitize before and after every customer. We use disposable capes for every client, and we take temperatures, and we are really aware of what's going on, trying to protect everyone.
That's great. How long have you been? I know that you previously had a salon. So, and sorry if you've already stated this, but how long have you been in the industry?
I've been a beautician for 30 years. I worked at Carson's Pure Scott for 8 years, and from there I moved to being my own business for 15 years.
Great. And is the extent of your services, will you describe the extent of the services that you offer?
It's mostly in the hair. I'm open for nails and not right now. And honestly, I don't think I will be able because I focus more on hair and I'm constantly busy. So I would have to have a nail tech. And right now I don't think it's a good idea to have, a lot of people in the salon.
Yeah. Great. Any questions from the board?
I've got one question, Ms. Zamora. So just so I understand correctly, the location that you're at, it was previously a salon?
Yes, for over 20 years.
Okay. And then you're moving into it now. Has there been any break? Has that property been anything else?
No, mostly hair salon. Then I talked to people that were customers there for like 40 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Ms. Zamora, if none, we will be taking your matter under consideration and thank you, because it sounds like you're putting a lot of effort and also cost into being safe and careful during the pandemic. That's good business. So we'll take your matter under consideration and thanks for appearing today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Great. And Jeanette, we have, so going forward, and this is my fault, we're going to start, this is different for everyone on the call. We're going to start having DPD's recommendations said prior to us hearing the matter. And the reason that we're doing this is so that if DPD brings up something that an applicant disagrees with, they have the opportunity to address that on the record. So first, I'm going to be swearing in Jeanette Velasquez. Jeanette, will you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Jeanette Velasquez. I am a project coordinator for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
And Jeanette, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great. Then you are sworn in going forward throughout the day. But go ahead and please read the DPD's recommendation here.
Yes. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the proposed hair and nail salon would be compatible with the character of the surrounding area. And lastly, the proposed salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Great, thank you, Jeanette. And I'm going to be coming back pretty quickly to you since we're reading these first now. Okay, thank you, everybody. I'd like to now call calendar matter 35720S, which I believe is at 4035 West North Avenue. And as the applicant gets settled, can we go ahead and read the DPD recommendation on this matter, please?
Yes. Once again, my name is Jeanette Velasquez. On behalf of the Department of Planning and Development, to read the recommendation letter into the record. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barbershop in this case. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the proposed barbershop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics. And lastly, it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
All right, great. Is Mr. Rios present? There he is. Mr. Rios, you'll just need to unmute yourself. Mr. Rios, you're currently muted. There we go. We still don't hear you. Can you try muting and unmuting?
I think his microphone is not operational.
Yeah, and he had said something earlier. Mr. Rios, if you could, let's do this. And I apologize because we read the recommendation. It's a microphone issue. So can we come right back to you? Can you please restart your computer? Try to sign back in or even call in. I'm going to go to the next matter, but then we're going to come right back to you. So it should only be a matter of a certain number of minutes. But if we can't get your mic to work, you can call in.
Also, this is tech support. Just do a test of your microphone and speaker within Zoom. That fixes the issue.
All right, thanks, Camille. Okay, so we're going to come back to this matter 35720S, and we're going to go now to matter 35820S. And this is at 1905 West 87th Street. And we have a DPD recommendation here. So Jeanette, sorry, I'm going to be making you speak a lot, but will you go ahead, please, and read this recommendation as you're sworn in?
Of course. Once again, my name is Jeanette Velasquez. In this case, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair braiding salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the proposed hair braiding salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. And lastly, it is proposed to be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics.
Thank you. All right, is the applicant present?
Yes.
Hey, please state your name and address, and I'll get you sworn in.
My name is Ajovi Vanabine. I live on 4207 South Vincent Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60653.
Great. Thank you, Miss Vanabine. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. What brings you here today?
Well, I've been a hair braiding over 20 years, and unfortunately, my previous shop got caught on fire, and I'm trying to reopen a new one, and I find this location, 1905, which I like a lot, and it's not far from the previous one. I would like to keep serving the community and keep the my most clients come from the same area. That's why I love to reopen my shop not too far from the previous one.
Great. So how far approximately is this shop from your previous location?
It could be like 1 mile.
Okay. Yeah. So you expect to keep a lot of your same customers?
That's correct.
Great. And can you go into, well, a few questions. I guess my first would be, what types of protocols do you intend to take in light of the COVID-19 pandemic with your clients?
Well, most of the time we work appointment only. Sometimes we take walking. Now that is the COVID-19. I know I had to I had to prend the precaution to make people life safe, and I'm gonna employ 2 or 3 employees, and we're gonna get them by appointment only. After one, we can do the second one And it's not gonna be like we used to do before, people waiting. We don't do that anymore. You have to wear your mask all the time. When you face cam, we're gonna take your temperature and we're gonna make you wash your hand before you sit, and we wash hair before we start the service.
Great. So both the person doing the braiding and the person receiving the braiding will have masks on?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so in this field, and are there certifications that you have in order to do this braiding and that you expect your employees to have?
Yes, I'm gonna have an employee. I used to work with some braiders before. I employed them, and they count on me to feed their family. So if I reopen it, and I'm quite sure they're gonna work with me.
Great. And everyone, just to clarify, everyone is trained in the field of hair braiding?
Yes.
Okay, great. What do you intend for your hours to be on this location?
Well, we open 9 from 6. Sometimes you go to 7 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board?
Yeah,
Please
I got a
start,
couple.
Donna Yep, go
I
ahead,
got a
Sam.
couple. One, how many team members are you going to have working for you?
3.
3. Okay. And you did say your hours. Is that going to be 7 days a week?
No, it's gonna be Monday through Saturday. We close on Sunday.
Closed on Sunday.
Yes.
All right. So 3 team members and then closed on Sunday. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing as there are none, Ms. Vanabine, we will take this under consideration, and thank you very much for appearing in front of us today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yep, stay well. All right, we are going to jump back to matter 35720S. As a reminder, the DPD recommendation is on the record. Is Mr. Rios present?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you. Wonderful.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Rios, will you please state your name and address?
My name's Adam Rios. My address will be 4035 West North Avenue, 60639.
Great. And Mr. Rios, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, tell us a little bit about what brings you here today.
Well, I was trying to open a business in this location, family business, barbershop. I just waiting for the zoning. I did not know anything about the zoning till I tried to apply for my license. And I'm trying to do that for the community and the people around here, because due to the COVID, a lot of the business around here are actually closing down, sadly to say. So I'm trying to do something here with my family and start a barbershop.
Great. And do you have experience in the field?
Oh, I do not have experience in the field, but my sons do, and I have a few family members that also have experience in the field. So since they didn't have any money to try to start something, I wanted to start something for the family so we could keep ourselves going during this COVID, because there's no jobs out there right now. It's kind of hard.
Yep. Yeah. What type of COVID precautions will you require of your team of employees as well as your customers?
Oh, definitely keep the number one rule is keep the place clean, sanitize, mask. We will not be doing any facial hairs due to the COVID. We'll have them wear their mask. Clean after every customer, and we're only by appointment, so we don't have too many people in there at all. And I also have the machine, hopefully, for the temperature check. So we'll be basically doing that. And I would only have maybe just 2 barbers due to the COVID.
Okay, will everyone be masked up?
Oh, yes, definitely masked up. Hand sanitizer, cleaning their stations, cleaning the area. I provide all of that. I'll have all of that there for our customers and my employees.
Great. A little bit about the building. What was this space previously used for?
I think it was for housing Spanish Coalition.
Okay. I see it on the sign.
Yes.
So you're going to be just, kind of fitting it to serve as your barber shop.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And with all the negative impact on local business due to COVID, do you have a kind of expectation on customers that you'll be bringing in?
Well, the customers that'll be coming in will do what's going to be their customers. Just people they know that they're going to be calling them through appointments. I wouldn't have any part of who's coming in, but I would be there to supervise and maintain the awareness and cleanness of the barbershop.
Great.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions from the board for Mr. Rios?
Hi, I'm not Mrs. Jolene Saul. I'm not sure if I missed this, but the hours and days open.
Monday through Saturday, I'm going to try to stay open at least from 12 to 6, 12 to 7.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question too. Mr. Rios, you said your sons are in the business. Are they working at locations within the Humboldt Park neighborhood? So they're going to bring in customers. Obviously, you're right there in the heart of Humboldt Park. So I was just wondering if they are already working in barbershops in the Humboldt Park neighborhood.
They were, but they stopped working in some of those barbershops because a lot of the customers are going elsewhere. And then the barber is usually closed now. He's not opening as often as he was, so my kids are not making any money at all.
Got it. But they are known in that neighborhood is what I'm saying.
Oh,
so
yes.
Got it.
Yes, I've been here 40 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there's none, Mr. Rios, I'm glad that we worked out your mic and we'll take your matter under consideration.
Thank you. So this is all I'm waiting for in order for me to try to get my license because I can't operate till this is over with, so I can get my license.
Yeah, you need your license.
Yes.
That is what this board permits or does not permit.
Thank you.
We'll have a response by the end of the day.
Sounds
right.
good.
So, Mr. Rios, if we approve this, then you need to go to business affairs. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes.
All right. I think we are now on. I'm going to call matter 35920S at 2215 West 95th Street.
Hi, can you see me?
We can. Great, perfect, and we can hear you. So really quick, I want to get the DPD recommendation on the record. Jeanette, can you go ahead and read that?
Yes. Once again, my name is Jeanette Velasquez. Here to read the recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. The department recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics. And lastly, the proposed salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Great. And I see that the applicant is present. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Krishika Hare. Address is 2215 West 95th Street.
Great, thank you, Ms. Hare. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Great. All right, tell us about what brings you here today.
I've been a hairstylist for 11 years. I own a salon in Beverly already on 103rd, 1455 West 103rd. I'm looking to expand. I'm very aware of the COVID and the safety for the client. I will be getting my salon sterilized once a week. I have a cleaning service coming in 3 times a week. My business of operation is Tuesday through Saturday, our hours are Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 a.m. and on Saturday, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. No, Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Saturday, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
All clients and stylists must wear masks. We will take temperatures as everyone approach the door. We will wipe down the seats. Everyone must wash their hands before they approach the seat. And that's it.
Great. Do you give any other services other than hair?
Yes, I will have a nail tech, an eyelash tech, and that's it.
Great. And just to clarify, so this is your second location. You are keeping your other salon open?
No, I'm closing to expand.
To expand. Great. How many employees do you intend to have in this space?
6. My goal is 8.
Okay. And it sounds like, I mean, I know you have experience in this space. Are you requiring that your employees all have experience in this space?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh, no. Are you saying, are we already working in a space?
Oh, no, sorry. I was just trying to make sure that your employees are have some experience doing hair and nails and the like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there are none, Ms. Hare, you answered all of our questions before we had a chance to ask them. So thank you, and we will take your matter under consideration.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep, have a good day.
You too.
Bye. All right, I now call matter 360-20S.
Yes.
Is that Carrie Popdown?
Yes, this is Carrie Popdan.
Okay, great. Carrie, I'm going to quick read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation, and then we'll swear you in and get started. All right, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds that the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Okay, great. Ms. Popdown, will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Carrie Popdan. My address is 2392 Reflections Drive, Aurora, Illinois, 60502.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings today?
I do. Yes.
Okay, what brings you here today?
I'm opening up a business at the address 7224 North Harlem Avenue to be a salon barbershop. I will have approximately 6 to 7 employees. Due to the pandemic, I plan to start out with only 3. As you can see in the drawing here, I've kind of laid everything out for the current situation with the pandemic. All the stations are 6 feet apart, and there's proper waiting areas for the clients that are also 6 feet apart. We plan on going with all the guidelines of COVID-19. Notifications will be posted on our website as well as online booking as what restrictions we have. We plan on starting operation at 25%, which is currently recommended in the county. Everyone will be wearing masks, appointment only. Temperatures will be taken At the door, we will provide hand sanitizer. So with our current square footage, we're allowed 9 people in the building, would be considered 25% capacity.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about your experience in the hair space?
I've been a licensed cosmetologist for over 23 years. I have been currently working for a larger chain of hair salon in the surrounding area about 3 miles away, but in the suburb of Park Ridge. With the pandemic going on, this greatly limits those larger businesses to operating at almost less than 25%. When you have a team of 20, you have to go down so low that it cuts down the hours of a lot of the people that are working full time. So I have 2 partners in the business that are also licensed cosmetologists and a licensed barber. We are the 3 that will be starting the business up together. We currently work at larger chains in the area, or currently have worked at larger chains in the area, and our hours have been limited. Opening up a business has been something that we kind of had in the plan, but this has kind of pushed us to do it a little bit sooner because I think it's what the community needs, is a smaller scale shop.
Yeah, so do you expect that you'll be able to keep kind of your customer base and grow it from there?
Absolutely. The 3 of us that are starting out already have a full clientele. So we really don't plan on taking any customers away from the surrounding area. We just kind of need a place to do the customers that we do right now, in which most of them currently live in Ward 41 or the surrounding areas. Several of them are with the fire department or police department. We service a great amount of those guys. Any other questions?
Yeah, so and apologies if you already stated this, but we like to get the proposed hours on record. Do you have an idea of what your hours will be?
Yes, so our hours are going to be a little bit broader than the hours currently offered by other barbershops and salons in the surrounding area. Our hours are going to be Sunday, we will be open from 10 till 4. Monday, we will be open from 10 to 6. Tuesday through Friday, 9 to 8, and Saturday, 9 to 5. I've done a little bit of research, and most of the barbershops and salons in that surrounding area have an average closing time of 5 p.m. during the week. Most people work past then. So people are going to the surrounding suburbs for a haircut. We want to offer them something within the community that they can come in for a service.
Yep, that makes total sense. Any questions from the board? Okay, great. Seeing as there are none, Ms. Popdan, thank you for appearing today, and good luck. We'll have a response to your matter later in the day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, have a great one.
You too.
All right, we're now going to be moving to matter 36120Z at 1411 East 67th Street.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Rolando Acosta.
Morning. All right, one note before we get going. Mr. Acosta, I just want to note for you that going forward, we need to make sure that you're using the most up-to-date finding of fact forms. Please make sure when you use the newest forms that you include all the required exhibits, including photographs of the block, and that rather than changing the size of the font to make your answers fit the page, you instead attach pages. We review a lot of matters, and this will just make things a lot easier on our end. As I noted at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to start we're going to start requiring that attorneys stay up to date on the newest forms and comply, or else we'll be continuing.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, and particularly for straining your eyes with the smaller fonts.
Apology accepted. Okay, so let's get going. Mr. Acosta, will you please state your name and address?
My name is Rolando Acosta. I'm at the law firm of Acosta Esger LLC. Our office address is 1030 West Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do. I also believe I have two witnesses here, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Phil Adelaide, who is the applicant, and Mr. Manuel Velez, who is the architect for this project.
Okay, great. Let's get him sworn in then. So I believe that first is Mr. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing, but Adelaide. Mr. Adelaide, can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Philip Adelaide. Address is 1411 East 67th Place.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Perfect. All right. And Mr. Velez, will you please state your name and address for the record? We can, Mr. Acosta, if he's trying to figure out the sound, we'll swear him in when he gets to presenting. So you guys can carry forward with your case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly giving you the background here. This is an existing six-unit building, essentially a six-flat that was boarded up and vacant. The applicant purchased the property. It's been rehabbing the property. There is sufficient space in the basement to add a seventh unit. The property currently has two garages in the rear with 4 parking spaces total. So it's non-conforming currently as to parking. It's also non-conforming currently as to rear yard open space. The request today is to reduce the rear yard open space in the rear so that the applicant can demolish the 2 existing garages and replace them with 6 surface parking spaces. One of them is required because of the addition of a unit. The other one is an extra space, which just brings us further into compliance. I would note for the board that there is sufficient open area in the rear yard to satisfy the requirement. Unfortunately, it's not qualifying because of dimensions. It doesn't have 12 feet in every direction. There's an existing space between the garages that is currently open. It's an 8-foot space. Quite frankly, it accumulates dirt and debris. And so that will be occupied. And it's the reduction of that space, in addition to the fact that we don't have areas that have 12 foot in every direction in terms of width, that we seek today's variation. I would note that after we will actually have 309 feet of non-qualifying but yet open area in the backyard after this is completed, if this were approved. And that's fairly close to the 327 feet. We've heard no objections from the neighbors. I know that one neighbor has submitted an email with her support for this project. I don't believe there's any objectors here. So with the chairman's permission, I'd like to just have the witnesses attest to their affidavits and then continue with any questions the board may have.
Yes, go ahead. Thanks.
Phil? You previously submitted an affidavit to the board which summarized the testimony you would give before this board. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Hopefully, Mr. Velez has been able to join. I see he's on, but I don't know if his mic is on. Manuel? Manuel?
If this is tech support, is there any chance he's logged in as Devon Gray?
Yes, I think they're sitting together.
Okay, let me promote Mr. Devon Gray.
Hello?
You can log out of the other device, otherwise we're getting echo.
You know, close. You know, go back to Zoom. Go here and close. Give me. Leave meeting. Okay. There you go. Hello?
Hey, we can hear you. Is this Mr. Velez?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Velez, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Manuel Velez, 2709 South Hillock Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
All right, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead, Mr. Acosta.
Thank you. Mr. Velez, you previously submitted an affidavit which summarized your testimony before this board on this matter. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Acosta, I think for my background and also for the record, can you walk us through the hardship a little bit that would occur if I understand that the building is going to go from 6 to 7 units? So for example, if it just remained at 6 units, and any other hardship arguments that you see?
Sure. So the hardship here is created by the current location of this building on the lot. It's an unusually long building, so it doesn't leave enough yard in the rear to allow for the rear yard open space as well as the parking spaces. So even without the variation, we still wouldn't qualify as to rear yard open space, but it would be a pre-existing non-conforming condition. If the variation weren't, so that is the basis for the hardship and is the hardship. If the variation were not granted, the applicant would not be able to provide the 7th unit, which is permitted under its zoning. Actually, they could have up to 15 units on this property. And the result of that is shown primarily on the pro forma that was submitted by the applicant, that if he were to lose the 7th unit, he would have a negative rate of return as opposed to something just short of 10%, given the cost that he has incurred in connection with the rehabilitation of this previously vacant, somewhat dilapidated building.
Okay, I see. So the garage is being demolished and it'll be a flat lot.
Yeah, a flat parking lot in the back. Mm-hmm. And the space in between the two garages that you can see on the aerial would be the space that would be removed that's currently green. Yeah. But even with that space, we don't qualify.
Okay, got it. Okay, any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple. This is Jolene Saul. So is the intention for these to be condos or to flip the property, or will the current owner retain ownership when rehab is done?
The intention is for them to be condos and to be sold off as individual condos.
Okay, and then about the parking, it looks like, I think it was space number 6 is also how the dumpster gets access to, is how you get access to the dumpsters. So can you just talk about how you envision that particular space working?
So I can try to address that. I mean, they would try to coordinate that. It's Rolando Acosta again, Commissioner. There's no wheel stop on that space. That's exactly why it was left without a wheel stop, so that they can manage to get the dumpsters, which will be stored between the parking and the building, out to the alley for collection. This is by private scavenger, given the number of buildings, so it's not city pickup. And so they will coordinate having an open space, having that space open so that they can get the dumpsters on the appropriate date and time when the scavenger comes to pick up. There's also approximately 2 feet of extra room because 6 parking spaces occupies 48 feet. The lot is 50, so you do have a little bit of extra room. You need a little extra space, about another foot to get the dumpsters out.
Okay, and then sorry, last question. Is there, you probably covered this, is there a parking requirement?
So the parking requirement is 5 technically, because it's 4 existing, 1 for the new unit. We're actually improving the situation by providing 2, which gets us closer to a 1-to-1 for the total unit count.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions, other questions from the board? All right, sounds like none. Mr. Adelaide, thank you for appearing today, and we will be taking your matter under consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Velez. All right, Mr. Acosta, I see that we are with you for a few matters coming up. So I'm now calling calendar hearing number 36220Z at 1900 West 17th.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. And I believe Mr.
Rolando.
Teal, on behalf of the applicant, my colleague, Jimena Castro, will be presenting this case. I believe she's been upgraded to a panelist,
Yeah, Jimena,
as
are
well
you
as
there?
2 applicants.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Jimena.
Okay, good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the ZBA process. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Edgar, 1030 West Chicago Avenue, 3rd floor, 60642. I'm here today appearing before this matter, and with me is Tio Scorte, who is a manager for the applicant, and the architect project, Andrew Wang. Tio, can you please state your name and business address for the record? Tio?
My apologies.
Hi, can you please state your
Tio.
name and business address for the record?
Yes, Tio Scorte, and the address of our business is 5901 North Cicero, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Great, thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Scorte. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, carry on.
And Tio, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with your affidavit that was provided to the board?
Yes.
Thank you. Andrew, you're the project architect. Can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Andrew Wang, W-A-N-G. Actually, my home address is 5639 North Tallman Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60659.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
And Andrew, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that was provided to the board?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Okay, so we're here today to ask for a reduction in rear yard setback for the existing building. The existing building was rezoned by the applicant earlier this year to go from 4 dwelling units to 11 dwelling units. And in order to allow for a better configuration of the units, the applicant is proposing to construct a 3rd-story dormer. The rear yard setback requirement for this property, and actually before I say that, I should note that the property was zoned an M12 district previously, which is manufacturing. So the building was legal non-conforming. So when we rezoned the property, we rezoned it to a B23 in order to allow for the residential use to go forward. We also rezoned it to allow for a reduction in parking. So saying that, in order to allow for the increase in units, the applicant is proposing to build a 3rd-story dormer. The required rear yard setback for a B2 district is 30 feet, and we are providing some setback here, 16.25 feet. And the existing hardship is the building. The building was already legal non-conforming, And we are providing some setback. We cannot provide the full setback because it would provide smaller units and would also make this the structure unstructurally sound.
Okay, Mina, really quick, can you please describe to the board what this third floor dormer is in light of the term dormer?
Yeah, so it's a third story addition. There'll be 3 units, and we will be providing a roof deck. As you can see on the slide that's on there now, it's 3 units with a little bit of common space, a hallway, and a rear roof deck, which will be the setback.
Great.
Happy to answer any other
yeah,
questions.
will these units, will the building be rental?
Yes. And then also, I would like to note that we went through a robust community process for this. We presented the project with the local community board. We also had a community meeting. And we also contacted the neighbor to the west, and she is happy that that the applicant is rehabilitating the project, the building, and has no complaints and is supportive.
I'd like to just say something.
Yeah, please identify yourself.
This is Tio Scorte. I would say that our addition is not a dormer, because when I think of a dormer, I think of an ugly box. If you look at Andrew's design, the idea is to maintain the architectural beauty of the property. And there's a number of properties in that entire Pilsen corridor. And so the idea is to take the entire roof line, raise it, rebuild it. The building's in really, really bad shape, but our hope is to be able to restore the entire facade so that when we look at it, it doesn't look at all like an addition or a dormer. It just looks like an extension of what's there. And there's a great property, literally a stone throw away from us on 18th, right by the park, which was kind of the inspiration for this. So I don't want it to, it's not a siding addition. It's going to be something that's really going to increase the aesthetic of the building.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Thank you for clarifying that. I agree, your original building has a lot of charming characteristics, and it's nice that you're maintaining them in the addition. Currently, I believe the brick on the building looks like it's painted or stained. Are you going to do that again? What will the finish of the brick be?
No, it's terrible. They skim coated over the brick in multiple areas. So the idea is to strip everything down to the original brick, grind it, re-tuck point it, and this is Chicago common brick. And then the idea is to use Chicago common brick for the entire property. So we definitely don't want to paint it. We want to restore it. And so that's the idea.
Very good, thank you.
And can you, so I know you had some discussions that you touched on with the community organizations neighborhood group. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about those discussions, and also if you had any talks with the alderman.
Yeah, so we presented this, this is Jimena again. So we presented this project back in August of 2019 to the alderman and the local community board. And following those conversations, which were fruitful, the alderman decided to move forward with a community-wide meeting Saturday, December 7th of 2019. And multiple projects for the TO were discussed at that community meeting. And this was one of those projects that were discussed, and the community, wanted to move forward with the proposed third story addition. And we happily, decided to file the case with you guys. And then we also talked to the neighbor next door, who is the most, immediately impacted.
Great, because it's Alderman Sicha Lopez, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is Tio, that out of the 3 units that we're adding on top, I believe that I believe 1 or 2 of them, I believe 2 are affordable.
Correct. So we increased the unit from 4 to 11 units. This property is located in the ARO pilot. So we will be providing 2 ARO units to the community.
Okay, great.
I have
Any
a question.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't see
Hi,
any
Jolene.
economic, I didn't see any economic, Jolene Saul, sorry, for the court reporter. I didn't see any economic data in the application. So can you talk about the economic implications of if we did not grant this variance, what that would look like and compare rate of
So
returns?
I believe we provided the pro forma to you guys. But I know Tio, you can touch a little bit about what would happen if this is not approved.
So when we ran the financial numbers, the most expensive part of the project is restoring the existing facade. New construction is much easier and less expensive. And so for us to be able to really do it justice and restore it back to its original glory, we did need the increased count. And we also felt like it was a good opportunity to add affordable because that was one of the things that we had, the feedback we'd gotten back from the community. And so initially our plan was to not do the addition, was just to restore the existing building. And in just different conversations, because there are a lot of 3 flat properties in the area, somebody brought the idea, well, if we went up another floor, could we add affordable? And so really the project, it's either all or nothing because of all the structural work that goes into it. And so without your approval, I don't see how the project could go forward.
Tio, this is Andrew speaking as well. I believe on your pro forma, you show that as is, if you did all of the improvements that you were looking at a negative profit of 0.73%. And if the project goes forward, you're looking at 10%. That may help you, Jolene.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see that info in my material, so that's helpful. Thanks.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Ms. Castro, can you please just comment on the parking situation in the community where these people?
Correct. Yeah. So this building is lot line to lot line, and it was located in the M12 district. And when we decided to rezone the property, we decided to rezone it to a B2-3 in order to allow for a TOD parking reduction. We have the pink line to the east, which is within the TOD map area and distance. So because of that, we reduced the parking to 0. So there is no parking required currently. And we cannot provide parking because the property has an existing building that's lot line to lot line.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. And so what you're saying is it's commuter friendly because of
yes. Yes, okay. And I believe if you go to Exhibit D3, I provided a transit map of sorts that really, I don't know if the ZBA wants to put that up there. It's Exhibit D3 that spells out what transit is available and nearby. So we have the pink line to the east, the 18th Street, which is the TOD qualifying. I don't know if that's up there for you guys. Sorry, Jeanette.
That's okay. We might not have it in the PowerPoint, but okay. we have seen it in the.
Okay, yeah. So it's Exhibit D3. When you guys want to look at it later, we have the Damon bus, the 18th Street bus, the Pink Line, the Ashland, the Zermatt CTA route. So and the Damon Pink Line. So we are surrounded by transit friendly options.
Perfect. Any other questions from the board? Seeing as there's none, we'll take this under consideration. So thank you everyone for your time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're now going to be moving on to matters number 36320Z and matter number 36420Z.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant, 1030 West Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60642. I believe I have with me Mr. Igor Mission, who is a representative of the applicant, and Mr. John Hanna, who is the architect for this project.
Great.
If the chairman's ready, I'd like to just summarize the proposal here and then move on to the two witnesses.
That's perfect. Thank you.
So the proposal before you today is for the construction of a new building, replacing an existing building at the southeast corner of Lincoln and Foster. The existing building is in dilapidated condition, although it has at least one operating business in it, and also was the subject of a fire. The proposal is to demolish the existing building and replace it with a 5-story, 40-unit building containing 20 parking spaces. The request before you is for a reduction in the rear yard setback, as well as a reduction in the required loading. The project was rezoned to allow for this development to a B23 type 1. It is transit oriented in location to the Western bus line at Western, which is 1 block to the immediate east. That bus line will then connect you to the Brown line at the Western stop just south of Lawrence. The project was the subject of a community process, as is a customary in the 40th Ward with Alderman Andre Vasquez. So we notified neighbors within 250 feet by mailed notice. We also flyered neighboring buildings within 500 feet of the property, hosted a community meeting. This is actually pre-COVID, so we did it in person at the Alderman's office. We responded to neighbor comments and concerns, modified the project according to those comments and concerns, and ultimately secured the approval of the neighborhood and the alderman, which led to the rezoning, which has led us to the request here today. The basis for the hardship is that this building is obviously a corner building. It is on 2 primary arterial streets. Providing a setback would not only break the street wall that is consistent along either Lincoln or Foster, but in this case, we also have a substandard lot in that it's 114 feet in the along the Lincoln dimension. So the rear yard being measured from the southern property line would seriously impinge on this building and result in the loss of multiple units. I think we go down from 42 units to 34 units, if I remember correctly, having a detrimental effect on the pro forma, not making this project not viable. I will note that through the community process, obviously because of the rezoning, we had to provide 4 affordable units, 10% of the total. But we also, there was a request for us to provide additional affordable units in the way of live workspace. The alderman in the community is starting to try to get occupied some of the ground floor retail space in this neighborhood that is hurting right now. And the thought was that live workspace would be a good way to bridge the gap between pure commercial and pure residential, and that we make those 2 units affordable. So the project contains not only the 4 regular affordable units under the city ordinance, but 2 additional live work units that are to have reduced prices, trying to stimulate perhaps some artist residents or others who could use this space as a place to live and also have a business that would front along Lincoln. The corner is maintained as commercial because that is a prime corner in this particular neighborhood. That's a summary of the case, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we'd be happy to answer questions. And with your permission, I'd like to move to the 2 witnesses.
Yeah, let's move to the 2 witnesses and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mission? Igor, are you on? I haven't checked the tally.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, Rolando, good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Igor Mission, 5 East College Drive, Arlington Heights, Illinois, 60004.
Thank you, Mr. Mushin. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Mr. Mission, you are the representative of the applicant, and you previously submitted an affidavit to the board summarizing your testimony on this matter and this project. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I believe also on is John Hanna, architect.
I'm here. I'm here.
Will you please state your name and address for the record?
John Hanna, president of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois, licensed architect in the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Hanna, you previously submitted an affidavit. You are an Illinois licensed architect, is that correct?
That's correct.
You previously submitted an affidavit as the architect for this project summarizing your testimony that you would provide today. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
That is correct, it would.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, first, I'd like for you, if possible, to elaborate a bit on the hardship. I know that it's the difference between 42 and 34 units. And I think in your application, you noted that it wouldn't make sense to build this building taller. Can you walk through the economics of the difference between the 42 and 34 units?
Sure. And so I believe there are, by the way, I should also note that as part of this, there's the loading dock variation. So there's 2 sets of affidavits and 2 sets of pro formas that show the impact on the pro forma. So with respect to the setbacks, if we were required to provide 30-foot setback, you would lose essentially a tier of units or a portion of the building because you'd have to cut back this building 30 feet in one of its 2 dimensions. If you pick the, I don't know if Jeanette or Victor can put up the floor plans, but you would notice that, so that will work. Foster being at the top of this page, Lincoln being on the left side of this page, the rear yard setback would be at the bottom of the page. It is currently 3 feet 8 inches. If you brought this back 30 feet, you can see visually where you would have to cut this building. And as you go up in the floors, you would then see the loss in units that would occur.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason we couldn't go to 6 is because the community really wanted us to keep the height at 5. We do have sufficient zoning to go to a 6th floor,
right.
But there was sort of a desire by the community, which is primarily of 4 stories, some 5-story buildings, to try to keep the height depressed here. And so building a taller, slenderer building that complied with the rear yard setback would go against those community wishes. And the pro forma show rates of return closer to the 5% range if you were not to grant the variation with 34 unit model. And if you were to grant the variation, the returns bordering on 8%. Mr. Mischer can speak to it, but generally speaking, getting debt financing below a 7% yield on cost is not viable in today's market. So the 5% yield on cost would make this project not viable at 34 units. While with the variation, the near 8% would make it viable.
Okay, maybe this is a question for Mr. Mishin, but can you give us just a kind of high-level summary of why the return of 5% would not be viable?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep, we hear you. Is this Mr. Mishin?
Yes, it is.
Great.
So, the issue becomes is really getting financing for the size of this project, which is not a small project by any means. And, the bank is looking at certain ratios on their end, and 5% would just not be something that they would feel like is a project that would make sense for them to finance. It's just the numbers are just very, very tight. And this is me looking at, best case scenario. I think, when we started this, we did not have any issues with, today's economy and COVID and everything else. So I think, the rental prices and, things of that nature really came down from what I originally planned to begin with. So I think that number at 5% is really optimistic today to begin with.
Okay. And what type of rents will you be charging?
We have a mix of units between, we have for the most part, we have 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, which we're looking at about $1,800 a month. I think we have a few 3 bedrooms, which would go up around 2,000, and it, really depending on the floor, whether you're on the 2nd or the 4th floor. We also have 20 parking spots, for 40 units. So that would have to be accommodated as well.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll point out that in the affordable, it was important for the community alderman. We are including a 3 bedroom, which is a rarer type of unit as an affordable unit in today's market.
Okay. Okay, and one quick question before I ask the rest of the board if they have any questions, because they're all much smarter than I. But I'm wondering, so I know the community had a problem with building a floor above. There's currently a large billboard on the top of the building, correct?
That's correct.
Is that going to stay? Is it that
No, that will go. That's one of the benefits of this. I happen to live about 4 blocks from this site, Mr. Chairman. So while I'm the attorney and hence biased, this billboard is kind of an eyesore.
Right.
And it will go away because it will be replaced by a building. So essentially this corner will look very similar to the building across the street, which is 4 stories, but of similar magnitude, width, and also encroaching in its rear yards.
Okay, I see. Good. So, okay, that's good clarification. That because I was going to say an extra floor, a 5th floor, would be probably more visually appealing than the Menards billboard. Okay, great. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you just comment again on the kinds of first floor tenants you expect to have in this building, commercial tenants?
So the corner is prime retail or commercial, probably, hopefully a restaurant. This is Rolando Acosta again. And then along Lincoln, where it's a little bit more challenging to provide retail, the goal here is to have artist work live space with the thought that the front, that fronting on Lincoln, can be where they either perform their art or showcase their art, keeping kind of the retail frontage or at least exciting pedestrian experience. And the rear of the unit would be their living quarters.
So you feel this would provide adequate activity at street level?
It's probably better than what's currently occurring, which is you're getting a lot of offices or vacant.
I see. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Toya. I have a question. You said there was one existing business in the building right now. Did you offer to move them into the new building, or what's going on with that existing business as we go forward here?
Again, this is Rolando Acosta. There is an existing business in the corner. We've made 2 parts offer. They can move back to the building, so they will have essentially the right of first refusal to come back and take the corner space. In addition, we have made accommodations with them to facilitate a system, both financially and just with any other system we can, to temporarily relocate them from this location.
All right, thank you.
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. Does the development include that 1-story building on Lincoln?
Yes.
And Have you, I know you served the appropriate notices, but have you talked to the adjacent owner? You'll be pretty close to their building. So just curious if there's been any communication with that property owner.
We've talked to them. I think they participated in our community meeting. And generally speaking, the buildings that are adjacent to us, both on the east and the south, by the way, I should identify it's Rolando Acosta again. They have essentially blank walls adjoining us. In the front, with respect to the building on the south, you will see that there's a slight setback in our building as it goes to the east that will accommodate the sort of mirror what they have on their property. So it creates some separation between the two where they have their back stairs.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I apologize, Chairman. This is the court reporter. If Mr. Mission can just repeat his address.
Sure. 5 East College Drive, Arlington Heights, Illinois, 60004.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll be taking both of these matters under consideration. Now I want to call.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good day. Let's call calendar number 36520Z at 5656 South California Avenue. I believe
Rolando
it is,
Acosta again,
yeah,
Mr. Chairman, here on
Mr.
behalf of
Acosta.
the applicant.
Perfect.
1030 West Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
Great. Thank you.
I believe Omar Perez, who is the owner of the property and the applicant, is here. Mr. Chairman, I should advise you that Mr. Perez is limited in his English, so his son has joined him.
Great.
And will be providing translation services. And I believe we also may have Luis Martinez, the architect for this project.
Okay, great. We'll get the son sworn in as well.
Terrific. If I could, I will proceed to give you a summary as I have with the other cases and then move to the witnesses.
Perfect. Carry on.
So the subject property was a one-story residential building that was constructed many years ago, not by the current applicant or owner of the property, and that was too proximate to its side yard. And as a result, it does not comply with the side yard requirement for the property in terms of the side yard, the individual side yard, and the combined side yard. So the applicant desires a second story addition on the property towards the rear of the property, and that requires a variation that we're seeking today to reduce the side yard setback, and the rear yard setback. And the combined setback. So the side yard setback and the combined setback for this property. The hardship is created by the location of the existing building relative to the zoning requirements. And it is more efficient for the applicant, who is the homeowner, resides on the property with his family. The addition accommodates his extended family as he had more children. And so the hardship here is that if he has to offset the second floor addition, then that would not sit on the current bearing walls, which would dramatically increase his cost, as well as reduce the available space on the second floor, making some of the rooms not really viable as bedrooms. Again, he is the homeowner on the property, lived here for quite a long time, and will be available to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, great.
You can see the current conditions here.
Yeah, let's get him on the record, and then we'll once all of that has occurred, we'll do questions.
Sure. Omar.
Sí, aquí estoy. Yes, I'm here.
Dime también el nombre de tu hijo.
Jesus Perez.
Okay, so I have Omar Perez and Jesus Perez. Omar, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Okay, my name is Omar Perez. My address is 5656 South California, Chicago, Illinois, 60629.
And you are the owner of the property.
Yeah.
You live here with your family.
Yes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Perez. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Contesta. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez, you previously submitted an affidavit to this board summarizing your testimony in this matter. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Rolando, can we please get Mr. Perez's son sworn in as well?
Sure.
Yes, hello. My name is Jesus Perez. I live at 5656 South California, Chicago, Illinois, and I'm son of Omar Perez.
Okay, thank you, Jesus. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And an additional swearing in because you're translating. Do you swear to translate accurately from Spanish to English and English to Spanish, whichever way we're going?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe our architect, Luis Martinez, is also on the call. Let me look and see. Luis?
This is tech support. I don't see Mr. Luis Martinez.
I know that he was having difficulties. So unfortunately, he's had a death in the family.
Okay.
So he was trying to, and he's in Puerto Rico, he's supposed to join us on this call.
Okay. Let's go with questions. You know, it's always best to have the architect here. However, we do have a good amount of information from him in the findings of fact. So, you know, we'll see if there's any questions we can't answer. But Mr. Acosta, at this time, yeah, did you want to cover anything else before we go to questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think it's pretty straightforward. The hardship is the location of the existing, of the one story, the first story, which predates the zoning regulations, being too proximate to the side yard setback or side yard property line, as well as the resulting effect on the combined side yard setback. That creates the hardship, and to not have the variation would require additional cost for the applicant, as well as reduce the usable space in the resulting addition to some extent below what would be required. You can see from this drawing of the second floor that if you move the sidewalls in the required distance, you would end up with bedrooms that are less than, two of them, that are less than 8 feet wide, which is just not a suitable width for a bedroom.
Okay. And just to confirm, is the applicant plans to continue living in this home?
He does.
Okay.
He's been here since, I believe, the
90s,
the early 90s.
Yeah, that's what I have as well. Great. All right, any other questions from the board on this one?
Commissioner Sanchez, I've got a question. Can you talk a little bit about the character of the neighborhood, whether there are other properties in the area that have second stories?
Yes, actually, his immediate neighbor has built a second story, basically the same. And he was able to secure his reduction through an administrative adjustment, so short of a variation, to which the applicant here actually consented, because it's, you know, fits with the character as the families grow down there.
And Mr. Acosta, just so we have it clear, as we consider this, can you clarify which of these additions have already been made
So-
and which are waiting to be made?
So all of these additions have already been made.
Okay, we're getting into compliance. Okay.
And, for good or bad, but because it's the truth, these were built about 7 years ago.
Okay. Mhm.
And we believe that what happened here was the process with the neighbor building his addition. The city noticed this addition.
Okay.
Mr. Perez, unfortunately, 7 years ago was trying to expand his house while his family was growing. His son was being born, one of them, not the one who's currently on the call, and failed to get a permit. So we're trying to go back now and correct the record.
Okay, I see. So yeah, failure to get permits. Okay.
That's not,
Yeah.
however, the hardship. The hardship would have always existed because of the ground floor structure.
Right. Yeah, we're separating those. That makes sense. Any other questions from the board? Okay, it sounds like we've got what we need here, so we'll take this under consideration. Thank you, Mr. Perez, and thank you for. I would have attempted my Spanish, but it's better that I did not. So.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for accommodating Mr. Martinez's unfortunate events.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely. Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, let's move on to the next one, and then I'm going to call a quick recess. Not the lunch recess, but just a quick recess before we get to matter 369. So the next matter up will be matters 366, 367, 368, 20S. Mr. Ash, let me know when you're on the line.
Hello?
Hi, is that Mr. Ash?
Yes, I'm sorry for the delay there. Yes.
No worries at all. Okay, Mr. Ash, before we get started with you, as we're going to be taking all of these matters at once, I'm going to go ahead and read the Department of Planning Development's recommendations for the two special uses. Okay?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so for matter number 36620S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed two-story religious assembly facility with 12 on-site parking spaces provided. Number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Marcos Lignone Chinuch Lubavitch, NFP. Number two, the applicant continues to lease 11 additional off-site parking spaces to meet their overall parking requirements. And number three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 12th, 2020. The site plan and seating plan dated May 26, 2020, the remote parking diagram dated June 10th, 2020, and the proposed site plan dated November 19th, 2020, all prepared by Morgante Wilson Architects Limited.
Yes, and the petitioner is in agreement with those conditions.
Okay, perfect. And now also related to this matter is number 36820S, which this relates to the same matter, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Ash? Okay,
Yes.
great. So for the matter 36820S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the establishment of a required accessory off-site parking lot with 11 parking spaces to serve the proposed religious assembly located at 2825 West Howard, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Marcos Lignone Chinuch Lubavitch, NFP, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the remote parking diagram dated June 10th, 2020, prepared by Morgante Wilson Architects Limited.
Yes, and the petitioner is in agreement with all of those conditions.
Okay, great. Then Mr. Ash, I'll let you take the floor and either give a brief intro or right away get your witnesses on the record.
You introduced it quite well. It's simply a new construction for religious assembly on the property address that you identified. Just want to provide you a brief background that Alderman Deborah Silverstein was quite interested in this project. She desired to have the neighbors review the exhibits that the proposed construction and the uses that were going to be made for this property. We did have a meeting at the alderman's office. She sent out the mailing to the neighboring property owners within 250 feet. We had that meeting late in 2019. So I just wanted to advise the board that we have had contact with the neighboring property owners prior to this hearing today. And with that, I have 3 witnesses who are available to answer any questions you may have, and you could swear them in.
Perfect. Yeah, if you introduce them, I'll get them sworn in.
Okay, Rabbi Meir Moskowitz, is he present?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
if you could state your name and address for the record.
Mayor Moskowitz, 2833 Howard Street, Chicago.
And how are you related to the property?
I am the director of the organization that is building this project. We've been at this property for more than 25 years already.
Great. Thank you, Rabbi Moskowitz. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I affirm.
And Rabbi, you previously submitted an affidavit to the board summarizing your testimony. And if you were to testify today, would it be in conformance with the affidavit you presented with the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes.
Okay, then I have a second witness who is Frederick H. Wilson. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
And can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Fred Wilson from Morganti Wilson Architects at 2834 Central Street in Evanston, and I'm a licensed architect in Illinois.
And were you engaged by the applicant to provide architectural plans for the subject property?
Yes, I was.
And is it true you previously submitted an affidavit to the board summarizing your testimony? And then if you were to testify at this hearing this morning, it would be in conformance with the affidavit presented?
That's correct, yes.
Great.
And my remaining, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I just want to get them sworn
Yes.
in. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And with that, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And my final witness is Kareem. Are you present?
I am.
Okay, and if you can state your name and address for the record.
Kareem Musawir. My address is 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago, 60628.
And were you engaged by the petitioner to provide consultation relating to this property?
I was.
And you previously submitted an affidavit to the board summarizing your testimony. And if you were to testify today, would it be within conformance with the affidavit you presented to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and you could swear him in.
Thank you, Kareem. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I affirm.
Great. All right, so the witnesses are available to answer any questions. I could have the architect briefly go over the house of worship and describe the variation requests that are being made. And it's uniquely related to residential that is directly adjacent to the property. So if Frederick, if you can provide
a
little background on this.
Yeah, if you go back to the site plan, the issue really is that on the west side of the property, we're aligning with the storefronts that are there. So that's the variation for the 3.1 setback on the on the west side. And then what's unique is then the property is a parallelogram. So it starts to increase to the north as we head to the east. The building to the east of us is a residential property, so that we actually follow the setback of the 7.08 on the east side. But where the variance comes into it is the Homeland Security. We've been working with them in terms of security. There's a 30-inch tall planter that runs adjacent to the sidewalk that has steel bollards inside of it for safety, so that a truck or a car can't drive into our building. So that's the 0 setback on the eastern part of the project. Then the side yard setback, we are asking to go from 4 feet down to 2.5 feet. Again, the predominant area is business, but we do have residential next to us. The building is 5 feet from our property lines. We have a 7.5 foot setback, and that only occurs at the sanctuary portion on the east side. The upper part steps back, so we maintain light and vent for the apartments that are immediately east of us. The other variation is then we were able to get 12 parking spaces on the property itself, and then just to the east of us at the southeast corner of California and Howard, we have the additional 11 spaces to fulfill our requirement. And you're seeing on this elevation that 0 setback for that low garden wall that is in the front that has steel bollards every 5 feet inside of it for safety. And then you see the building on the right steps back and aligns with the further buildings that are to our west. So we align that to contextually, we basically are cascading from the west, being aligned with the buildings, to the east, where we step back to relate more to the apartment building.
All right, thank you for that background. And if you would like to ask any additional questions relating to the variations relating to front and side yard, we can answer those.
Yeah, and just for the board's clarification, so as there's a few matters that we're taking all at once, it's 1 variation, which was just described, and then it's 2 special uses. The first special use for the proposed religious assembly in the business district, and the second for the accessory offsite parking. So I think it makes sense if right now we also hear from Mr. Muskowitz in relation to the special use, because I know that you've been at this for some 20 years, just a general history and goal with the project. Why you guys decided to do this, what your hopes for the religious assembly are, etc.
Right. So we've been in this location for more than 25 years as a synagogue and offices. It was a storefront, so it never had the prominent look of a synagogue, and it was a storefront, and then a storefront next to it, and then we needed some more office space, so we got another storefront. So it was a hodgepodge of a location, and now we're putting it together in a more unified, prominent type of way, proper building, and the office, the storage space is designed to be for practical use. And now with COVID, we even have space that we could spread people out. So it will make it more for a more permanent synagogue-like look and a more permanent building that will serve our needs, both the house of worship and the offices that are in the building as well.
Okay, great. And question as it relates to parking, how many people do you expect to be in and out of the synagogue? And when there's overflow, that the parking that's established won't be sufficient for, is there other places to park in the neighborhood?
Well, the parking that we have both on site and then as you saw half a block down at the corner, additional parking space, that's primarily to follow the need, to fulfill the need of the code, because practically speaking, our biggest service is on Saturday, on this Jewish Sabbath. And at that time, we don't drive, we walk. So everyone's walking anyway. So we don't really anticipate that it will even be used too much, but we did it to accommodate the request and the requirements of the zoning. So typically, there will be a few cars for the offices, and the primary bulk of people is Friday night, Saturday morning, which at that time, everyone's walking.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Rabbi.
All right, any questions from the board as it relates to the variation or the special uses?
Yes, this is Jolene Saul. I have a question about the offsite parking. And I understand that it's mainly for code purposes, but can you just talk about what is existing at that site, and if there was a need for parking, if there would be any conflicts with the existing use for the offsite parking?
Well, the rabbi knows quite a bit about that, but it is a restaurant use, and Rabbi, I'd like to have you jump in because I don't believe they're open on Saturday, the day where you're really going to need the parking, if you could clarify that.
Right, so it's a kosher coffee shop, which is closed on Saturdays, which is closed on Friday nights because it's kosher and the Sabbath observing, so they don't use it at that time. And they're primarily open in the morning and during the day. So even in the evenings, they're not open. So if we would ever need, there's plenty of accommodations that we could have there.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Sanchez. Mr. Ash, early in the presentation, you mentioned that there was some outreach with the aldermen and with the community. I think you said there was a meeting. Could you explain what the outcome of the meeting was?
Yeah, there was a meeting that, again, the Alderman Silverstein, she wanted to initiate. So she sent out notices to the neighboring property owners, and whoever was interested did appear. The architect was present at that meeting along with the rabbi, and a presentation was made of what you're seeing in front of you today. No changes were made to what was presented. And whoever attended was happy with the presentation. There was no demands to make any type of revisions. What was submitted, they were happy with, and then we move forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, it doesn't sound like it. Well, thank you all for coming today. It's a really beautiful building and plan. So we will take this under consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you very much.
All right. I now motion to call a 10-minute recess. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. We will reconvene at 12:25 Central Standard Time. Thank you, everyone.
12:25.
11:25. Apologies.
11:25. You said 12. That's why.
I'm very bad with numbers, Commissioner.
Just want to
Toya.
make sure. That's why I said
It's 11. It's 11:23 right
Not
now.
yet. You guys will get lunch shortly, but we will reconvene at 11:35. I can't do any math. So thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank
All right,
you.
bye.
Bye.
Are you all trying to get me to talk? Okay, I apologize.
Walter, we always want to hear your voice.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes. The winds blew my basically have just the recent storms. The winds
can you
have
please
just
mute? I believe we hear you, Ms.
compromised
Radzovich.
the structure.
I'll mute her if. All right, thanks, Camille.
The whole one of the posts came.
She is muted. Okay, I'm going to do that over. I move we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya? Let's make sure Sam's in.
I'm in.
Great. Great.
Toya says yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Sam.
I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
We are reconvened. Who is saying that they can't hear?
Alderman Burnett.
Oh, I can hear now. I had it off. How you
Okay,
doing?
perfect. Good. How are you, Alderman? Just give us a second. Let's do introductions on this matter, and then I know you're going to speak on it. So if okay with council, we'll have you speak at the beginning. Let me just introduce the matter.
Can you tell me, did they speak already? Did the matter?
Nothing yet.
Okay, I like to go after they speak.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm gonna get started. We're now going to view matter 369-20S. All right, and is Ms. Barnes present?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Ms. Barnes, I'm going to give some quick instructions because I don't believe that we have any objectors present here today. So just the typical outline. I have a specific order I would like you to present today. First, identify your witness and their role in the project. Next, if you have an opening or general statement you would like to make, we'll present that. Third, then I would like you to walk the board through how people are flowing into and out of the proposed facility, starting with their arrival at the sidewalk. Next, I want you to walk the board through the process for loading and unloading and how it is supervised. After that, we'll have questions on your security plans, your community meeting, your proposed social equity plan, and how you are meeting miscellaneous regulatory requirements. And finally, we'll open it up to any remaining questions from the board. And on that note, I know Alderman Burnett wants to listen to the presentation and then speak. So I'll leave it up to you all for when you want that to occur.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the outline. Toward that same end, and just to be clear, so I don't waste any of the board's time, once we get to security regulations and social equity, will you desire for those questions to come directly from the board, or did you want me to ask my witnesses to go through any specific details?
Yeah, you can ask them. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. You can ask them and we'll follow.
Okay.
And we'll add on anything that we think is missing. And also, I really quick, because we are doing the recommendations first now. So we're all getting used to that. So I'm going to read DPD's recommendation on this matter.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The Department of, all right, this is for matter 369-20S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary provided, number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the Herbal Care Center Incorporated. Number two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And number three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated June 17th, 2020, prepared by Studio ARQ. With that, I ask that everyone who's not yet speaking, please mute so we don't get any feedback. And Ms. Barnes, you can begin.
Chairman, as one more, I guess, question of procedure, did you want to swear in all of our witnesses at the onset, or did you want to do it one by one as they are introduced?
Yeah, let's swear them in now. I think it's good for us to have an understanding on who's all present before you get started.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to do a quick introduction of myself and then I will introduce the team. So good morning once again, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I'm happy to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant, the Herbal Care Center Incorporated. You may hear me reference the applicant as Herbal Care throughout this hearing. Towards that end, with me here today, we do have 6 witnesses available to testify. On behalf of Herbal Care, their operational manager, Michael Mandera, Herbal Care's security consultant and expert, Ed Farrell, our MAI certified appraiser, Terry O'Brien, our certified land planner and land planning consultant, George Kissel, our traffic consultant, Michael Worthman, and our regulatory and social equity consultant, Brendan Schiller. So, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would ask that you swear in those witnesses, please.
Great. Then if you could just state each of their names and ask them to give their address, I'll get them on the record swearing in.
Sure. Mr. Mandera, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Michael Mandera. Address is 3630 Lawson Road in Glenview, Illinois, 60026.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mandera. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings today?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, may you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Ed Farrell.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Toya. I'm going to
Sure.
recuse myself from this one, okay?
Got it. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Farrell. My address is 700 North Sacramento Boulevard, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Mr. O'Brien, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Terrence O'Brien, maintain offices at 7383 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois. Professional real estate appraiser and consultant.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir, I do.
Great. And to the extent applicable, we acknowledge your expertise based off of past experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kissel, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Name is George Kissel, President Oakland Kissel Associates with offices at 122 South Michigan in Chicago.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Kissel. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Worthman, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Good morning. My name's Michael Worthman. Address is 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Worthman. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we please have Mr. Worthman also acknowledged for his expertise in the area of traffic consulting?
Yes, we acknowledge Mr. Worthman's expertise and have seen the report.
Thank you.
Last but not least, Mr. Schiller, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman and other board members. My name is Brendan Schiller, Schiller. I reside at 2801 South King Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60616.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. That is all the witnesses. So if it pleases the board, I'm happy to proceed with the presentation.
Absolutely. Carry on, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you so much. Just as a matter of quick background, Herbal Care has been operating a very well-regarded medical cannabis dispensary at 1301 Southwestern Avenue for just over 4 years. They recently, in January of 2020, converted the medical cannabis dispensary to a dual use facility by incorporating adult use cannabis into their operations. The proposal at 222 through 224 South Halsted Street will be Herbal Care's secondary adult use cannabis location pursuant to all state and local ordinances. Towards this end, Herbal Care is currently leasing, and if this special use is granted, will be renovating the entire first floor of the existing 3-story building at the subject site. It is important to clarify for the record, Mr. Chairman, that Herbal Care's lease also does include the basement of the existing building. However, after further inspection, conditions within the basement make that area completely inoperable for this particular use. As such, the applicant has not included that area in the plans for the operation of the proposed new dispensary, which are a part of this record, and will not be occupying or utilizing the basement in its proposed operations. The operation of the proposed new dispensary rather will be wholly contained and limited to the first floor of the existing building that you see in front of you. As a matter of towards the same end, although the second and third floors of the existing building, both of which are currently vacant, remain under the exclusive control of the property owner, it is the understanding of Herbal Care that there is no immediate intent by the landlord to occupy those floors. As a matter of short relevant background, before we get into the details of the proposed new operations, the first floor of the subject building, which too is presently vacant, has been operating as a full-service restaurant with event space commonly known at Roditti's for over 20 years. Roditti's had previously operated pursuant to a liquor license and had an overall operating occupancy of almost double that proposed for the new dispensary and much more expansive hours of operation. In its lease with the property owner, it also includes the exclusive use of 4 parking spaces within the surface parking lot immediately adjacent or to the south of the subject building. As well, Herbal Care has executed a lease agreement with the owners of the surface parking lot located directly across the street from the subject property on Halsted, which calls for the exclusive use of up to 12 parking spaces. In even further consideration of this proposal, Herbal Care has executed a third lease agreement with another public parking facility located within a 1-block radius of the subject site, wherein it will have the exclusive right to occupy at least 10 additional parking spaces, so that Herbal Care will have the exclusive use of at least 20 to 25 parking spaces within the immediate proximity to the dispensary. To be clear, however, from an administrative standpoint, pursuant to the Chicago zoning ordinance, Herbal Care is not required to provide any parking in order to permit the operation of its proposed new dispensary at this site. Herbal Care is leasing the subject property and corresponding parking with the intent and desire, if approved by this honorable board and IDFPR, to locate and establish an adult use cannabis dispensary within the first floor of the existing building. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will go ahead and, pursuant to your outline, proceed with my witnesses. Mr. Mandera, you've already stated your name and address for the record. As just a little matter of background to introduce yourself to the board further, you are the principal operational manager for Herbal Care, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that capacity, you oversee every facet of day-to-day operations at your existing facility at Western Avenue, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you've been doing that since 2000. You've been at that facility since 2016 in some sort of employment capacity, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, you are there at the facility day in and day out, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So towards that end, you have pretty intimate knowledge on the operations, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been quite involved and vocal in the programming for the proposed new dispensary on Halsted Street. Is that true?
Yes, actively.
And towards that end, you will be the operational, if the special use is granted by the board today, you will be the operational manager for the proposed new facility in Greektown. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, as the chairman indicated, there are a couple of specific areas that the board would like you to walk them through in order to get them better oriented with the programming for the proposed new dispensary. So with that, Mr. Mandera, can you please walk the board through a typical customer transaction? As the chairman indicated, that's from the time that they enter the facility or arrive at the facility until the time that they exit. Jeanette or Ms. Vasquez, I believe we have a floor plan.
Yes.
Yeah, that will be perfect. So using this exhibit, perhaps Mr. Mandera, may you please walk the board through that transaction?
Yes, no problem. So a customer will come in off of the Halsted entrance. We will have loading and ride share right in front. The customer would walk in through the front door to the reception desk to the right. They will be proceeded through a scan ID there with a quick process. I will have a licensed armed security guard near the double doors, near the entrance of the showroom of the sales floor, where they were not only check IDs, but as well as mitigate customer flow as well. As they come through the double wide door, they will walk down the hallways where we have various display cases. Those display cases will not have live product, but rather more technology driven empty displays for the customers to look at on their way down the hallway. As they near the end of the hallway, I will have a member or two of my staff there with iPad tablets to redirect traffic, as well as help redirect any customer that might not be ready to purchase. We have a designated pre-order shopping area in the rear of the building. If the customer is ready to go, they'll be redirected through our horseshoe POS stations. We feel that 12 POS stations is more than ample to help with our customer flow. Near checkout, they will come around near the same entrance down the other double wide door.
Thank you. And Mr. Mandera, prior to our presentation, the chairman read the recommendations of the Department of Planning and Development regarding any conditions that would be provided if the special use is granted here today. One of those conditions, as we know and appreciate, is that there will be no outside queuing at this facility. You actually chose this particular property due to some of the unique characteristics that would ensure that you will never have outside queuing. Towards that end, with regard to when you may have more than one customer coming to the facility, is it true that two of the unique characteristics are the size of the overall unrestricted operating premises, as well as your ability to have a quite sizable waiting area?
Yes, that is correct. With our current floor plan, with the current social distancing guidelines, we can carefully fit 54 people in the facility. In our waiting area, we anticipate near 8 to 10 people as well. If there is that rare occasion where there is overflow, we do have a tables ready application that is a paging and wait list system, similar to when you go to your favorite restaurant or valet your car, you are notified via text when ready. As well as, like I said, the security officers, one of their jobs as well is to mitigate indirect traffic as well.
Great. And towards that same end, it's quite based on your 4 years of experience at the other facility, including the last several months that you've been operating in a dual use capacity. It's quite rare that you'll have more than 8 to 10 people arriving at the same exact time. Is that true?
That is true.
And the overall time that it takes to check in a customer is generally 30 seconds to a minute and a half. Is that about right?
Yes, that is correct.
And again, all the checking of the IDs and checking in with your reception, all of that occurs wholly within the 4 walls of the facility, correct?
Yes, inside.
You will not have a security agent outside checking IDs, correct?
No, we will not.
Thank you. Secondly, or towards that same end, getting on to loading and deliveries, in particular regard to the ride shares and the loading, which will occur at the front. Roditti's restaurant had a loading zone out front, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that was to accommodate for valet parking, I believe. Is it true that if this proposal or if the special use is granted, that Herbal Care would be reactivating that loading zone?
Yes, that is the plan.
Great. And that would be a designated area for ride shares or drop-offs of
Yes.
Pedestrians and customers?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I will have you touch on the deliveries as well, Mr. Mandera, please, and then we can have Mr. Farrell expand on that with regard in particular to security. But Ms. Vasquez, if you could show, there's a slide that shows the rear of the building. It's load. It's a rendering of the rear of the building. Yep, right there. Thank you so much. Mr. Mandera, the image that is shown on the screen is of the new Sally port that your design team and your security team came up with to provide for and ensure that all of the deliveries are not only done wholly on site, but that they are enclosed for the safety not only of your staff and the dispensary, but also the public. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you explain to the board how your deliveries and tenders will generally occur?
Yes, so a delivery, we will be notified a day or two in advance with a rough time frame. Additionally, the licensed cultivator will give us a call anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes in advance, so we are prepared and the security team is ready. With this enclosed Sally port, the licensed delivery driver would back in to the garage, close. We will have licensed security on both ends of the delivery as well as receiving. Once receiving, it would be oversought from a licensed agent in charge through the dispensary, as well as licensed security. Inventory will be counted and brought in through a restricted access area. At no point will any customer or patron have access to that product nor see that product. And we will bring it in safely and enter it to the system to be sold on the sales floor.
Perfect. And Ms. Vasquez, I'm sorry to have you bouncing around. There's a plat of survey that was also provided as part of the presentation package. Okay, thank you. I just want to make it clear to the board. If you see at the top left of the plat of survey, there's a little notch behind the existing building. That's a paved area. That's currently a paved area that is wholly within our site boundary. So it's not within the public alley. That is where the proposed new Sally port, within where the new Sally port will be erected. So again, all of the deliveries will occur solely within the boundaries of our property and will not encumber the public alley in any way. With that, Mr. Chairman, I was going to move on pursuant to your outline to security. However, if you did have any other operational questions for Mr. Mandera that you wanted to put forth at this time, I'd be happy to keep him on for another moment.
Yeah, thank you. We'll circle back at the end with questions broadly, so we can keep going.
Perfect. Thank you. Then Mr. Farrell, again, you've already been introduced to the board. You are one of the principals of Silver Star Protection Group, is that right?
That's correct.
And you are the chief security officer and consultant for the applicant Herbal Care Center. As well, your company works with many other dispensaries, not only in and throughout the state of Illinois, but also in 2 other states in the United States. Is that true?
That's correct.
And you've actually appeared and testified before this very zoning board on previous occasions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's in your capacity as an expert in the security industry?
Yes.
Thank you. Again, just for the sake of efficiency and time, you were responsible, you've been working with Herbal Care since 2016 when they opened their first dispensary, and you are responsible for the programming of the security plan, not only for that facility, but for the new proposed facility on Halsted Street. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you very broadly, but with enough detail to familiarize the board, walk them through your multi-tiered security plan that includes not just technology, but manual improvements, as well as your personnel and just the general programming, of course, not sharing any confidential information, but just the general programming for the new facility?
Yes, I'd be happy to. One of the things I think Sarah pointed to is THCC uses a multi-layered security approach, which is the most effective and it's superior. What that means is there are many fail safes in the system, and I'll walk you through them. I think one of the big things THCC does differently than most is they really engage in the community, meaning they see themselves as a partner in the community with other businesses. They share information with them, they network with them, and they see it from a holistic approach. As we start getting into the specifics of the facility, it all starts with a secure and closed facility. So the entire facility will have locks, electronic locks on the exterior. They will be completely compliant with all of the locks between, as stated in the law, going from public to limited access and limited to restricted access. They will all have locks, and it will keep unauthorized access from occurring in the facility. They will also have, at night, security roll down gates on all exterior doors, which will mitigate unauthorized entry into the facility. If you look at the diagram, I think when you come into the public access area, it is a very pretty man trap, which means we can control the access very efficiently from a design standpoint for the facility and control the flow of customers through that.
One moment, sorry, Mr. Farrell. Ms. Vasquez, my apologies again. That one, I think that'll work. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that one's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And as you guys can see from the, let's call it the waiting area, that is what's called public access. You can see there's locking doors all the way into the showroom and into restricted access, preventing and mitigating all unauthorized access. In addition, they have security infrastructure, and I'll go through that at a real high level. Obviously, they're going to have camera system. They have a very robust camera system that covers every inch of the facility that's not precluded by law, which is basically all rooms a person can go, except for bathrooms. Their exterior cameras are extremely high resolution. They have an extremely high resolution rate. They're able to function at night. They're IR, so they can see in the dark. And they can also read license plates in the facility. As you can see from, and I don't know if we want to go to the exterior cameras, Sarah.
Yeah, Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Thank you. It's perfect.
This diagram does a great job of depicting the robust camera system they will be employing on the exterior. As you can see, they'll be able to see not only the exterior of their business, but down the street, across in the parking lots and behind the facility. They'll be able to quickly identify anything suspicious that is happening outside the facility. In addition to cameras, they will have access control. For lack of a better term, in simple terms, that is card readers on doors. What that does is it also prevents unauthorized access, but it also provides a forensic accounting of all movement in the facility for people. In addition to the cameras, they will also have what's called video recording. State law requires them to have it stored 90 days on site. That video recording will be able to do just about anything with its software, meaning being able to export pictures, images, videos in multiple formats as needed. In addition to the cameras and access control, they will also have alarm systems. I'll go through them real quickly without getting into them, but they'll have burglar, hold up, duress alarms, motion detectors, glass break sensors, and tinted shatterproof film on all exterior windows. All security components will have a battery backup system of at least 8 hours. They will have a failure notification system, so if something's malfunctioning, immediately the principals in the organization and myself will get a text letting us know. All that security equipment will be maintained monthly and inspected by an alarm contractor. Interiorly, they will have a vault that it exceeds all DEA diversion guidelines for securing controlled substances. Michael walked us through very well the Sally port on the exterior, which is going to be a secure delivery of cannabis. And then finally, I'll dovetail into our security guards. We provide armed security officers for the facility. In this facility, there will be 2 guards. Real quickly, we thoroughly vet our guards. It's a very extensive background investigation. We look for guards with prior military experience. Obviously, they have a skill set that transfers very well, or guards with prior experience in security. This is not something we put a new person in. All of our guards have all the licensing, which would be FCC and PERC cards, and they're trained in things that range from customer service, de-escalation tactics, preventing theft, loss, or diversion, closed circuit TV, responsible vendor training, all rules and regulations in the cannabis space, emergency management, report writing, ID verification. Their duties real quickly are to provide security for the facility. At opening, they sweep the facility and make sure it's safe for people to come in. They complete an opening checklist to make sure that the facility is meeting state guidelines. We will have 2 guards on duty at all times. As Michael mentioned earlier, there'll be 1 in the entry vestibule man trap and 1 in the facility. The guard in the entry space, the public access, will also have a station where it can view the exterior cameras and will be able to keep an eye on all exterior movement to the facility. Our guards will also do randomized patrols on the exterior of the facility at irregular intervals, so it's not predictable. They'll provide security during deliveries. They'll manage customer flow, insurance, social distancing, prohibit consumption on the property, and at closing, sweep the facility to make sure that it is clear and walk employees or patrons to cars as necessary.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your explanation of this robust security programming, Mr. Farrell. Is it safe to say then, based on your professional experience, that you believe the security plans and mechanisms that you just described to the board will function to keep the facility and the staff safe?
Yes.
Towards that end, and along these same lines, is it true that the security plan and you believe that the security plan and mechanisms will have an even more far-reaching benefit on the overall safety and public welfare for the community?
I do.
Lastly, but towards these very same ends, is it true, Mr. Farrell, that as part of the state licensing procedures and process that the state police will actually come to the facility and inspect your security plan with you?
That is correct.
And you must pass that inspection in order for Herbal Care to receive its license from the state, is that correct?
That is correct.
And even above and beyond that, it is your policy to meet with the operational and management teams for Herbal Care on an ongoing and regular basis to reevaluate your policies and your security plan in order to ensure that you are constantly striving for and meeting the industry best practices. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Farrell. I don't have any further questions for you at this time. Stay tuned for the board though. So with that, and pursuant to the chairman's outline, Mr. Schiller, if you can please come back on board.
Of course, Ms. Barnes.
Hi. So quickly, but not too quickly, Mr. Chairman would like to have you perhaps address again, kind of broadly, but not overly so, both the regulatory and social equity components of this particular license. I know it's slightly different for this first round of secondary sites, but you have been working with Herbal Care for many, many years now. And it's my understanding that they were actually one of the first companies and dispensaries to meet all of the social equity goals before they were even mandated by the state. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I participated in the Herbal Care Center's drafting of its original application back in the fall of 2014. Even before the state drafted its requirements, its specifications for what meets social equity in state law, organically, the Herbal Care Center was meeting that. Because of the commitments we made in our original application back in 2014, we consistently hire from the community. And currently 80% of all management staff are people of color. And the clear majority of all staff come from what's called disproportionately impacted community areas. And that was the case prior to even that being defined, prior to even there being a state definition for social equity. From the moment we've opened, because of our hiring practices and the manner we operate in the community, we've met that standard and we've continued to meet that standard. And in fact, the THC Center is a social equity applicant for the new round of licenses because of that.
So Herbal Care has every intention to continue to operate in that fashion and to continue to advance the goals of social equity with their new facility. Is that true?
It is simply a part of our structure, our culture, and our makeup that we want to hire from the community, have management from the community, and operate in an interest that serves the larger, not only business interests, but frankly, the political and cultural interests of marijuana legalization and what is owed to the community as a result of the product of that kind of history. So the short answer is yes, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller. And Herbal Care has made commitments to continue to work with the local community organizations in and throughout Greektown, as well as Alderman Burnett, on continuing to meet and exceed these goals. Is that right?
Yeah. So again, there's both state, since we are a social equity license holder and applicant by state law, there's both state legal and regulatory requirements, but we've gone beyond that and we've made specific commitments to the local community to be engaged in the community in various ways that we think are full benefit to the community.
Wonderful. And then just lastly, regarding regulatory elements of this application, like you indicated, you were very active and actually prepared their initial application with the state back in 2016, and you will be also fostering their new application for the proposed Halsted Street location with the state of Illinois. So you're very familiar with the regulations. The cannabis business organization industry is one of the most highly regulated industries in the country. Is that right?
In this state, it's definitely more highly regulated than the average business.
And as part of those regulations, we kind of already heard some of the inspections that take place, but just from a more local and community standpoint, can you just walk the board through some of the limitations? For instance, there's no on-site consumption that's allowed. There's no consumption of products in a public space or a public area. Can you just quickly run the board through the kind of facts on the local and state cannabis laws?
Sure, as briefly as I can. So yes. Again, the initial application was in 2014. This is an entity that's been inspected by the state, gets inspected at least half a dozen times a year, if not more often. There's a direct fee to the Illinois State Police. Every single inch of both their existing dispensary and this dispensary that come online has to be viewable at any given time through cameras by the Illinois State Police and by IDFPR. So there are multiple regulatory agencies and law enforcement agencies viewing everything that's going on any given time. That's more than you would get in banking and currency exchanges and liquor stores, so on and so forth. In terms of, you did raise one issue. There would be consumption on premises allowed only if there was a separate room, separately licensed and allowed by the city. We have not sought that. We're not excluding that as a possibility, but that's a separate kind of nascent area in both state and city law that's being developed and discovered, and we're not seeking it at that time. There, as I'm sure the board knows, there's been extensive modifications over the last year through a process that include both community activists and industry at the city in terms of what some of the city ordinances are and what some of the state law is. But the state law is really clear. There is no public consumption in general. There are really tight limitations on the amount of sale, which really prevent any large scale sales and large cash sales. I think there's been a misnomer since 2014 in the Cole letter. There is actually banking and credit card sales allowed. And so there's not nearly as much cash as people perceive there to be in this industry. That's one of the more exaggerated portions of this industry. It is a very professional industry that's trying to remove all of the legacy of the real failed war on drugs in a way that is highly regulated and is more regulated than any locally licensed business I'm aware of.
Thank you. Just to be clear, super clear, there is no on-site consumption intended at this site at this time and no pending application for the same. Is that true?
That's accurate. I just wanted to make it clear that it's not that it's not allowed, it's just not intended at this time at all.
And if Herbal Care were to pursue such a license and permit, they would have to come before this board again and go through the community process again. Is that your understanding?
It would have to be another process. That's correct.
Yeah, and as of note, I think that currently it's not allowed by the city.
It's not yet. It's been drafted, but not ratified. You're correct, Mr. Chairman. So along those same lines and just kind of finishing up on Mr. Schiller's testimony, the Herbal Care team did go through a very extensive community review process that started with reaching out to two of the largest community organizations in Greektown, the Greektown Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Greektown SSA. They also hosted the statutory community meeting, which was 3 hours long and held in both a physical and virtual format on July 28th. Almost all of the faces you see here today participated in that community meeting. As well, we had 2 virtual meetings with the Greektown SSA, where certain modifications to the plans and commitments were made to continue to work again with the SSA moving forward. And we're very pleased to come to the hearing today with letters of support from both the Greektown Chamber of Commerce and the Greektown SSA, which have been tendered to the board. As well, we do have letters of support from at least 11 other businesses in the neighborhood and residents. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I do have available to testify, as you heard, Mr. Terry O'Brien, Mr. Michael Worthman, and Mr. George Kissel. All of those witnesses have made findings and opinions based on their different roles in the review of this proposal. All of those findings and opinions have been reduced to writing in reports, which were tendered to this board prior to the hearing. So I'm confident in saying that they would testify consistent to those reports, but they are available to answer any specific questions.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barnes. And, you know, if it makes sense to you, because we do all have a pretty good understanding, it was a thorough report presented to us. Is this a good time, do you think, for Alderman Burnett to speak?
I am totally comfortable with that. I would absolutely defer to the alderman. I don't know if he's interested in hearing any questions that the board may have, but I absolutely defer to the alderman on that.
Yeah, Alderman, are you present at the moment?
I am present, Mr.
Great.
Chairman. I'd like to hear you all's questions, and if I
Sure.
can speak afterwards, maybe you'll cover what I was going to say.
Okay, good.
So we are ready and available for questions.
Okay, I'll defer questions from the board at this time. Okay, well, oh, go ahead, Jolene. Thank you, or Commissioner Saul.
Yep. Hi, this is Jolene Saul. My question is in reference to Mr. Schiller's comments, but he doesn't necessarily need to be the one to answer. But he referenced the community a lot. I know this is in Greektown, but in terms of employment and engaging the community, just looking for you to define that and whether that goes beyond Greektown or not. What are you envisioning?
Well, I'll step up and answer it. I want to be clear. When I talked about the disproportionately impacted areas, I meant mostly Black and brown, mostly Black and Latino communities on the south and west side. We hire for both dispensaries. primarily from those communities. We did that before state law required us to, but because we're a social equity licensed operation, we're now required to do that. And so that's where we hire from. That's where we try to hire from.
Thank you for the clarification.
And Commissioner Saul, even advancing on that just a bit more, and Mr. Mandera can certainly step in if he'd like. We do intend to continue our commitments to work with the different Greektown organizations, but Greektown is just a smaller facet of the West Loop, I would say. So we also have been in communications and contact with the West Central Association, which is the Chamber of Commerce for the West Loop, and as well as the other West Loop organizations. So this will have a much broader reach, and so will our involvement within the community.
Thanks. Yeah, I was more concerned about hiring and that it would go beyond the West Loop, frankly. So
We absolutely will.
Okay, one question that I would like to hear a little bit more on, and I know you touched on it, but just because it's been an issue in past applications is, I know there's been good talks with community groups and you guys had your community meetings. What have the behind the scenes discussions been with the restaurants? I know there are a bunch of restaurants right in this, this nearby vicinity.
Yeah, as I indicated, actually, I believe 3 or 4 of the letters of support came from the adjacent restaurants, including the restaurant that we basically share a wall with, Athena. So we've been working very closely with those business owners, all of whom are members of the Chamber and the SSA. In fact, we received a phone call from the owners of another one of the local restaurants just the other day, just thanking us for all the improvements we're going to be bringing to the neighborhood. But part of that is apparently there used to be a business that operated either in the subject building or nearby that caused some concerns in the back alley. So as a result of the improvements that we're making, both with our security cameras and surveillance system, as well as that Sally Port for deliveries, the community was excited to hear that that should be a deterrent for any future conduct occurring in and around that alley. And we'll also be freeing up the alley for the other businesses to do their loading and unloading, because they do not have the convenience of having that extra area like we do on site. Moreover, part of our commitments with the other businesses and the local chambers is to work with them on increasing patronage throughout the community. So as Michael indicated earlier, if there is a rare circumstance where we have multiple people arriving at one time, or occupancy just doesn't support the number of people that would like to enter the facility, we are going to offer coupons from other adjacent businesses, restaurants included, that perhaps they can go and patronize one of the local restaurants or retail stores. So it should further bolster and spread throughout the community. It's very unlikely that people are going to come to the neighborhood just to go to the dispensary. So we feel that, and based on our communications with the other businesses, that kind of all the boats shall rise together, and that this will be an added increased pedestrians and patronage throughout Greektown and West Loop area, both to the restaurants and other civic and civic events and businesses.
Okay, yeah, that actually kind of touches on another question I had, because I know you're not doing outdoor queuing and there is substantial room within the building for an indoor queue, but we still worry about overflow, just, being that customer who's kind of like, where do I go? So before any of these, kind of like couponish programs get into place, do you have a vision of where those people might end up?
This block of Halsted in particular is lined with other retail establishments and businesses and restaurants. So I would believe they would go back into those businesses. By no means are they going to be congregating in the adjacent parking facilities, which will be monitored not only by our security staff, but also Herbal Care, the surveillance system that you saw the image. As well, the tables only app, I can have Mr. Mandera explain that a little better to the board. Many of you have probably used it for restaurants. It's used by restaurants. So I'll let Mr. Mandera explain that to you because they've been using it at their current location whenever they have the rare occurrence that there's more people that want to get in than they can fit. So Mr. Mandera.
Yes, no problem. So the tables.
Chairman through that.
Yes, no problem. So Mr. Chairman, the wait list and paging system Tables Ready is simply your name and phone number, and then a text message with an approximate time where your reservation may be ready. This is something we're actively utilizing throughout the pandemic when social distancing and whatnot. It proved to be very effective. Both my medical and recreational customers are very appreciative of this, and I foresee no issues with it moving forward to Halsted.
And along those lines, Mr. Mandera, as indicated, the current dispensary has the occupancy, even with social distancing, for 54 individuals at a single time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And based again on your 4 years of working at the other facility, even during your most peak hours and days, such as January 1st and the week thereafter when everything became legal and some of the other holidays, so to speak, at most in your facility, you generally will have 30 to 40 individuals. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So there should really not be a circumstance or a time when there would be a need for outside queuing or for you to have to incorporate that tables only or send people away. Is that right?
That is correct, but it's something we will continue to pay for in the rare circumstance.
Okay, and you also have the capability and were at one point utilizing a reservation system, is that correct?
Yes, correct. It's within the same Tables Ready application.
Perfect. So you can very easily pivot and incorporate that back into your daily operations if that's necessary. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Great, thank you.
Okay, good. And I actually, because you've touched a bit on the social distancing for customers, which is great. I know that THC, which by the way, clever acronym, is planning on 60 to 70 transactions per hour. So, and you also noted that I think it was 70 to 80% of the employees that you're going to be employing are people of color. Do you have a strong plan in place for keeping your employees safe from the pandemic? 60 to 70 transactions in an hour is obviously heavy flow. And I just wonder, beyond masks, how we can make sure to protect those people.
Sure, I'm happy to expand. So at our current operation, I believe we're the first, if not one of the first, to install plexiglass system in our facility. We have a large supply of gloves and masks readily available for any employee that may need. I also have hand sanitizing stations at each register and POS station, as well as at the front desk. Additionally, at the front desk, I have hand temperature guns, as well as a technology system that defines facial recognition that a mask is being properly worn. Proceeding that approval, there is a temperature reader on that same device. And additionally, my staff is instructed to be cleaning and wiping down throughout the day continuously.
Okay, good. And, I think it's just like, good business going forward to when you start operating, if and when you start operating, vocalizing your commitment to your employees to keep them safe.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I'm there nearly every day, and I want the same safe environment that I would want for the customers as well as my staff. So it's something very important to us for sure.
Great. Okay, other questions from the board? Okay, Alderman Burnett, maybe if we can hear from you on this matter, and that might even spark more questions from the board because, as we know, you're very involved in the community process in your ward with these dispensaries. So if you're here, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals Committee. Thank you all for your civic service. I know you guys get paid a lot of money. I'm so envious of you guys, all that dough y'all making over there. I appreciate your questions in regards to these facilities. Of course, we did have a community meeting. I attended it. It was a very robust community meeting. It was a very diverse community meeting. We did have a lot of people, African Americans from the West Side, folks concerned about employment, but also about ownership in these facilities, as African Americans are all over the city. You know, seeing as though that more African Americans have been arrested for marijuana, convictions than anyone else in this city. People feel a certain way about African Americans having part ownership as they make these things legal. I will say from that meeting, we did have a conversation with the owners. I know, you know, Mr. Mandera, his sons are half Puerto Rican. I know he's a veteran. You know, I know they do meet some of the social equity qualifications, but at the same time, you know, our concern is about African Americans being involved. As you know, Mr. Chairman, from coming before you a couple of times, and that, you know, we try to encourage social equity dispensaries to figure out a way to include African Americans as part ownership, and some of them get very creative. They get creative with either renting from them, they get creative of either allowing them to be, you know, general managers and get a part of the profits. You know, they come up with a whole bunch of different ways of coming up with things. Me and Mr. Mandera have been talking for a long time. Matter of fact, before he opened up his dispensary on Ogden, his first dispensary, he was looking at a spot in the Fulton Market. And, you know, we've started conversations early on years ago about inclusion. And, you know, when he did open the one up on Ogden, he did utilize a group that I work with to hire some folks from the community. Although that dispensary was not in my community, he utilized someone to hire folks from the community. I would hope that he would utilize those folks to hire people for this dispensary if they do get their license. You know, Greektown Chamber of Commerce, West Loopgate, West Central Association, all of those folks don't have connections to the African American community counselor. When folks ask about hiring people and working with people in the community, they're talking about the people on the West Side and the people on the South Side. They're talking about Black people. That's what they're talking about, Sarah. So you need to understand and recognize that. I know you don't have to deal with these communities that much, but that's what people are concerned about, and that's what people are talking about. So I will hope that he will work with the groups that I suggest in order to make sure folks are working on in this facility, because I'm very serious about this issue. Now, you know, in deliberation with Mr. Mandera and pushing him as I push all of these dispensaries to figure out a way to include some African Americans, he assured me that he will. I've been knowing him for a long time. We've been friends for a long time. I hope that this dispensary don't come between our friendship, right? Because this is bigger than a relationship. This is about people and the suffering that people have been through. And it means a lot to myself and people in the African American community. So I hope something will happen where we can figure out a way to allow for some African Americans to have some type of piece of this dispensary. And he assured me that he would. He's always have been a man of his word, and I hope that he would keep it. One of my words is that I won't be happy if it's not. And, which, can mean a lot of things, and I don't want to put it on the record. But I will hope that he would keep his word, because words mean a lot in this business. So they do have a number of African Americans working at their other dispensary, probably predominantly African Americans working over there, and I appreciate that. And as I said, he's always been a man of his word, and I look forward to him keeping his word on figuring out a way in the near future, so that an African American can become part of this dispensary. And I'm sure that if not, I'm sure he's going to try to get other dispensaries in the future. I will guarantee you, if it don't happen, I'll be here at the next one that he's going to try to get, and express that his word wasn't good. So you shouldn't believe anything that they say. So with that, but I'm giving him a benefit of the doubt, because his word has always been good with me. And I appreciate the effort and the things that he's suggested that he would try to do in order to include some African Americans as part of this. The community overall supported this dispensary. From the people that live in the neighborhood and in the surrounding area, this would be, I would say right now, as it stands, the 27th Ward probably have online more dispensaries getting ready to open up than any other ward in the city of Chicago. Just off the top of my head, I think about maybe 5 or 6 so far, and probably more to come. I hope that with the Manderas, with the other application that they have in with the 75, they will make sure that they have African-American partners also, so that they can just be fair about this situation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I support this, and I expect bigger and better things to come out of this in the future. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you all asking your questions. I appreciate the young lady asking her questions. Be a little stronger and hard on them, if I may suggest. Thank you all very much. As an African American, you need to, because no one to give us anything. We have to push to get it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Burnett. And I know I've said this to you before, but thank you for coming and explaining that to everybody. It's really good when we get the alderman insight into the specifics of what the community conversation is, and also you're designing where it goes next as we go into this next year of dispensaries. So with that, I'll give the mic back to Ms. Barnes to see if she has anything else. And if not, I'll give one final chance for the board to ask any additional questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Alderman Burnett, for your insight once again. Articulates your community so well. And I apologize if you didn't hear earlier when I was listing the community groups. The 27th Ward office, your office, is first and foremost who we are most committed to. So Mr. Mandera is not here today. However, obviously Michael is. I can attest, and I will attest, that they will continue to work with your office towards the hiring goals. Absolutely, we do need to be connected to those different neighborhoods. And as you so articulated, some of the community organizations in the immediate area cannot do that for us. So we will be continuing to be knocking on your door and working with you towards those, not just hiring, but other benefits that can seep into those other neighborhoods that have been so disproportionately impacted, for which I know you are a great connection. So we will continue to do that, and we'll make sure that Mr. Mandera is very good on his word. With that, I don't have anything too much more to say. If Michael Mandera would like to say anything, I would allow him to respond. Otherwise, we're happy to continue to answer questions or close.
I would just like to say thank you to Mr. Chairman and the rest of the board for the opportunity. We're excited for the potential to be a part of the neighborhood and help each other prosper. And we will most definitely reach those hiring goals that Alderman Burnett did discuss. And I appreciate everybody's time today.
Okay, any final questions from the board, or else we'll move on? Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll take this matter into consideration, and thank you for all the hard work that went into this application.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And all the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I would like to do before we break for to allow people to eat something is to get through the next two matters, which is the same applicant at two different locations. So the next matter I would call, therefore, is 37020S at 1431 North Ashland.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure I'm still advanced on that. I was the managing attorney for those two applications. This is Sarah Barnes. I'm gonna have my colleague step in because I'm about to lose my voice. And my colleague Daniel Box, I'm going to have present those two matters if that pleases the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then if Mr. Tech Support, if you could advance Daniel Box in my stead, and then I will return for my other case. Thank you so much.
In meantime, I will read the department's recommendation on this matter. So for matter 37020S, applicant Room Inc. or RUUM Incorporated, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon.
Great. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. And before we begin, just as a housekeeping matter, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I realized that I failed to include in my username the call number of the matters that I will be handling today. So I don't seem to be able to edit that. If I'm happy to continue raising my hand anytime a matter that I'm going to be covering might arise. Otherwise, I'm happy to communicate to tech support which matters I'll be handling today.
Okay, yeah, you can raise your hand. We'll we can sort it out quickly when it comes up. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Daniel Box. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Room Inc. The applicant is the landlord of the grade level retail space at the subject property located at 1431 North Ashland Avenue. The applicant is proposing to establish a hair and nail salon within that space. The proposed hair and nail salon will operate as a cooperative group of private salon suites, which the applicant will rent out to beauty professionals, in this instance, to hairstylists and nail technicians on an individual basis. In order to permit the proposed hair and nail salon, we're here seeking a special use because there is at least one other personal service use located within 1,000 feet of the subject property. There will be two witnesses testifying today, the manager of the applicant, Alexandra Dubovic, and our appraiser, Joe Ryan. And with that, I'd like to call my first witness. Alexandra, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, sorry, Dan, too. My internet seemed to have dropped out. So if you referred to me in any way, apologies. If not, it seems like we can hear each other now. So we'll get everyone on the record.
Perfect. Thank you. Alexander, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. Alexandra Dubovic, and the address is 905 West Castlewood in Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
And you're the manager of the applicant for the special use for 1431 North Ashland, is that right?
That's correct.
And the property is improved with a 4-story mixed-use building with residential units above and a retail unit at grade, correct?
That's correct.
You are the landlord of the first floor retail space of the subject property, is that right?
That's correct.
And again, you're proposing to locate a hair and nail salon within that space, correct?
That's correct.
And real quick, Dan, let me swear Alexandra in. Alexandra, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But more specifically, Alexandra, the proposed salon will operate as a cooperative group of private salon suites, is that right?
Yes.
Which means that you will be renting out each suite to independent beauty professionals on an independent basis, correct?
Yes.
With each beauty professional responsible for securing and maintaining his or her own clientele, right?
Yes.
And with each beauty professional free to set his or her own hours of operations.
That's correct.
However, as the landlord, you will restrict those hours to sometime between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
Because each salon tenant will have varying hours, the general entrance to the suites will be locked at all hours of the day. Is that right?
Correct.
And upon their arrival, clients will gain access to the suites by ringing for their particular beautician, who in turn will be able to observe them through a security camera and buzz them in, right?
That's correct.
Great. And just to be clear, Alexandra, the entrance to the salon suites is entirely separate and independent from the entrance to the general building used by residents to access their units, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in sum, as the landlord, your responsibility will be limited strictly to managing the property, including the cleaning and general upkeep of the common areas of the salon suites, right?
Yes, that's correct.
As such, you will be present on site to oversee and maintain the premises several days of the week. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, you yourself will not cut hair or nails, right?
Correct. No.
Nor will you act in any way as a beautician at the salon.
No, that's correct.
In fact, as the landlord, you will not pursue the business licensing for the space, but instead will leave that pursuit to each salon tenant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you, of course, will remain available to the salon tenants on an immediate and full-time basis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Alexandra, it is true that this will be your first attempt to own and operate a hair and nail salon. Is that right?
That's right.
However, you do have many years of experience as the landlord of several other properties, which include commercial units and tenants, correct?
That's correct.
And you intend to operate the proposed salon suite. And what's more, you have consulted with many business contacts in the hair and nail salon suite industry prior to submission for your special use application in this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you intend to operate the proposed salon suites in the same or substantially the same manner as other established beauty salons of similar concept, right?
That's right.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And that means, for example, that you will only rent out your salon suites to professional beauticians properly licensed in their trade, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Lastly, Alexandra, I want to ask you just a few quick questions about parking. Is it your understanding that there is no on-site parking requirement under the zoning ordinance for the proposed salon?
That's right.
Nevertheless, the subject site is located along the Ashland Avenue CTA bus route, correct?
That's correct.
It is also your understanding that it is located within 1,570 linear feet of the Division CTA Blue Line rail station, correct?
That's correct.
And there is also ample street and metered parking located along Ashland Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
What's more, your research and due diligence in creating the business plan for the salon anticipates that well over 80% of the patrons will be residents of the immediate area and as such will walk to the property. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. And Alexandra, the subject storefront is currently vacant and unoccupied. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it has been vacant and unoccupied for over 3 years, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to call my second witness, Mr. Joe Ryan.
Sure. And Dan, just so you know, we're going to have some questions, but I think it makes sense to get Mr. Ryan available first. But we're going to have some questions regarding the structure of who holds the licenses. So we can go to Mr. Ryan now, and we'll circle back.
Fantastic. Thank you. Joe, are you there?
I am.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And Mr. Ryan, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thanks.
And Joe, you've testified before this board in the capacity as an MAI certified appraiser several times, and that's correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the subject property located at 1431 North Ashland Avenue?
I am.
Great. And the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use will comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the zoning ordinance, correct?
That's correct.
Joe, you prepared a written report further explaining your findings, is that right?
I did.
And your report was submitted and served as a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness at this time. That concludes our case in chief, and we'd now be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so just to clarify, and we might actually have Steve Valenziano speak on this topic from the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, what I hear from you is the applicant wants to hold a special use, but also require her tenants who are hairstylists to hold individual special use permits.
Chairman?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, this is Steve Valenziano with the Department of Planning and Development.
Thank you, Steve.
So if you're asking me what we have done in the past with these salon suites is...
And Steve, actually, sorry, let me swear you in really quickly. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Appreciate it.
So again, what we've done in the past with these types of businesses, with these salon suites, is we have had the suites business owner be the applicant. They've gotten the special use, but they have stated on the record and in their plans how many suites they would have within their establishment. And in certain cases, we've had them actually break it down to where how many of them are going to be nail salons, how many of them will be body art or microblading suites, and so on. But if they were primarily microblading, then they'd become under a body art service that would require a separate special use. If they were massage, again, that would require a separate special use. But any of the barbershops, hair salons, beauty salons, whatever, all of those cosmetic things, those were always allowed then to fall under the umbrella. Those new business licenses, individual business licenses, would be able to fall under the umbrella of the salon suites special use. That's how we've done it. So each person does not have to get their own unless they're a more intensive or separate use, like I said, like body art service or massage.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me. Dan, is that how you understand this to be happening as well?
Yes, that's exactly right, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that changes. I think we're good there, but I'll ask Steve if more questions come up, because I think it touches on a chain of liability, and so I want to ask the question of the applicant about COVID protocols for each of these tenants, because my understanding is, as the special use holder, you will be required to enforce these restrictions from your tenant.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. So we would require everybody to continue to wear masks, whether in the common areas or in the individual suites, to use hand sanitizer. All appointments will be booked in advance, and individual salon suite owners, tenants will not be allowed to have more than the allotted appointment or person in the suite at any given time. We will provide ample, hand sanitizer and masks and gloves and things of that nature in the common areas in the event people forget. And the common areas will be cleaned and sanitized at least 6 times a week. We have 2 entrances and exits, so we can kind of keep, people moving. And these are quite boutique spaces, so I don't foresee too much traffic at any given point, given that there's only at this location 10 suites and 2 of which are doubles. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. That's good to hear. And also, just to clarify, so I know that your vision is for the salon suites to be for hair services. Do you intend bringing in any other services?
So at this location, I think I would be allowed to do hair, nails, and basic cosmetics, facials, things of that nature. So we're only applying for 1 special use as it's allowed under the zoning.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the only use that I would intend for this location.
Okay, great. And you understand that if you ever go outside that special use, as Steve from Department of Planning and Development noted, for example, microblading, procedures like that you will need to come back, or the tenants will need to come back and get a special use for that service.
Correct. Yes, I understand.
Great. All right. Now that that's clarified, questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. The walls between the suites, the individual suites, are they full or partial walls?
These are full walls, and each suite has its own dedicated supply and return run. And we're installing a heat recovery unit, which basically circulates, does not recirculate any air. So we're bringing in 100% fresh air into each suite.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, just to get it on the record, because I know what Steve had mentioned about the applicant mentioning how many the number of suites that will actually be present and the number of salon suite tenants that they intend to have in order to do the business licensing as we're proposing to do it. I want to go ahead and make sure that it is on the record, that number. So let me go ahead and ask Alexandra quickly. You're proposing to establish 10 salon suites within this proposed location. Is that right, Alexandra?
Yes, it's 10. There will be 10 shampoo bowls, let's say. 2 of the suites are doubles. So if 7 through 8 and 9 through 10, those are actually double suites for maybe an operation that has 2 stylists instead of 1. So technically, the way that it's fitted right now, you would have 8 separate businesses and 10 shampoo bowls. Mm-hmm.
And are you going to be putting protocol together for your stylists on things like hours?
Yes, again, they will have 24/7 access to the facility. And from my due diligence from salons in the neighborhood, they range anywhere in hours from 8 to 8. So I was thinking about putting something 8 to 10 as a recommended hours of being open.
Okay.
For the stylists.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Actually, I have one more question. I'm interested in the setup. So when you contract with a tenant to come in and give their services, do you do any type of due diligence on their experience or expertise? We typically ask hair special use applicants coming to us about their particular experience. Here, I know that's not the case because that's not your structure, but I just want to make sure that you keep that in mind while you're bringing in certain tenants.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it is our intent to check, do, you know, a short interview, make sure their license is in order, they're insured and certified and licensed. You know, we will interview and see how many years they've been in business. You know, this type of model works. It doesn't necessarily work for novice people that are starting out of beauty school just because they don't have the clientele. So it's very important for all parties to ensure that the stylists have a viable business and have been doing this for a certain number of years and have a clientele and a following. So yes, that'll be a part of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Seeing as there's none, we'll take this matter into consideration, and thank you very much for your time. I know we're about to talk with you again about a different location, but thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to call matter 37120S, which is at 1809 West Chicago Avenue, with the, I believe, the same attorney and the same applicant.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. This presentation will sound pretty familiar. Feel free to cut me off if it sounds too redundant.
Sure.
Good morning once again. For the record, my name is Daniel Box. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today again, once again, on behalf of the applicant Room Inc. The applicant is the landlord of the grade level retail unit space at the subject property located 1809 West Chicago Avenue. The applicant is proposing to establish a hair, nail, and microblading salon within that space. The proposed salon will operate as a cooperative group of private salon suites, which the applicant will rent out to beauty professionals, in this instance to hairstylists, nail technicians, and microblading specialists on an individual basis. In order to permit the proposed salon, we're here today seeking two special uses. The first, to permit a personal service use within 1,000 feet of another such, and the second, to permit a body art services use within a B32 community shopping district. There will be two witnesses testifying today, the manager, the applicant, Ms. Alexandra Dubovic, and our appraiser, Joe Ryan. Once again, calling my first witness, I'd like to call Alexandra. Alexandra, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Absolutely. Alexandra Dubovic, 905 West Castle Terrace in Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
Great. And Alexander, you're already sworn in from the previous matter, but just to double up, since it's a new matter, let's do it again. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
Great. Alexandra, you're the manager of the applicant for the special uses for 1809 West Chicago, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the property is improved with a 4-story mixed-use building with residential units above and a retail unit at grade, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you are the landlord of the first floor retail space at the subject property, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you're proposing to locate a hair, nail, and microblading salon within that space.
Yes, that's correct.
But more specifically, the proposed salon will operate as a cooperative group of private salon suites. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Which means that you will be renting out each suite to independent beauty professionals on an individual basis, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
With each beauty professional responsible for securing and maintaining his or her own clientele, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And with each beauty professional free to set his or her own hours of operations.
Yes, that's correct.
However, as the landlord, you will restrict those hours to some time between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Because each salon tenant will have varying hours, the general entrance to the suite will be locked at all hours of the day. Is that right?
Yes.
And upon their arrival, clients will gain access to the suites by ringing for their particular beautician, who in turn will be able to observe them through a security camera and buzz them in, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, Alexandra, the entrance to the salon suites is entirely separate and independent from the entrance to the general building used by the residents to access their units. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
So once again, in sum, as the landlord, your responsibility will be limited strictly to maintaining the property, including the cleaning and general upkeep of the common areas of the salon suites.
Yes, that's correct.
And as another note, that responsibility will include compliance with the city's and state's requirements for cleanliness and sanitation for purposes of COVID-19 pandemic. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, absolutely.
As such, you will be present on site to oversee and maintain the premises several days of the week. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you yourself will not cut hair, nor do nails, nor do microblading. Is that right?
That's right.
Nor will you act in any way as a beautician at the salon.
Correct.
In fact, as the landlord, you will not pursue the business licensing for the space, but instead will leave that pursuit to each salon tenant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You, of course, will remain available to the salon tenants on an immediate and full-time basis, right?
Yes.
Alexandra, is it true that this location, together with the special use that we just argued at 1431 North Ashland, will be your first attempt to own and operate a hair and nail and microblading salon?
That's correct.
However, you do have many years of experience as a landlord of several other properties, which include commercial units and commercial tenants, correct?
That's correct.
What's more, you have consulted with many business contacts in the hair and salon suite industry prior to the submission of your special uses today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you intend to operate the proposed salon suites in the same or substantially the same manner as other established beauty salons of similar concept, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that means, for example, that you will only rent out your salon suites to professional beauticians properly licensed in their trade, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Lastly, Alexandra, once again, a few quick questions about parking. It is your understanding that there is no on-site parking requirement under the zoning ordinance for the proposed salon, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Nevertheless, the subject site is located along the Chicago Avenue CTA bus route, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there is also ample street and metered parking located all along Chicago Avenue, right?
That's correct.
What's more, your research and due diligence in creating the business plan for the salon suites anticipates that well over 80% of the patrons will be residents of the immediate area, and as such will walk to the property.
Yes, that's correct.
And Alexandra, will there be 15 salon suite tenants? Did I understand that correctly?
There's 2 double suites here, so 13 and
13. Thank you. And Alexandra, the subject front is currently vacant and unoccupied, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it has been vacant and unoccupied for over 10 months, is that correct? Thank you. With that, I'd like to call my second witness, Mr. Joe Ryan. Joe, when you're on, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, just to do it again, because we did for Alexandra, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, Chairman.
Great, thanks.
Great. And Joe, you've testified before this board as an MAI appraiser numerous times in the past, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the subject property located at 1809 West Chicago Avenue?
Yes.
And once again, the scope of your assignment in this case was to evaluate whether the requested special use will comply with general criteria for special uses as set forth in the zoning ordinance, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Joe, you prepared a written report further explaining your findings, right?
I did.
And your report was submitted and served as a witness statement on your behalf in this case, correct?
It was, yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements provided therein?
Yes, it would.
Great, thank you, Joe. Mr. Chairman, with that, I have no further questions, and that concludes my case in chief. We'd be happy to answer whatever questions you might have.
Okay, yeah, I think it's pretty similar to the last one, so it'll probably be quick. But you plan, just to clarify, you plan to make parallel the procedures between the two Salon Suites facilities, correct? In regards to COVID and interviewing applicants?
Yeah, that's correct. It will be all under same management, same brand.
Okay, and one question, because I don't know too much about microblading. Do you plan to do this by machine, or will your tenants be doing it by machine or by hand?
So the separate application for the special use specifically for microblading allows them to do that by machine, from what I understand. Now, as far as what the tenants will intend to do, unfortunately, I won't know until I have a tenant. But that special use, I think, would allow me to explore tenants that would use a machine.
Okay.
Chairman, it's Sarah Barnes again. I'm sorry to interrupt, but because this is sort of still my application. I did have a question in that regard for Mr. Valenciano, just so my entire office is clear moving forward on these types of proposals.
Yeah,
Mr. Valenciano.
Let's see if we can get Steve on.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh, there-
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Mr. Valenciano. With regard to microblading in particular, it is my understanding that there are two ways in which a technician could do it, either by hand, by using a blade in their hand and making the markings, or by using something similar to a tattoo gun. In your prior recommendations or suggestions to the chairman and to the board, is the situation wherein someone is going to be using a machine, is that the situation wherein you would want the individual technician to come back before the board for their own special use?
Okay, so there's a couple of things. The department, I'm sorry, it's Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. The department has issued a clarification on microblading as an accessory use. Number one, it has to be done by hand with a stylus for it to be considered accessory, not a machine. Number two, it cannot be the only or principal use for that business. So if you are doing hair, nails, and you also want to add a microblading technician to your business, then we've considered it to be accessory. It still requires state and city licensure as body art services, so it does not get anybody out of that. They still have to follow all of those protocols. But so if in this case, if one of the suites within this salon of suites or suites of salon, whatever, suites of salons, if an individual suite wanted to be a microblader only, then they would require the special use that you're getting today, the body art special use. If I'm a salon and I'm doing hair and all I'm going to do is use a stylus to do eyebrows or lips or whatever the different things they do with through microblading, then that could be considered accessory to that use. So in this case, you are getting two special uses, one as a salon that does primarily hair and nails, and then one as a body art for microblading, which can now be done independently in any suite and with a machine.
So the special use being sought today will cover any individual technician who wants to be a tenant of the salon suites and do microblading.
Well, yes. I mean, I would recommend again that we ferret that out. I mean, is this going to be 13 microblading suites, or is this going to be largely hair salon with some microblading suites, as well?
Right. So if there was one or two microbladers and the rest were hair and nails, then that would be an accessory use that falls under the special use for the.
If it were in the same suite, if it were part of the same licensed business, if they're their own business and everybody else in the building is doing hair and only one suite is doing microblading, that suite, the principal use of that suite falls under the special use for microblading.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Valenciano, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me insert that question.
Yeah, of course. Is that clear, Ms. Dubovic, to you?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the clarification.
Of course. And thank you, Steve, for hopping on.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Chairman, I just want to again emphasize that all technicians doing microblading have to be properly licensed by the state and city as a body art technician, not as a hair cosmetologist technician.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, any other questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. I'm just curious if there is a reason why microblading is included in this location but not the other. Is there something, do you have somebody lined up already for this location, or is there something unique about this location?
The zoning here permitted the microblading. The zoning on the Ashland property did not. I know this is becoming more and more popular in use. So I figured instead of having to then come in for another board meeting, and I might plug it in on this one. And in the event I do have somebody that's interested, I'm able to have a space. Thank you.
Makes sense.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there's none, we'll take this under consideration. So thank you, everybody, for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to now move to recess so that everyone can take a break and get something to eat. When we come back, we'll continue this healthy pace we have going, and you'll hear that I'm going to ask some attorneys to do the short versions because we have findings of fact for some of these that are mostly sufficient. So with that, I need a motion for the break, which I'm going to make a tiny bit less than 30 minutes. So it's going to run to, I'll get my math right this time, to 1:45 Central Standard Time. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Wonderful. Then we will reconvene at 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
going to give everyone just one more minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya. All right, one second, everyone. We'll get Sam in here.
I'm here. I don't know why this always takes so long for me to get in. I'm in. I'm always in this. I just hang out there.
We'll
Thank
work on it. We'll get it. We'll get it figured out. All right. I'm gonna redo the reconvene. So I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So we are reconvened. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to move straight into the correct order. As you all know, matters 372 and 37320Z were withdrawn. So we're moving on to matters 374 and 37520Z. Ms. Barnes, let me know when you and your witnesses are ready.
It looks like everyone's ready. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. Once more, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. Before I begin, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, you may swear in my two witnesses that I have here today for convenience and efficiency. I have here with me today the president of the Applicant Condominium Association, Adam Honecker, and apparently one of his sons.
It's a girl, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry, daughter.
Happens all the time.
I got that when I was little too. And we also have our project architect or engineer, Michael Cox. So Mr. Honecker, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Adam Honecker, 1923 North Damon, Chicago, 60647.
Thanks, Mr. Honecker. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great, and we'll consider your daughter sworn in as well. Carry on, Ms. Barnes.
Mr. Cox, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Michael Cox, 120 West Madison.
Great. Mr. Cox, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Ms. Barnes, really quick, just so we have clarification, are you going to be filling in for Nick on some of his cases today?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay, we weren't sure. For some reason, I had this as Nick, but that might be.
Oh,
that's my
no.
fault. Okay. Never mind. Sorry.
This is the last time you'll have to see me today, so that's the good news. I think Nick's right after, though.
Okay, great.
So
Thanks.
I appreciate your patience. With that in mind, I'm very happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, the 1923 North Damon Condominium Association, and its 6 members with their families. I am not, however, happy about the reasons that bring me before this honorable board tonight or today. Here with me, as was just sworn in, is the president of the Condominium Association, Adam Honecker. as well as you heard me indicate our project engineer, Michael Cox. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is a case where we have 3 innocent families who are left to very literally pay for the sins of another. The other person in this instance is the reckless developer who sold Mr. Honecker and his wife, along with the other association members, a new home, the accessory improvements for which were never properly permitted, completely unbeknownst to the respective purchasers. In this instance, the developer constructed the existing 4-story, 3-unit residential building pursuant to all proper permits based on my research back in and around 2017. At some point thereafter, but before occupancy of the building, the developer also erected a detached garage with a roof deck, which included a small access landing or bridge that connected the rear secondary stair of the principal building to that roof deck over the garage. Again, based on my research, the garage and the corresponding roof deck features did not appear on the architectural plans that provided the basis for the construction permit for the principal building. In and around the spring of 2018, the developer began selling the 3 individual units. Mr. Honecker and his wife were the first to purchase a unit back in March of 2018, wherein they would reside with their, at the time, 1 growing child, but now 2. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 units were purchased, the 1st floor duplex unit by another couple with a new baby, and the 3rd floor unit by a newly married couple. Each of these families purchased their respective unit with the understanding that they would each be deeded 1 parking space within the existing garage and their own private outdoor space, some of which was to be located on the deck above the garage. Each such family therefore paid valuable consideration for these features in the purchase of their respective units, which ranged in price from $500,000 to $1 million. After a year of occupancy, the condo association and each resident of the building received a citation from the city's Department of Buildings, alleging that the garage and other related improvements were never permitted. This citation required an appearance in court and the possible imposition of monetary fines due to that infraction. This was the first time that any of the residents had any idea that the garage was never properly permitted, and they took swift action to tend to the problem, first by finding and reaching out to the architect that prepared the plans for the building, the same architect that is here with us today. That architect immediately and accordingly filed for an application to retroactively permit the existing accessory structures, which were not initially contemplated or included on the plans for the new building. This action required that the architect also therefore create as-is plans depicting the garage and the other improvements as they exist today. After uploading that application into the city's processing system, that architect was advised that a permit could not be issued because certain of the conditions were non-conforming under the current zoning ordinance. In particular, due to the substandard width of the lot, the garage could not adequately contain 3 code-compliant parking spaces. And therefore, the parking would have to be reduced to 2 spaces to serve the principal building. As well, the small landing connecting the garage roof deck to the principal building is an unpermitted encroachment in the rear yard setback. As a result of these conditions, 2 variations would be required to bring the existing accessory structures into compliance and allow for the permitting of the same. Upon such advisement, the architect contacted my office and we became involved in attempting to resolve all of these intertwined issues accordingly. Fast forward to today, where after proper submission of the 2 variation applications and the corresponding findings of fact supporting the same, we are here before you, this honorable board, pleading to cure these offenses of the unresponsible developer, so that the innocent applicant and the 3 families that make up the same are not further harmed as a result of these indiscretions. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to get my witnesses on the record, but most certainly, in convenience of time, as you indicated before the recess, we would be happy to take any direct questions if that's the preferred route.
Let's get them on the record, because I think we're going to have a solid number of questions on what happened here. So,
okay. Well, with that, keeping that in mind, then would it be okay for me to proceed with my presentation of the witnesses and then ask questions thereafter?
I think that's great. Thanks.
I might be able to address some of those questions. Okay, great. Mr. Honaker, you are the president, as indicated, of the Applicant Condominium Association. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that position, you were given the authority to act on behalf of and represent the interests of each member of that association. Is that correct?
Yes.
All of whom are residents of the existing building.
Yes.
Is that true?
Mhm.
Thank you. As already briefly explained, you and your wife purchased your unit, which is located on and comprises the entirety of the 2nd floor of the building in the spring of 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your wife purchased that unit to be occupied as your primary residence, wherein you would continue to grow your family. Is that correct?
Correct.
And towards this end, Mr. Honaker, and in light of your family's needs, is it true that you paid valuable consideration in order to ensure that you and your family would have at least one deeded and secure parking space for your vehicle, and not to mention strollers and bikes that serve your family's needs? Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And to be sure, you would not have paid the price you did for your particular unit, your new home, if you knew that you would not have a secure parking space at the site. Is that true?
Correct.
Along these same lines, and even more regrettably, the residents of the 1st floor unit who have a new baby and their own vehicle paid significantly more for their new home in consideration of having a secured parking spot as well as exclusive access to that roof deck above the garage. Is that true?
Yes.
And by substantially more, they paid almost $500,000 more for their unit than you did. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
The residents of the 3rd floor unit as well paid significant consideration in order to ensure that they would have on-site secured parking in that garage. Is that your understanding based on your ongoing communications with the other residents?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is it safe to say then, again, based on your kind of ongoing meetings with the other residents, that many, if not all of you, would not have purchased your units and or at a minimum would not have purchased your units for the prices that you did if you had known not only that you would not have secured parking, but that there may not be any available outdoor space?
Correct.
Great. So to be clear, again, you and the other members of the association had no knowledge when you purchased your units that these improvements were never properly permitted by the seller?
Correct. No knowledge.
Mr. Honaker, is it your understanding that you would have to demolish the existing garage and the corresponding roof deck and the access structure to that roof deck if the board denies the variations necessary to bring these existing non-conforming conditions into compliance?
Yeah. Yes.
Which would be a quite costly endeavor for the association. Is that right?
That's right.
Each of the members of which have already sustained a significant financial loss just in the purchase of their units alone. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And that's not just monetary loss, but also with regard to the welfare and safety and overall quality of life for you and the other families that live in that building. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's And in addition to these losses that you have all endured as a result of the developer's transgressions, both again in the purchase of your units and based on these misrepresentations, the costs that would have to be expended attempting to cure these transgressions, and or if you had to start all over, demolish everything and start over again, are quite significant. Is that right?
I would think so, yeah.
So even if the variations are granted, you will be left with a 2-car garage as opposed to the 3-car garage that you were guaranteed. And therefore, you and your wife have volunteered to forfeit your garage parking space in consideration of the other residents. Is that true?
Correct.
And so you've really suffered an irreconcilable loss. Is that correct? By
Yes.
not having a parking space? Thank you.
Yeah, yes.
And the losses that you've already sustained are losses that you will never be able to recoup. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at this point, we're just trying to mitigate your losses. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Honecker. Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the board, I can continue with the engineer unless you would rather stay with Mr. Honecker for questions.
No, this is good. I think the engineer and architect is where we're going to have some pretty direct questions for.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Cox,
Yes.
can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Michael Cox, 120 West Madison.
Thanks. And you're a licensed structural engineer in the state of Illinois, and you hold a degree in design. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by the applicant to prepare plans to permit the existing non-conforming conditions, which include the detached garage with a roof deck and the corresponding access structure at that site. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it true, Mr. Cox, that your office also prepared the plans for the construction of the original principal building at this site, and that was back around 2017?
That's correct.
And at that time, you were directed by the developer to show 3 surface parking spaces at the rear of the site, which is what was shown on the plans that went in for permitting. Is that right?
That's correct.
And once the permits were obtained, your office was not directly involved or privy to the actual construction of the building. Is that true?
Correct.
And it was not, therefore, until the and it was not until the condo association reached out to you just last year regarding the citation that you were ever asked to prepare drawings that showed a garage and the roof deck improvements. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were never directed by the original developer to prepare plans for a garage and roof deck. Is that true?
True.
Mr. Cox, aside from the true hardships that have been inflicted upon the residents of the new building at the hands of the developer, there are other practical and typographical hardships that would encumber you as a design professional in creating a viable program for the detached garage and the other accessory improvements. Is that right?
Correct.
And that is true in part because the subject site is slightly substandard in size, measuring only 24 feet in width. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that any code compliant 3-car garage would necessarily have to, or even 2-car garage would necessarily have to span the entire width of that lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's what we see with the existing garage that was not properly permitted. It spans the entire width of that lot. Is that true?
Yes.
And the principal building, the footprint of the principal building actually spans quite deep into the lot, thereby limiting the space within which you could locate an access structure to the garage deck. Is that right?
Correct.
So not only were you having to deal with, in this situation, this particular instance, not only did you have to deal with a substandard with the lot, but you also have to deal with the existing footprints of two structures, two quite significant structures. Is that right?
Correct.
As a result of, as a result of these conditions, you again are limited in the area within which you can provide an access structure to the roof deck. And that is because of another non-waivable code requirement, and that is that all multi-unit residential buildings have a secondary means of ingress and egress, which industry standards have controlled is generally takes the form of a rear stair and porch structure off the back of the principal building. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this instance, again, due to the footprint of the existing building, that required an unwaivable, from which you can't get any relief, that required secondary stair necessarily occupies most of the rear yard. Is that right?
Correct.
So that even in this case, if the developer had done the right thing and you had prepared plans for the improvements with the original permit, which again, you were never asked to do, you would not have been able to provide an independent stair structure for the proposed as of right roof deck above the deck or above the garage without having to come to this board seeking some type of relief. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you cannot run a stair along the side of the garage due to its size. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also still meet the code requirements for the parking spaces that would be situated there within. Is that true?
Yes.
And then again, due to the as of right footprint of the existing multi-unit building with the secondary means of ingress and egress, there is now no room for you to locate an independent stair structure at the rear of the garage between the garage and the principal building. Is that correct?
Yes.
So from a purely functional standpoint, the small landing between the two structures, that little bridge, is really the only viable means of providing access to the otherwise as of right roof deck. Is that true?
Yes.
So then, even if the developer had acted virtuously and permitted these improvements before constructing them, you would have had to petition this board for some sort of variation in order to get those improvements. Is that right?
That's correct.
These are the same variations that we're here today seeking, attempting to bring the existing conditions into compliance. Is that right?
Yes.
The primary hardships that you had to overcome in designing a program to cure these violations at the property then was having to bring existing non-conforming improvements, which were created and furthered by the developer without your or the applicant's knowledge, into compliance under the provisions of the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that hardship was even further frustrated by the typographical conditions that we just described to the board, as well as the existing footprint of the structures. Is that true?
Yes.
Just to be clear, through this petition, we are attempting to cure the misfeasance of the developer and not the applicant. Is that right?
Correct.
And toward that same end, it is through the pending and subject variation applications that the applicant is actively observing and obeying the rules and requirements set forth under the current zoning ordinance, which should have been done by the developer. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it true, Mr. Cox, that if the proposed and necessary variations are granted, the existing improvements will remain completely consistent with the size, scope, and design of the other residential improvements and accessory structures on this particular block of Damon Avenue, as well as the improvements on the residential block just behind the property on Winchester Avenue?
Yes.
A majority of which multi-unit buildings have their outdoor space above the garage that is accessed via a similar bridge type structure. Is that true?
Yes.
So again, the proposed variations will merely allow for the preservation and maintenance of the same setback and the same parking conditions that have existed at the property for over 2 years now. Is that right?
Yes.
With all of that, then, Mr. Cox, is it your professional opinion that the proposed variations meet, and the conditions surrounding the same meet all of the standards and requirements for variation as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Yes.
I won't go through everything itemized, Mr. Chairman. We'd be happy to start answering questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're just trying to put some pieces together. Ms. Barnes, I don't know who the attorney was, but we see that in December 2016, there was a special use for this property.
That's the same research I did, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And that's how we, again, found the plans that went with that permit, sorry, was for the principal building in that special use application, and the plans supporting the same. It does appear, I think that was before findings of fact, it appears that, again, there was just surface parking provided.
Right.
And no garage.
Okay. And just to confirm, so the builder is this Heffernan Builders?
The original builder, yeah. Developer, yes.
Sorry, the original developer. Okay.
Again, based on our research.
Okay, great. And so I'm assuming, well, actually, two questions. Did the buyers buy pre-construction?
No.
Okay.
It was the building, again, based on our records, research, and then the testimony of the various residents. They purchased in between the spring of 2018 and 2019. I think the last unit closed in 2019, about a year later, year's end. And that was post-construction.
Okay. Okay, and board members, feel free to throw out questions. I'm trying to get my mind around a few of these things because there's a strange history here.
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. I'll start by saying we see too many of these. But Mr. Cox, were you the original project architect?
Yes, we did the original drawings for the original building back in 2017.
And so after you got the permit, you never went back to the site or checked on the work, did any inspections or supervised construction?
Correct.
Is that typical for you?
Yeah.
I think construction is usually controlled by and same thing happens to us, Commissioner Saul. That's the only reason I know that. I get phone calls all the time saying, how did you not know that something happened? And it's essentially once we get relief from the zoning board or the zoning committee, we're kind of out of it. And then similar to the architects, once they apply for the permit, I think it then turns over to the general contractor and or the developer directly.
Yeah, I'm a developer, so yeah. So
you understand. I don't know.
It's a little differently, but our architects always supervise a project.
That's good.
That's why I ask. I've never seen this. And were the three, you said the original plans had the three surface parking spaces, and that was code compliant?
That's correct. Yeah, absolutely.
And do you still work with this developer? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
This doesn't trouble you?
Does this trouble me? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, we were very, sad to hear that this happened for sure. It's causing a lot of problems.
Okay, but you're still working with them and, okay, got it. Thanks.
As Commissioner Saul noted, we see this in some form pretty frequently. And, you know, it goes to worth pointing out that these developers are open to litigation. That's a form of relief, you know, because it seems like we're often seeing developers sneaking things in through the process. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, just towards that end, totally agree with you. I see it too often. I get phone calls from people where I literally tell them no, because it happens too much. With regard to the litigation, I think that is, you know, that's something I've advised the clients on. It's very difficult. It's very costly, as you know, as an attorney, to litigate these matters. And one of the burdens of proof for, unfortunately, the plaintiff is that they attempted to mitigate their damages. So this is another, again, effort towards that end to mitigate the damages, quite honestly, many of which will not be able to be recouped. Even through litigation, which again is really costly and in the current state of things, very time consuming. But that is certainly something that we're aware of and we've thought about, and will proceed in that fashion. Again, I don't think that their losses will be able to be recouped, but we should.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I lost the end of what Sarah was saying.
I was saying that we're attempting to also mitigate the damages. We're not going to be, the applicant won't be able to recoup the damages that they've lost thus far, but we can at least try to mitigate that. And if we were to proceed with litigation or have to proceed with litigation, that would have to be considered by the court.
Yeah, and real quick, Mr. Honecker, can you, for the record, tell us who the developer was?
The Heffernan Builders.
Yeah. Is that how they hold themselves out in business? They hold themselves out as Heffernan Builders?
I believe that's the name, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya. I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Sol. We see too many of these, and it's really in the same part of town where we see these too. You know, right in the same part of town. So again, I think sometimes the developers just do it and what happens, happens. So I have to agree with the chairman and my colleague that, this is really getting out of hand.
Yeah. And to emphasize too, it's for a controversial issue. So they think they're sneaking around the process on something that historically this board has viewed connectors as controversial. So it's somewhat infuriating. And to be fair, this doesn't go to the applicant. It kind of does extend to the architect. But any other questions?
I echo your infuriation and your frustration, because it's something we see too often as well. And it, like I said, devastates me to have to come before the board and ask for someone else to have to pay for the misfeasances of somebody else. And I wish that we had the developer in here.
Yeah, because it's private individuals trying to profit on tricking the government in a way.
I know, I understand it. I'm trying to make.
So one question, and can you all hear me okay, Sarah? You're dropping out, so I want to make sure
sorry, yeah, I can hear you.
Mr. Cox, you were here a couple months ago on a pretty similar set of facts. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And, do you have any additional information here on how the developer viewed this throughout the process? Just anything more that you know that we need for the record?
No, I mean, I do want to also echo what everyone here is saying, which it is extremely frustrating. Unfortunately, we don't provide construction supervision services. It's just not a part of our contract typically. And so, yeah, we are just, left at the mercy of the developer to follow the drawings. And it is very frustrating to see, I agree, this happens a lot. It's very frustrating to see this kind of come back time and time after again.
This is Commissioner Esposito.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't the building department have had to compare what was built to a set of drawings that were permitted?
Yes, Commissioner Esposito. I couldn't find reference in my record on if the citation was issued because that exact thing happened where the Department of Buildings went out to do an inspection and they determined that the set of plans that was with the permit didn't match up with what was actually built, or if it happened subsequent thereto. I'm just not sure. I was kind of limited to my FOIA. But that is exactly correct, Commissioner Esposito. That's the standard course and practice. So it would appear that they would have had, if they got away with it at all, they would have had to have built the principal building, done an inspection, and then in the dark of night, built the garage.
And from the looks of it, that looks possible.
Yeah, very well, could be. It is it does seem odd. The construction differences.
Okay. Any other substantive questions from the board? I know, this will be one to discuss, but to make sure we get all the facts out here.
Maybe I've got one question for Mr. Cox. Did you have any conversations since you still work for the developer, have you had any conversations with the developer about this property?
No, and we have discussions about other properties, but with this property, we don't really talk about it.
Okay, I think this probably serves as good notice for you that someone you work with pretty frequently is working their way around the law, and take that what it may be, but I think it's something to think about because like we've said before, this is a new board. I'm a new chairman. These matters of certain neighborhoods wanting something and developers figuring out how to take advantage of something in our process, the buck stops here, and we're going to be working behind the scenes to make sure that's the case. So this is me going on record pretty much to give everyone a warning, but there's not much that's more infuriating than this type of issue. And this is not me saying this to the applicant. I feel for the consumer on this. It's me saying this to the experts that appear before us and know precisely what they're doing. So any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this matter under consideration. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Okay, we are now going to move to matter number 37620Z at 2046 West Belmont. I believe this is Dan Box presenting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Dan.
Great, fantastic. Just one second. Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, I should say, and members of the board. For the record, once again, my name is Daniel Box. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, MSAS Properties 2, LLC. The applicant owns the grade level commercial retail unit at the subject property located at 2046 West Belmont Avenue. That retail unit has remained vacant and unoccupied for a year. The applicant is proposing to establish a daycare within the retail unit, which will operate as an expansion of its existing daycare located 3 doors away at 2026 through 28 West Belmont Avenue. In order to do so, we're here seeking a variation to reduce the on-site parking requirement for the daycare from 1 parking space to 0. There will be 2 witnesses testifying today, the manager of the applicant, Mr. Mark Simeonov, and our architect, Mr. Michi Mo. With that, I'd like to call my first witness. Mark, please let me know once you're on.
I'm on. Sorry, I don't know if you had called me, but we had a bit of a toilet issue at the school, so I had to do a quick repair.
Not a problem at all. I'm going to go ahead, Mark, and have you state your name and your address for the record, please.
Sure, it's Mark Simeonov. And do you need my residential address or the address of the building?
It's residential. We've got the address of the building.
I got you. So Mark Simeonov, 1530 West Edgewater Avenue, apartment 3R, Chicago, Illinois, 60660.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do, sir.
Thank you, Mark. You're the manager of the applicant for the variation for 2046 West Belmont Avenue. Is that right?
That's right.
And the subject property is improved with a 3-story mixed-use building with 3 residential units above and 1 commercial retail at grade, right?
Correct.
And you own the grade level commercial retail unit or storefront. Is that correct?
I do. That's correct.
And again, you're proposing to locate a daycare within that space, right?
Correct.
And in order to do so, you're here today seeking a variation to reduce the amount of on-site parking required to serve the proposed daycare from 1 space to 0.
Yes.
Currently, the property offers a total of 3 on-site surface parking spaces, which are located at the rear of the site, correct?
Yes.
However, each one of those parking spaces is already reserved and designated for the exclusive use of each of the building's 3 residential tenants, right?
That's right.
What's more, the subject property measures only 24 feet in total width. Is that correct?
That's right.
And it is your understanding that the property is therefore substandard in size under the code, right?
Yes.
And so, Mark, it is your opinion that both the existing building structure and the substandard lot width create the practical hardship or difficulty in this case.
Yes.
And that's because they make it impossible to add even 1 additional parking space at the subject site, right?
That's right.
Great. And as such, Mark, you're attempting to establish a permitted use within an existing building, within an existing storefront, situated on a property that does not and cannot offer a single on-site parking space. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that storefront has remained vacant and unoccupied for over a year. Is that right?
That's right.
Nevertheless, Mark, you purchased the subject storefront in August of last year because it uniquely meets your needs for the proposed daycare. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. You're right.
And that's because you currently own and operate a daycare only 3 doors away from the subject property, correct?
Yep, that's right.
And you intend for the proposed daycare to operate as an expansion of that existing daycare. Is that right?
That's right.
More specifically, the proposed daycare will allow you to offer additional daycare classes, including classes for children ages 5 through 6, correct?
Yes.
Whereas currently, you're at your existing daycare, you're only able to offer classes for children ages 4 through 5.
Technically, so what's happening is we're moving our pre-K 4 through 6 to the place next door, hopefully. And what I'll be able to do is offer a toddler room in the existing location. So yes, we're offering additional services, but the ages are a little bit off.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification, Mark. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And as an additional point, the subject storefront provides additional recreational space, which you intend to be used by the children at both daycare addresses. Is that right?
That's right.
So the two daycares truly will operate at least partially in tandem, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Both will keep the same hours of operation.
Yes.
And both will be staffed by the same pool of teachers.
Right.
And both will operate under the same trade name, the Children's Creative Center.
That's right.
So it is imperative, even a requirement, for you that your daycare expansion be located at a property along the very same block as your existing daycare.
Absolutely.
Great. Mark, you and your family have spent decades building the name and reputation of the Children's Creative Center. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, your mother founded the Children's Creative Center in 1999 at its first location at 1911 West Irving Park Road, correct?
Yeah, she did. That's right.
Wonderful. And one of the hallmarks of the center is that it offers not only daycare services, but educational services, which follow the curriculum of the Chicago Public Schools to its children. Is that right?
Yep, absolutely.
And you joined your mother in the family business, so to speak, about 10 years ago and began operating that daycare together with her. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then in 2016, the two of you established your second daycare location at 2026 through 28 West Belmont, which is the existing daycare you're seeking to expand by means of the proposed daycare at issue today.
That's right.
And that location offers children both daycare and educational services as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're right.
So it is your opinion.
Hey, Dan, real quick, can I interrupt?
Sure.
I think on some of this, we can do somewhat of a faster version, and just do me a favor going forward. I'd like to hear the testimony from the applicants in some of these. So if we could speed this one up a little bit, we'll probably have questions, but the finding of fact makes this pretty clear to us what the applicant's trying to do.
Great. I'll just close with a couple of questions about parking and vehicular standing then. Mark, to drop off and pick up the kids, parents are they're asked to leave their cars and enter the daycare. Is that right?
Right.
And for this purpose, the existing daycare is served a 2-car standing zone, correct?
That's right.
But to reduce the time spent in standing zones, the daycare offers parents extensive office hours during the week, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And the same thing will be true for the proposed daycare, correct?
Absolutely.
Also, at the existing daycare, parents are free to pick up their children at any time of the day, correct?
Yes, they can.
And that accomplishes the goal of staggering pickup times and the influx of vehicles going and coming to the daycare, right?
Right.
And the same thing will be true for the proposed daycare, correct?
You're right. That's correct.
And the proposed daycare will be served by a 1-car standing zone, right?
That's right. It's existing.
And under these pickup and drop off arrangements, the existing daycare sees no observable surge in traffic, activity, or blockages along Belmont. Is that right?
Correct.
And as such, you anticipate the same or similar traffic and standing patterns for the proposed daycare.
Right. Yes.
What's more, you anticipate that many families will enroll multiple children in the additional expansion classes offered between the two daycares. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which is another reason why you believe that the current influx of cars at the daycare will not substantially or even noticeably be impacted by the proposed daycare, right?
Right.
Great. Thank you, Mark. With that, I'd like to call our second witness, our architect, Mr. Michi Mo. Michi, please let me know once you're on the line.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes. Michi, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Mitch Mo, 6400 Northwest Highway, Chicago, Illinois, 60631.
Thank you. Mr. Mo, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great. And Counselor, we can go super fast version on this. Just a reminder, we have a lot of this, so.
Gotcha. Michi, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
I am.
And you've testified in that capacity before this board many times, is that right?
I have.
And you're familiar with the property located at 2046 West Belmont?
I am, yes.
You prepared the plans for the interior build out of the storefront for the proposed daycare? Is that right? Michi, are you there?
Can you hear me? Hello?
There you go.
Yep. Yes.
Could you repeat your answer? I asked if you prepared the plans for the
I
interior.
did, yes.
Great. And one of your tasks was to try to establish an additional parking space to service the storefront. Is that correct?
Correct.
And because of the existing building footprint, that task became extremely difficult. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
In fact, the only possible location for additional parking because of the existing building structure was the rear of the lot. Is that right?
Correct.
But because there are already 3 parking spaces there, it was impossible for you to add an additional parking space.
Correct.
In addition to that, the subject lot is substandard in width, measuring only 24 feet wide, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so in your opinion, the existing building structure together with the subject lot's substandard width constitute the particular hardship necessitating the proposed variation, right?
Yes.
And the applicant did not create or contribute to the hardships, is that right?
Correct. No, we didn't.
Great. And is it your professional opinion that the proposed variation meets all the standards and requirements for a variation set forth under the Chicago zoning ordinance? Mitch, are you there?
Dan, if he's not, I mean, we have that exact question in the finding of fact.
Great.
So, you know, again, when I say short version, hopefully we stick to the short version.
Yeah, I can leave it there, Mr. Chair. That
Yep.
that wraps up our case in chief.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board? Okay, one question I had, and apologies if it was touched on. I know the 2 daycares are nearby each other. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm thinking, is there ever a situation where the kids would need to walk from one daycare to the other?
No.
Okay. Okay, any questions from the board? Great.
I've
Oh,
got
go ahead,
one.
Brian, sorry.
Commissioner Sanchez, this is going to be for a toddler room, is that right?
The toddler room will be in the existing preschool.
Oh, okay. So what age group is going to be in the new space?
Pre-K, so
Okay.
yeah, 4 and 5. They can age up to 6, but generally that's not the case.
Okay. And how up to how many kids?
Pre-COVID, it was I think 20, but now DCFS has limited our capacity to 17. And I don't know when that number will increase.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the board? All right, we'll take that matter under consideration. Thank you, everybody, for appearing today and for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move onwards to matter 37720S, which is at 2851 North Clybourne Avenue. I have a recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development that I'll read prior to getting started. Okay, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'll keep this as brief as possible. Daniel Box, once again, attorney with the law office of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Christopher Solancourt, who will be leasing a grade level retail space at the subject property located at 2851 North Clybourne Avenue. We're proposing to establish a hair salon in that space. In order to do so, we're seeking special use. There will be 2 witnesses testifying today. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Christopher DeSantiago, and our appraiser, Mr. Joseph Ryan. With that, I would like to call my first witness. Christopher, when you're on, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Christopher De Santiago, 4141 North Kedzie, apartment 402, 60618.
Thank you, Mr. DeSantiago. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Great. Chris, and you're the president for the applicant for the special use, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And again, you're proposing to locate a hair salon within that space?
Yes.
And this would be your first attempt to own and operate a hair salon, is that right? However, you have more than 13 years of experience.
I could not hear the answer.
Yes.
Thank you. However, you have more than 13 years of experience cutting hair here in Chicago, is that right?
I do, yes.
Great. And that experience includes 5 years managing the rental of chairs at the Griffith Park Salon in Lincoln Park, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And you plan to operate your proposed salon largely in the same manner as you did Griffith Park, is that right?
I am, yes.
And to staff the salon, you're anticipating renting out chairs to approximately 3 independent hairstylists, is that right?
That's right, including myself.
And all of the stylists will be properly licensed in their trade.
Correct, yeah.
The shop will operate 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Depending on the stylist, yes. That they'll be in charge of their own time, but yeah.
Great. And you'll be present on site cutting hair and overseeing the operations as the salon's general manager. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I call my second witness, Mr. Joe Ryan?
Yep, go ahead.
Joe, could you please state your name and address?
Joseph Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And
Okay,
you pressed
great. Mr. Ryan, I'm going to swear you, and I don't even remember if I might have day merge if we've sworn you in yet today, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it possibly a second time. But do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thanks.
And you've testified before this board as an MAI appraiser numerous times, right, Joe?
I have.
And you're familiar with the subject property, is that right?
I am, yes.
And the scope of your assignment was to evaluate whether the requested special use will comply with the general criteria for the special use set forth in the ordinance, right?
It was, yes.
And you prepared a written report further explaining your findings, right, Joe?
I did and addressed all of the criteria.
Great. And that report submitted served as a witness statement on your behalf, right?
It did, yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements provided therein?
It would.
Great. That's our case in chief, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Quick question for Mr. DeSantiago. I'm wondering if you could quick circle back and go into a little bit more depth on COVID protocols in the salon.
Yeah, so I'm doing the 4 stations. They're going to be separated apart with room to grow. I'm going to do hand sanitizer, temperature checks, and everyone completely wearing masks, including the stylists.
Okay, great. And is it currently appointment only?
It is. I've always been appointment only, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there are none, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yep, thanks. All right, we're now going to go to matter 37820Z. There you go, Nick. You were sideways. I was maybe going to let you stay that way, but it's better. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, my name is Nick Fatikas. I'm one of the attorneys at Jim Banks's office, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant Grief Properties Incorporated. The applicant owns the subject property at 1638 North Sedgwick. The subject property is currently vacant except for an older brick garage that's located at the rear of the property and actually scheduled to be taken down. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new 4-story, 3-unit residential building. The issue is that the subject lot is a foot narrower than a standard city lot, measuring 24 feet wide by 125 feet in depth. On top of that, the property is also located within the boundaries of the Old Town Historic District. So in order for the applicant to follow the established pattern of development within the district, we're seeking variations to the front setback, the north side setback, and the combined side setback total. I have 2 witnesses available to testify. The first, on behalf of the applicant, is Mr. Greg Grief, and our project architect, Mr. Jeff Funk. And Mr. Chairman, as just a matter of background, I'd like to point out that a very similar application was brought to the board back in April of 2019 for the same property.
Yep.
And a copy of the resolution was included in our findings submittal. And the program at that time was for a 2-unit building. The applicant since then has reevaluated the program and changed the plans to incorporate a 3rd unit, which is otherwise allowed by the underlying RM5 zoning. The issue is that the project scope increased and therefore new relief specific to the 3-unit plan is required. And that's why we're here before the board. I just wanted to explain that because, again, we're back within 18 months of a prior approval. And with that, I'd like to call my first witness.
Perfect.
Greg, are you there?
Make sure he's in here. Yeah, he is signed in, Nick.
Okay. Greg, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, Greg, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Gregory Greif, 1000 Skokie Boulevard, Suite 400D, Wilmette, Illinois, 60091.
And you're the president. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'll swear him in quick. Thank you, Mr. Greif. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thanks.
So, Greg, you're the president of the applicant, Grafe Properties Incorporated.
Yes,
And again, that entity owns the subject property at 1638 Sedgwick. Is that right?
correct.
As I described it, it's a 24-foot wide lot with 125-foot depth dimension,
Correct.
and it's within the boundaries of the Old Town Historic District. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're planning to develop the property with a new 4-story, 3-unit residential building?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's your understanding that because of the lot's width dimension, together with the established pattern of development within the Old Town District, but also specific to Sedgwick, variations are required to reduce the front north side setback and then the combined side setback total.
Correct.
And assuming the variations are granted, your plan is to construct the building and sell the units on the open market?
Yes, that's correct.
And you did provide the board with an analysis of the costs and expenses for the project, as well as the projected price points and your anticipated return rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Greg, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Great. If I could, Chairman, if I can call my second witness, Mr. Jeff Funk.
If that'd be perfect.
Jeff, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, my name's Jeff Funk. I'm with Funk Architects, and we're located at 160 East Grand, Suite 300 in Chicago, Illinois, 60611.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Funk. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, Jeff, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Yes, yes,
And you designed the proposed 3-unit residential building at the subject property?
this is correct. Yes,
And it's your professional opinion that the lot's slightly narrow width dimension, together with that established pattern of development on our side of Sedgwick Street, create the practical difficulties or particular hardships in this case, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And even with the variations, you believe the proposed 3-unit building will be consistent and compatible with the neighboring residential improvements?
This is correct. Yes,
And to help support that position, you've actually prepared a block plan showing the front and side setbacks of the neighboring buildings on our segment of North Sedgwick. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And for the record, Chairman, that I believe was on page 2 of the architectural plan set that was submitted with our findings, just for reference.
Okay, thanks.
And again, Jeff, the proposed front and side setback conditions at the subject property, in your professional opinion, will remain consistent and compatible with the existing setback conditions on the neighboring lots. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Jeff, is it also your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, they would be.
Thank you. The only thing I would conclude with, Mr. Chairman, is this case is because it's in a landmark district, it does require landmark review. And both the applicant and his architect have worked with the Old Town Triangle Association on both iterations of the plan. We're not aware of any position of objection and actually believe we have support to proceed not only today, but if we're able to get through today, also onto the landmark side for the proposed development.
Okay, great. And Nick, throughout, or the applicant, throughout this process, because I know it's been going on for a while, clearly, can you give us some kind of like behind the scenes on the conversations with the neighborhood and historic groups, aldermen, any neighbors?
So I think if I could, of course, jump in, I'm sorry.
Sure.
The biggest concern is the materiality and how our proposed building matches the context of the block. And I think, you want to be mindful of the older buildings in the district. We don't want to stand out with a necessarily ultra contemporary building, but it is RM5 zoning. So I think multi-unit development is almost anticipated at properties like this. And a lot of extra effort goes into what the design looks like and how the new building will fit with the streetscape. And that's exactly why we provided that second page in our plan set to show not only our building's height and what our facade will look like with the rest of the street, but also the setbacks for that context.
Okay. And anything, I would say and just so you know, this is all just for context for us. We're not landmarks, but I'd like to hear anything from the applicant in particular on other conversations that he's had.
Yes, this is Greg Greif again. So I've been in conversation with the neighbor to the north. In fact, he wants us to really come up to his building because he's exposed there and he prefers us to be right against the lot line. So he's in complete favor of what we're trying to accomplish here. I met with a south neighbor about 2 months ago, and he is also in favor of what we're trying to do because he wants to see something built here. It's been vacant for quite a while now, and he would like to see a structure go up.
Okay. Okay, any questions from the board?
Yeah, I got a question.
Great,
So
thanks,
this is Commissioner Toya. Nick, you said that the lot size was, small compared to other city, lots throughout the city. My question is this lot small compared to other lots in this neighborhood?
So the block, and that if you looked at page 2, Commissioner Toya, of the plan set, we actually laid out the block face. There's a difference between some of the corner lots, which are a little bit wider. And then we're gauging approximately a similar 24-foot wide setback on each 24-foot wide lot dimension. But if you notice, almost everyone, not all, but almost the majority of the existing structures either favor one side of the lot, which is what we're proposing, or they're actually built lot line to lot line. So the predominant condition in the immediate area is a 24-foot wide lot with a 0 setback on at least one side. And that's, again, what we're attempting to replicate. I'd also point out, just based on the dimensions that are provided in our plan, at 3.42 feet, we'll actually have a little bit wider of a south side setback than most of the other setbacks that are provided. You do see a difference between 0, 2 feet, and then a fraction from there.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just say, for the board where I think we'd usually dive into a different line of questions on this, but because there's I know this is historic district, we don't have objectors by our deadline. So typically I would go further down that line, but here I'm content because we have no objectors by our deadline. Any other questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. What drove the decision to move from 2 units to 3 units?
You want me to take that, Nick?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, this is Greg Greif. We felt, given market conditions and where things stood within the pandemic, we felt like the price points would be better for 3 units, so we could offer lower price units in the market rather than 2 units, which would duplex up, duplex down, and the other would be the duplex up. So we felt 3 units would be a more favorable position in the market.
That kind of leads into my next question. There was some financial info for what you're proposing with the variation, but could you speak to the economics if the variation is not approved?
Economics, you mean the difference in
rate of return? Profit?
Well, I mean, it will be a greater return because we got 3 units instead of 2 units. So it's favorable. So we felt like the market time would be a lot less for 3 units than it would 2 units because we can offer lower price points, and the overall return should be greater too because we've got 1 more unit to sell.
All right. So what I'm really what would the rate of return be with 2 units?
Nick, I don't have those figures handy. Do you have those?
No. So what we did is we provided the analysis based on the 3-unit proposal. And I think where the mindset is if we're if we did it as a 2-unit design, we would have units that would probably be in the high, like 1.7, 1.6 range, as opposed to $1 million in terms of a sales price, as opposed to breaking up the prices and keeping them at, again, a $1.1 million duplex, and then that $800,000 to $950,000 simplex. Probably the 800 is the middle unit, the 950,000 would be the top floor. I think Greg spoke to it, but just to try and emphasize that point, there's a general concern about the marketability of the 2 higher units. Whether or not they will sell quickly is obviously a concern because that adds to holding cost. The same physical structure could be built, whether it's 2 or 3 units, and actually in the RM5 district, we could increase that unit total. We're not. We think that 3 units is the appropriate mix. And I think 3 units at the price points provided better addresses or better meets the market demand, and with a little bit more certainty than the higher price points. And that's really where I think it ends up. Is there a potential to make a little bit more money by selling the 3rd unit? Sure. But we also don't know exactly what the exact price points will end up being. where they actually land in the market.
Okay, I asked because I don't have our standards in front of me, but I think one of them is, we're supposed to look at whether the variance is just to increase profit. So, if I could ask, I would love to, for all of these, see a comparison of with the variation and without, not to overstep my bounds, Mr. Chairman, but that'd be helpful going forward. I'll just say
Yeah,
that.
no,
instead of asking every
Commissioner
time.
Saul, you have no bounds. Throw out everything.
You might
think is
regret
right.
that.
No, this is your field.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you just add to that, the standard that you're speaking to is whether or not the variation is based exclusively upon a desire to make the property more profitable. And that we don't believe is the case. Yes, we believe our plan may either equal to or provide a little bit more of a profit based on the 3-unit design, but the variation is intended first.
Nick, I think you're breaking up. Hey, Nick, let's give it a second.
Slightly.
Nick, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you please repeat the last 12 or so seconds?
I think the standard that's being spoken to is whether or not the variation is being exclusively sought to make more money from the property. And again, our response to that is no, it's not. Our findings of fact points out the variation is intended to do 2 things. One, it overcomes the 24-foot lot width dimension, but almost more importantly, it allows us to match the pattern of development in the historic district. Otherwise, our building would be pushed back further than the vast majority of the buildings on the street, and it would provide setbacks that are not representative of the other existing historic buildings on our block. So yes, there is an economic analysis, but no, our variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to make more money from the property.
I hear you. It would just be easier for me as a commissioner to evaluate that if I had the info.
Understood.
So
yep.
That's why I'm asking. I guess my last question, Mr. Greif, if I'm saying that
Yeah, you are.
correctly, just off the last a few cases ago, do you have any intention of building? We often hear people say that they can't sell units without outdoor space or a roof deck. Given the case that came a few cases ago, do you have any intention of slipping in a parking garage with the roof deck after the fact?
No, because we're building a carport there, so there will be no roof garage.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, sounds like none. We will take this matter into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Greif and Mr. Funk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yep. Now, sticking with Councilor Fatikas, we're moving onwards to matter 37920Z at 2107 West Catton Street. Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Great, thank you. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Public 2 LLC. The applicant has a contract to purchase the subject property at 2107 through 2111 West Caton. The subject property is currently improved with a vacant 2-story commercial building. The applicant is proposing to take down the existing building and develop the property with a new 4-story mixed-use building that would contain retail space at grade and 8 residential units above. Garage parking for 8 cars will be provided at the rear of the lot. The issue is that the subject lot is a triangle. So in order to permit the mixed-use design, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback for the floors containing residential units from the required 30 feet to 1 foot. We have 2 witnesses testifying on behalf of the applicant. Ms. Teresa Regalski and our project architect, Mr. John Hanna. If I can call Teresa first. Teresa, are you there?
This is tech support. I could not find any Teresa Galsky unless she's logged in under a different name.
Yeah, let's see.
I was texting with her earlier and she, her daughter's, she might be on her daughter's account. Hang on one, I'm so sorry. Hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can confirm it. Is there an Ivana name?
Yes, let me promote her.
That's her.
Okay, they're in.
Okay, great. Thanks for the help on this, Camille.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you, though. Teresa, can you hear us?
You have to unmute yourself. There
Can
we
you hear us now? Okay. Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Teresa, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Teresa Rygielski, Rygielski, and my address is 1703 Northfield Square, apartment B, and also is Northfield, Illinois 60093.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Teresa, you are the manager of the applicant, Public 2 LLC?
Yes, I am, but my daughter is going to answer every questions. Is it okay for you?
Chairman, would you be able to swear in Teresa's?
Let's see, 1 second, Nick. I think a problem might be that we don't have her listed as a witness.
Okay.
Or signed up as a witness, I should say.
Well, then, if it's okay, let me try and work through the questions with Teresa. If there's an issue with translation, we can.
If there's an issue with translation, that's totally fine because I'll swear her daughter in as translator. It's just different because who the applicant is matters here.
She's understood. So let me, Teresa.
Okay.
So Teresa, you're the manager of the applicant, Public 2 LLC?
Yes.
And again, that entity has a contract to purchase the subject property at 2107 through 2111 West Caton. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And
Yes.
again, it's a triangular lot. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're proposing to develop the property with a new 4-story mixed-use building. Is that right?
Yes.
And your understanding is that a variation is required because the lot is a triangle, right?
Yes.
And provided the board approves the relief, your plan is to maintain ownership and rent the units on the open market. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you've provided the board with a summary of the projected costs as well as your anticipated rents and income from the project. Is that right?
Yes.
Is also your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
It is right, yes.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
John, are you there?
I am.
Can you please state your name and address for the record, John?
Sure. John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois. Licensed architect in the state of Illinois.
Thanks. And Mr. Hannah is sworn in.
Thank you. So, John, you developed the program for the proposed 4-story mixed-use building, is that right?
That is correct.
And it's your professional opinion that the lot's triangular shape creates the practical difficulties or particular hardship in this case?
Well, that is correct.
And that's again because the technical rear setback is calculated on a triangle instead of a typical rectangular lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with respect to the rear setback reduction, the fact that the property abuts raised elevated train tracks at the rear should really help mitigate any potential impact your design could have on the residential neighbors to the south. Is that fair to say?
That's absolutely true.
And you believe that the proposed building, again, assuming the variation is approved, will be consistent and compatible with the neighboring mixed-use multi-unit buildings, namely along Milwaukee Avenue?
It will.
And John, it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
It would.
Great, thank you. Chairman, before I conclude, I'd like to point out that we did work with the Wicker Park Community Organization as well as Alderman Hopkins's office. We actually secured a zoning change in, I believe it was December of 2019 for our building program. And this is part 2 of that step. So we did work with the community organization on the development. We secured support for the zoning change, and we're before the board attempting to get entitled for the setbacks.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions from the board? All right, Nick, I'm just really quick. I'm looking at hardship a bit, and I understand that this is a triangular lot. My thought is even if the lot were rectangular, there would be a similar 30-foot requirement.
Right. So if it was a standard 25 by 125 lot, there would be a 30-foot rear setback requirement for the floors that contain residential units.
Okay.
So that
okay. Yep.
Rear setback only applies to the floors that have residential uses.
I see.
And it's also the technical application is really tricky with the triangular lots because there's 3 sides as opposed to 4. So the apex of the triangle basically serves as the front and rear, which again, that's why we're asking for a 1 foot setback down to 1 foot.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think I understand. Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there's none, we'll take this under consideration. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are now moving on to matters 38020S and 38120Z. They'll be taken together, one of which is a special use. So accordingly, I'm going to quick read the department's recommendation before Councilor Fatikas gets started. All right, so for 38020S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the expansion of the existing floor area exceeding 25% of the existing floor area of an accessory convenience store serving an existing gas station, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Fullerton Food Mart, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of November 18th, 2020, prepared by Building Solutions Tech, LLC.
Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Fullerton Food Mart Incorporated. The applicant, again, currently occupies the subject property at 2801 West Fullerton Avenue. The 15,625 square foot lot is improved with an operating gas station and an accessory convenience store, as well as a vehicle repair shop. The applicant is proposing to renovate and add on to the convenience store building and ultimately replace the vehicle repair component with a retail tenant. The proposed updates will require the applicant to install code-compliant landscaping and fencing and maintain the existing 7 off-street parking spaces. In order to permit the addition and site improvements, the applicant is seeking a special use because the proposed scope of work exceeds 25% of the existing convenience store square footage. Additionally, the applicant is seeking a companion variation because the existing lot is less than 20,000 square feet, and there is a 20,000 square foot lot requirement for a primary gas station use. We have 3 witnesses available to testify. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Mahmoud Laka, our project architect, Mr. Makbal Khan, and our MAI designated appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. And if Mohammed is available, is he on?
They're all here. Yeah.
Mr. Laka,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
can you please state your name and address for the record?
Name is Mahmood Lakha. Address is 2162 West Concord Lane, Edison, Illinois, 60101. Can
Thank
you
you,
hear
Mr.
me?
Lock. Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great, thanks.
Again, you're the president of the applicant, the Fullerton Food Mart Incorporated,
Yes, sir.
and you currently operate a gas station and retail convenience store at the subject property, again, at 2801 West Fullerton. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the accessory, the retail store is accessory to the gas station. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
As I described it, you're proposing site renovations and updates, as well as the expansion of the existing retail store. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In all, you're going to add about 960 square feet of building area to the site.
Yes, sir.
And the goal is to make the retail component a little bit more accessible and customer friendly. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And based on your experience in the gas station and retail convenience store industry, you believe you need to make these improvements to stay competitive in the marketplace. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Especially after COVID-19.
Sure. Is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, sir. It would be.
Thank you very much. Chairman, if I can, I'd like to move on to my second witness, Mr. Khan.
Perfect.
Mr. Khan, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Mr. Khan, you might be muted. There we go.
Sorry about it.
No worries.
Maqbul Khan, MAQ. Do you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Maqbul Khan, MAQ, BOOL. Last name is Khan, KHAN. 2704 West Peterson, Chicago, 60659.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
And Mr. Khan, again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois.
Yes, sir.
You designed the program for the proposed renovations and convenience store addition at the subject property.
Yes, correct.
And with respect to the variation and the issue of hardship, the issue in this case is that the existing gas station and convenience store are already non-conforming on the subject lot. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So without the variation, the applicant can improve or expand the convenience store. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And again, our program maintains the same existing lot area total, 15,625 square feet that exists at the property today.
Yes, correct.
All right, so there's no change to that, right?
Yes, it's correct.
And again, you're, with respect to the design, the proposed addition will basically fill in open space at the rear of the building.
Yes, sir.
And doing that allows you to maintain the same traffic flow pattern for the gas station. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you have, you believe the proposed design will function in a safe and an efficient manner. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of our initial review with the Department of Planning and Development, we've obtained preliminary CDOT and landscape approval. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And it's your understanding that my office has filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, if I can call Joe Ryan.
Yep, go ahead.
Joe, are you there?
I am.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, and you're sworn in, and we acknowledge your expertise.
Thank you, Chairman.
Joe, the scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were also asked to provide a professional opinion regarding the standards for approval of the variation. Is that right?
Yes,
As part of your process, you physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area.
I did.
You then prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And briefly, Joe, it's your professional opinion that both the special use standards and variation standards are met in this case. Is that right?
It is, yes.
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement, that we filed a copy of your written report with the board. Is that true?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in the report. Is that right?
yes, it would be.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members may have about the program.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board? I have none on this one either, so we'll take this under consideration. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving right along. I want to call matters 38220Z and 38320Z, both at 4750 North Manor Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicants Katie Dryden and Ashley Holmes. The applicants own the subject property at 4750 North Manor. The property is currently improved with a 2-story.
Hey, Nick, we can't hear you, or at least I can't hear you. Hey, Nick. Hey, Nick.
He must not be able to hear you.
Yeah, I think his speaker must have gone out. Mr. Fatikas, I don't know if I start waving at him. Hey, Nick. Hey, we can't hear you. Let's give it a minute. He's probably going to have to log out and log back in, I would think.
Hello?
Nick? you hear-
Yes, I'm
You're
back.
back. Okay, good. We heard nothing.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of went on a roll and kind of lost it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll give a very brief overview. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Katie Dryden and Ashley Holmes. The applicants own the subject property at 4750 North Manor. The property is improved with a 2-story single-family home, which Katie and Ashley live in. The applicants are proposing to construct a 1-story rear addition to their home. The issue is that the subject lot is a triangular corner lot, and because of that, the existing home and the area for the proposed addition are already non-conforming. So in order to permit the addition, we're seeking variations to reduce the rear setback and the rear yard open space requirement. We have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of both the applicants, Katie and Ashley, and then our project architect, Mr. Phil Casagrande.
Great.
Katie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure, it's Katie Dryden, 4750 North Manor Avenue, Chicago, 60625.
Thank you.
And-
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
And again, Katie, you own and live at the subject property at 4750 North Manor,
yes,
and you've lived there since you purchased the property back in 2016, is that right?
yes,
As I described it, the subject lot is a triangular corner lot,
yes,
and based on the lot shape, it's your understanding that the home is non-conforming with respect to the rear setback and open space requirements on the lot, is that right?
yes,
You're now proposing to construct a 1-story rear addition to the home,
yes,
is that right? And the addition would contain a mudroom, a powder room, and a laundry room, again, all on the first floor.
yes,
And that'll just function as additional living space for you and your family, is that right?
yes,
And again, without being redundant, the reason we're here is because there's only one physical space to add that addition, and it's at the rear of the property, right?
yes,
It's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes,
Thank you very much. Phil, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Phil Casagrande. My office is at 3920 North Ashland Avenue in Chicago, and I'm a licensed architect in the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Casagrande. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
And Phil, you designed the program for the proposed 1-story rear addition?
Correct?
And it's your professional opinion that the lot's triangular shape, together with the home's existing non-conforming footprint, create the practical difficulties or particular hardships in this case?
That's true.
And still, you believe if the variations are approved, the proposed addition will be functional for the family and still consistent and compatible with the neighboring homes and residential buildings. Is that right?
That's right.
And with respect to the open space request, specifically, even though we're asking for a technical reduction to 0, your design maintains over 1,000 square feet of usable open green space. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
And that's mostly situated at the front of the property and between the home and the detached garage. Is that right?
Yes, and there's a good chunk at the corner also.
So the issue is, or the problem is, it's just not in the technical rear setback on the lot.
Yes, exactly.
Phil, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
It is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
It would.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The only thing I'd add, and we got an email late from our neighbor immediately to the south, but we did get an email in support of the proposed addition. We did have communication with them. And can you still hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfect. So we did have outreach to our immediate neighbor, and there's no objection that we're aware of.
Got it. All right. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Did you consider placing the addition between the existing building and the garage in that open area? Or can you describe why you didn't select that area?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll take that. We did explore the possibility of joining the building at that point. The problem with the existing plan, if you take a look at that, there's the living room, which is the largest single space in the house, which is at that side of the building. So it would have been very difficult for the usage of that floor and that space to enter through that space. Whereas there's a stairway at the back where it made a lot more sense to connect the building to the addition. So it just simply flowed better at the back. And really, if you think about it, it wouldn't have made any difference as far as the definition of the rear yard open space. We still would have had to call it 0 based on the 20-foot requirement. There's about 12 feet between the two structures now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, seeing as there's none, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving on and we're going to be taking the next 3 matters all at once because they are adjacent properties asking for the same variation. Counselor, so long as you have no issue with that.
None at all. I was going to suggest the same. It's identical relief, identical witnesses for all.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, so then let's call matters 38420Z, 38520Z, and 38620Z.
If I can start, Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, East Douglas Park LLC. The applicant owns this property at 1239 South Fairfield, 1241 South Fairfield, and 1243 South Fairfield. Each site is currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop each of the 3 properties with a 3-story, 3-unit residential building. On-site parking for 3 cars would be provided at the rear of each lot. The issue is that each lot is slightly substandard, measuring 24 feet wide by 124.87 feet deep. So it's about a foot.
I've got a problem, right? Yeah. You're muted. Chairman, you're muted.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, Nick, you were breaking up with the Wi-Fi. So if you could go back 15 seconds from where you were. And I also just remind everyone, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Thanks. But unlike me, don't then talk when you're muted. Thanks.
Chairman, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so again, the applicant owns all 3 properties at 1239, 1241, and 1243 South Fairfield. Each of the 3 lots is currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop each property with a 3-story, 3-unit residential building. Each building will be supported by 3 surface parking spaces at the rear of the lot. The issue is that the subject lots are each substandard. They each measure 24 feet wide by 124.87 feet deep. And although it's, a foot narrower and only about a 1.5 inch shorter than a standard city lot, it's 3.12 square feet short of the minimum lot area requirement for the 3rd residential unit. So in order for us to permit the project, or the 3 projects in this case, the applicant is seeking variation to reduce the minimum lot area requirement for 3 residents on each lot. From 2 witnesses testifying on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Jorge Sanchez, and our project architect, Mr. Peter Sternuik. Sanchez, are you on the line?
I don't have any George Sanchez.
Looks like we have a phone call in listener. Could that be him?
That could be it.
The person on the phone has to press *6 to unmute themselves.
Okay, so if it's a 773 number, if that's Mr. Sanchez, go ahead and Camille, he has to, sorry, what does he need to press again?
*6.
*6, okay.
The only other unknown person I have is a person named David Fleischman.
That's actually one of our partners. If he's available, he was reported on the economic disclosure statement. So he is an owner of the property. I don't know if that he wasn't
I'll
listed
promote
as
him.
the EDS.
Yeah,
Could be listed as a what?
He was listed on the economic disclosure statement
Okay.
as owner of the property.
So we need the applicant. So let's try to track down Mr. Sanchez, please, because Nick, we aren't positive that number listed is necessarily him. I can read the number out if that's helpful to you, if you have his number.
Yeah, you know what? So sorry, Chair. Let me, I'm gonna send an email now and just make sure that it is him.
Nick, this is Victor. His number ends in 2082.
I believe it does, yes.
Okay, he has to just unmute himself.
All right, I just sent him a note as well. Chair, do you want me to move on to my next case and then we can come back to these?
Yeah, I think that's probably the cleanest way. And then
I just want to.
Yeah, when you come back to this, just acknowledge that we've got the introduction and that we need to keep things moving. So
That's fine.
Let's move on then to the next case. And meantime, if someone on the line could please get Mr. Sanchez ready. So we're going to move on quickly to matters 387-20S, 388-20Z, and 389-20Z. There's a special use involved. It's a special use in 2 variances. So I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. So for matter 387-20S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the 2nd floor for a proposed 4-story, 6-dwelling unit building with a detached 6-car garage, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of December of 2019, prepared by MC and Associates LLC.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 2345 West Roscoe LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 2345 West Roscoe. The subject lot contains 5,750 square feet of total lot area, and it's currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new 4-story, 6-unit residential building. In order to permit the development, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a C1-2 zoning district. The applicant is also seeking companion variations to reduce the minimum lot area requirement for the 6 units and to reduce the rear setback to permit a stair connection between a landing of an exterior staircase and the detached garage. We have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Jim Hansen, our design engineer, Mr. Michael Cox, and our MAI designated appraiser, Mr. Sylvester Kerwin. And Chair, before I call my first witness, I'd like to point out for the record that this case, this identical case, was presented to and approved by the board back in 2016. And copies of the approval resolutions were included in our draft findings. In order to finance the project, the applicant really needed to sequence its sister project next door at 2341 West Roscoe first. And unfortunately, the approvals for this second phase of the project lapsed. So we're back before the board attempting to reestablish the same relief. And I want to make sure the board understands again why we're back asking for the same relief. And with that, I can call Mr. Hansen. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
James Hansen, 1 South Wacker Drive, Chicago, 60606.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
And Jim, you are the manager of the applicant, 2345 West Roscoe LLC?
Yes.
And you that
Yeah,
We can't hear you, Nick.
make it out.
entity owned by West Roscoe, is that right?
Hey, Nick, we've got,
Yep.
you've got to, can you back up 15 seconds again? You started
sorry.
breaking up. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Jim, you're the manager of the applicant, is that right?
Yes.
And again, the applicant owns the subject property at 2345 West Roscoe, is that right?
Yes.
And as I described it, it's currently vacant and contains a total of 5,750 square feet of total lot area, is that right?
Yes.
You're proposing to develop the property with a new 6-unit residential building?
Yes.
And in order to permit the building, you need special use and companion variations, is that right?
Yes.
And provided the board approves the relief, you intend to build your building and sell the units on the open market, is that right?
Yes.
And you, prior to today's hearing, you provided the board with a summary of the costs and expenses, the anticipated sales prices, and your anticipated return, is that right?
Yes.
And you're confident in those assumptions based on your experience with the neighboring building, again, at 2341, is that right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided, is that right?
Yes, it would be.
Great, thank you very much. Mike, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please state your name and address for the record again?
Yes, Michael Cox, 120 West Madison in Chicago.
Thank you. And Mr. Cox is sworn in.
Right. And again, you designed the program for the proposed 4-story, 6-unit residential building?
Yes.
And with respect to variations in the hardship request, the lot area total is a function of the fact that we're basically combining 2 substandard lots. Is that right?
Correct.
Each lot on its own is only 23 feet, correct?
Yes.
And that really dictated how you organized the parking at the rear of the lot. Is that right?
That's correct.
And more specific to the rear setback relief, the proposed reduction will allow you to extend the exterior staircase's landing to provide direct access to the roof deck above the garage. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that same staircase is a life safety requirement that provides the secondary means of ingress and egress to the backside of the building. Is that right?
Correct.
And what's interesting in this case is typically we're talking about a landing extension, but because of the footprint of the detached garage, you're actually going to decrease that landing by about 4 inches. Is that right?
Yeah, it's about right.
And again, by doing this, you're providing direct access from an otherwise required staircase to an otherwise permitted outdoor space. Is that right?
Yes.
And you believe this is the most functional way to provide that direct access?
Yes.
Mike, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
It would.
Thank you very much. Bud, are you on the line?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Bud, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Sylvester J. Kerwin Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. My offices are at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Bud, again, the scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would meet the general criteria set forth in the code. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you were also asked to provide a professional opinion regarding the requested variations. Is that right?
Yes, that's also correct.
And part of your process was to physically inspect the property and the surrounding area.
Yes, that's also correct.
And you then prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
That's correct, and it's discussed in greater detail in the report.
Briefly, though, it's your professional opinion that the proposed special use and the proposed variations do meet the approval criteria. Is that right?
Yes, they do.
And it's your understanding that my office submitted a copy of the written report to the board?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in the report. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Bud, before I conclude your testimony, you were also involved in the application in 2016. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct. And I mentioned that in the report too. And I've included photographs of that property as well as other surrounding properties that show the land uses below the second floor level in the similar variations.
And we do, real quick, we do acknowledge the expertise of Mr. Kerwin, and we also appreciate the thoroughness of his reports.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, that does conclude our case in chief. Again, we'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members might have about the program.
Okay, any questions from the board? I guess I'm hoping that you can touch back on hardship here.
Sure.
Just so that we can get a view that this isn't just, quite simply too big of a building on too small of a lot. So if you could go into what the hardship would be in making this building compatible.
I'm going to give what I hope is a quick answer and then turn the floor over to Mr. Kerwin to expand on it. But in short, because of the 23-foot wide width dimension for each lot, our total is 46 feet. And that's significant because it dictates how we put the parking, how we organize the parking at the rear of the lot. And we know that parking configuration can work because, again, we were able to get the building immediately next door built, and there'll be a shared access point between the two buildings. So there's a way to make that work. The lot width dimension, though, again, dictates where and what we can do with the rear of the property. And the only alternative, if we had a standard 50-foot wide lot, so two 25-foot wide lots, we'd be able to put all of our parking directly off the alley and open up the physical space between the rear of our building and the garage.
Nick, you're breaking up again.
Able to run a stair parallel.
Hey, Nick, I believe that you're breaking up again. I don't know if you can hear me. Assuming everyone else can hear me and it's not a problem on my end. Can someone quick confirm to me that this is not just on my end?
Yes, he is breaking up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, once this feedback stops, I think we move to Mr. Kerwin because we'd like to hear from him anyway, and Nick's clearly having some Wi-Fi problems.
Right.
So, Mr. Kerwin, if you're there, can you address
If you
the
can hear
issue?
me, okay, yes.
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. As Nick started to say, we started out here, we essentially have two 23-foot lots, and it's been explained that kind of dictate how the architect had to lay out the building. And it is very similar with the building next door, had the same issues there with the two 23-foot lots or 46-foot lots there. It changed. This building or this lot was improved, an older obsolete one-story building that I believe had been vacant for some time. The pattern of development along Roscoe Street there is very similar to what's being proposed and has been developed there. I show in my report, I refer you to pages 18 through 20 that shows various views of other development right next door, as well as in the next block to the east and to the south, where it shows the garages. You know, they have a little deck top on there too. It's, as we say, it's the highest and best uses for a low rise multifamily unit. We're talking about 250 square foot difference with respect to the minimum lot size here. Because otherwise, you would end up possibly with 4 units and then one either too big of a unit on the top floor or too small, and then it might not work well in the marketplace. And that's one of the things. And it's kind of an economy of scale when they're building it. You could build the 6 units and be much more efficient than just building 5 and have that kind of an oddball unit, if you will.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much it, if that answers it there.
Yeah, it does. And so it sounds like, in your point of view, this is in line with the character of the surrounding neighborhood.
Yep, absolutely. And that's why I tried to show views on, north side of Roscoe and to the, along the alleyway and to the south, as well as in the next block to the east. So the pattern of development is just what is being proposed here.
That's great. Okay. And if we go, could we scroll back to the view kind of the whole plan? I just want to see how the garage plays into the rest of the building. Okay, I see. So it's a detached garage with there's a form of a connector here between the building and the garage roof deck. Is that correct?
Yes, and this is Bud Kerwin, the appraiser. And I might point out to, on page 18 in my report, I take a photograph from the alley of the adjoining property with the garage and the connector in the building. And that probably then gives you a real good photographic view of what's going to be built there, because it's very similar, this same dimensions.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, seeing as there's none, we'll take this one under consideration. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be circling back. I think we've got to get Counselor Fatikas back on. I don't see him. So let's just give him 1 minute, but we're going to be going back to the matters 38420Z, 38520Z, and 38620Z. And we'll confirm that Mr. Sanchez is able to get on. We're gonna give Counselor a minute. He's restarting his computer.
Mr. Sanchez is here.
Perfect. Good. So we're
Hello.
ready to go.
Hi.
Hey there. So 1 second. We're just waiting for Counselor Fatikas to get back on. He's having some Wi-Fi issues.
Okay. Sorry about it. I'm having some issues myself.
No worries.
And Chairman, this is tech support. With Nick Fatikas, the problem is his Wi-Fi. He's too far from his router.
Okay. Okay. He's gonna. It sounds like he's going to call in, which reminder to everybody is a good option as we all adapt to this remote reality.
Hello. Yep.
Hey there.
This is
that
Nick.
Hey Nick.
Yeah, I'm just calling in. I'm having trouble with the video on my side, but I think this might be the way to maybe finish the last case and then move on to Fairfield if we can still do that.
I can do you one better, Nick. We finished up the last case.
Okay.
So Mr. Kerwin did a good job answering our questions, and he was a good fit for responding to those questions. So let's move back to matters 38420Z, 38520Z, and 38620Z. We now have Mr. Sanchez on the line, and we have a brief introduction on this. So if you want to swear in your witness, and we can get going.
Perfect. Mr. Sanchez, are you on the line? Yes, I am. Can you please state your name and address for the record? Sure. My name is Jorge Sanchez, and I live at 1700 South Des Plaines, Chicago, Illinois, 60616.
Great. And Mr. Sanchez, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Mr. Sanchez, again, you're the manager of the applicant East Douglas Park LLC,
Yes, I am.
and that entity owns all three of the subject properties, 1239 South Fairfield, 1241 South Fairfield, and 1243 South Fairfield. Is that right?
Yes.
Each lot, as I described, is 24 feet wide by 124.87 feet deep. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And all three lots are currently vacant, right?
Yes.
And you're proposing to develop each lot with a new 3-story, 3-unit residential building?
Yes, I do.
And it's your understanding that a variation is required to permit the third unit on each lot because you're about 1.5 inches short of the minimum lot area requirement. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, you provided the board with a summary of your projected costs and anticipated rents and income from the property or from the program for each building.
Yes.
And it's your understanding that my office also filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Peter, are you on as well?
Yes,
Peter, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Peter Sterniak, 5201 North Harlem Avenue, Suite 201, Chicago, Illinois, 60656.
Thank you, Mr. Sterniak. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Peter, you put together the program for each of the three proposed buildings, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's your professional opinion that the substandard lot dimensions, albeit a foot in width and an inch and a half in depth, are really what create the practical difficulties or particular hardships for each of the three proposals. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because again, we're asking for a technical reduction of approximately 3 square feet or 1/1000% of the minimum lot area requirement to permit that third unit, right?
Correct.
Otherwise, though, the design meets the standards and the requirements of the underlying RT4 zoning district. Is that fair?
Yes, that's true.
And you believe the proposed buildings will be consistent and compatible with the other predominantly multi-unit residential buildings on the same block. Is that right?
That's right.
And it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we've already provided. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief for each of these three matters. If you or the board members have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them now.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay,
I've got a question.
Yeah, go right ahead, Commissioner.
Can you talk a little bit about, just explain how the hardship here is not self-created?
Well, I think it's not self-created in this case because, again, we're showing that we're a fraction away from the minimum lot area requirement for a typical 3-flat in RT4 zoning. We didn't create or establish the lot width or lot depth dimensions. We're working with the lots as we purchase them. And again, when I guess the question or the concern that we have is we're an inch and a half or maybe 3 square feet away from the technical requirement. We think that that's de minimis, significantly de minimis. And again, a direct function of the lot dimensions, not something we did. We haven't developed the property yet. We haven't built without a permit. We haven't created our own hardship. We're working with the lot and trying to develop it consistently with what's around us on the block.
Okay, question for the applicant, for Mr. Sanchez. We did review the economic analysis in the findings of fact. I just wanted to get some background on how you got to those numbers.
Sure. Those are projected numbers that I have developed some property on the area, and those are projected numbers based on other property, similar property that I own or I'm in the process of developing around the area. So it's by comparables.
Okay, sure. So this is your independent comparison.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I understand that, and as you guys stress, this is a relatively small reduction, but still good to get everything else on the record. So anything else from the board? Okay, seeing as there's no more questions, we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Again, I apologize for the technical issues. I wish everybody a healthy holiday, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Same to you, Counselor.
Thank you. Likewise.
Bye.
Okay. So we're going to move on to matters 390 20Z, 391 20Z, and 392 20Z. Afterwards, we're going to take a short break that I just want to prepare everyone for. But let's go to the matters noted. Mr. Kupiec, let us know when you're present.
I'm present, ready to go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Kupiec. I'm an attorney with offices at 77 West Washington. I represent the applicant. And I have with me today on the call, I may have my associate, Agnes Pleka. Also have Mike Fox on behalf of the applicant. Also Peter Meyer of Meyer Jeffers Gillespie Architects, the project architect, and Joe Ryan, our expert witness. On the agenda, we do have 3 separate cases, and these are for 3 separate buildings, 1730, 1732, 1734, but they are adjacent to each other. And the facts that we're going to elicit here actually apply to all 3 cases. And maybe more importantly, the relief we're asking for is exactly the same. And in each case, we've got an application for a variation to reduce the rear setback on the floors containing the dwelling units from the required 30 feet to 18.33 feet. So I think it'd be proper to perhaps do these all at once and apply the testimony to all 3 cases.
I totally agree. Thank you.
All right, good. So with that, just a little background introduction. The applicant bought this property back in 2016. And the subject property actually consists of 3 lots and presently improved with what looks like one structure. His original plan called to demolish the old building and to build one new building, a 4-story building. And actually his architect pulled a building permit for that new 4-story building. However, when his demolition contractor went to pull the demo permit, he was advised that unfortunately, the Landmark Commission had just recently voted to establish the Pilsen Historic District, and that this property was in fact within that district. As a result, the demo permit application was denied. To make a long story short, he eventually asked his architect to prepare a new plan that was in compliance with the Landmark Ordinance. That new plan actually went before the Landmark Commission Permit Review Committee last year and was approved. And actually, it's that new plan, that is same plan that is before you today. From a zoning perspective, we have some unique circumstances with respect to this case. The first circumstance is the fact that we're within the Landmark District. Obviously, that changes the ballgame for the applicant. That makes a big difference in his plan. But even within the Landmark District, we've got some unique circumstances with respect to this property compared to other properties within the district. Most are improved with 1 building on 1 lot. The subject property, which is 3 lots and what looks like 1 building on the lot, we've been informed based on the research of the Landmark Division that originally was improved with 3 separate buildings with 1 building on each lot. So now under the Landmark Ordinance, Landmark approved the plan, but they approved the plan only with the conditions that the applicant preserve the existing buildings, with a little exception for 1713, which was originally a wooden construction. He has to preserve the facade. But more importantly, the applicant has to reverse the alterations. Apparently back in the 1950s, the front facade was altered, especially the first floor was altered to combine the 3 buildings into 1, I believe for a store that operated in there at the time. And the alterations were substantial. And the architect would explain some doors were removed, central vestibule was installed, some large display glass windows were also installed. But in any event, Landmark Ordinance requires that the applicant restore, reverse the alterations, in effect, separate the buildings into the original 3 buildings, and then restore the facade of each building, all at the expense of the applicant, of course. In addition, now that it's in the landmark district, also we're subject to the restrictions of the landmark district, especially the restriction that says any addition to the existing building cannot be visible from the street. So with those landmark conditions and restrictions, the plan before you shows a partial 3rd floor addition to the existing 2-story buildings. But in order for it not to be visible from the street, that partial 3rd floor addition is set back 43 feet from the front property line so that it's not visible. And in addition, there is a 3-story rear addition, and that is where we need the relief. We're asking for a variation to allow that rear addition to extend and be set back only 18 feet from the rear property line instead of the 30 feet that is required. And please note from the site plan and survey, there is a 16-foot public alley behind the subject property. And just generally, the applicant gave you his estimate on his reasonable rate of return. But the idea is if we were set back the full 30 feet, the apartments would be smaller. The variation will allow him larger apartments that are more suitable to the neighborhood, would command a reasonable rent, and hopefully allow him to realize a reasonable rate of return on this project, especially considering the substantial expenditure he has with respect to the landmark requirements. So that's the overview. And with that, I'll call Mike Fox as my first witness. Mike, are you on?
I am on.
All right, Mike. State your name and your address for the record.
My name is Mike Fox. I'm at 1110 Pleasant Street in Oak Park, Illinois.
Mike, are you the member manager of Fox Chicago LLC?
Yes, I am.
And your LLC owns the subject property?
Yes,
Mike, am I correct? Your LLC bought the property about 2016?
that's correct.
And real quick, Mike, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Good. Mike, is it true back when you bought the property was not in a landmark district?
That's correct.
This Pilsen Historic District was not established at that time.
That's correct.
And it looked like the property was improved with a structure that looked like one building.
Yes, it was always, as far as I know, it's been bought and sold together for a long time.
Good. The original plan was to demolish that existing structure
Yes,
and to build one new building on the 3 lots.
that is correct.
And your architect, in fact, drew plans, applied for a permit, and received the permit for a new 4-story building on the subject property.
That is correct. We paid for and received a permit to build a new building there.
After that permit issued, you hired a demolition contractor to apply for a demo permit.
Yes,
And the demolition contractor advised you that that permit application was denied because the Landmark Commission had just recently established this Pilsen Historic District.
that's correct.
And Mike, to make a long story short, eventually you just instructed your architect to prepare a new plan that met the requirements of the landmark ordinance.
That is right.
And that plan was directed to the Permit Review Committee of the Landmark Commission,
Yes,
and it was approved by the Permit Review Committee.
yes,
And that's the same plan that we have here today before the zoning board.
it is the same plan.
Okay. So Mike, obviously, as far as your rate of return on the project, makes a big difference now that this building is within the landmark district, subject to the landmark restrictions. Is that correct?
It is a completely different project.
Okay. And even within the landmark district, Mike, you've got a special problem given the fact that what we're told, the original 3 buildings were at some point altered and combined into one structure. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now you're advised that in order to get a permit, you are going to have to reverse those alterations to the front of the building,
Yes,
in effect separating this into the 3 original buildings,
yes,
and then obviously restore the facade of each building to what Landmarks considers the original condition.
That is right.
And that's all at your expense.
Yes,
And Mike, the original permit that you were approved for this property was a 4-story building with commercial on the ground floor with 9 apartments above it. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And in some attempt to achieve what the original plan was, you did plan an upper floor addition to this property.
Yes, we have one addition in the back on each building.
But also a 3rd floor addition.
Third floor
correct?
addition, yeah.
And the problem with the 3rd floor addition is it cannot be visible from the street.
That is correct.
So it's set back approximately 43 feet from that front property line,
Yes,
which is a substantial setback.
yes.
Were you advised by your architect that if your rear addition was set back the full 30 feet, it would cause your units to be smaller?
Yes, we have to be set so far back from the front that if I'm set far back from the back, it doesn't leave much room in between.
Good. And in your opinion, Mike, or strike that, Mike, in addition to building buildings, developing buildings, you also have experience managing buildings in the city of Chicago?
Yes,
Also managing buildings in this particular neighborhood?
yes.
And if you were forced to set back 30 feet, Mike, and were stuck with these smaller apartments, would those smaller apartments be suitable for this neighborhood?
There's typically not a demand for really small apartments. No,
Okay, so it might be hard to rent,
that's correct.
but certainly would rent for a lower rent.
Be
than
lower.
they-
Yes.
Good. And would that lower rent, would that get you a reasonable rate of return on your investment for this project?
No, sir.
Especially considering the extra substantial expenses you will have to restore the front facade of this building?
That is right.
Mike, did you sign an affidavit in connection with this case that we filed on your behalf?
I did.
And Mike, if I continue to quiz you, would you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Chairman, unless you have questions, I think that's all I would have for Mike.
Okay, great. Are you going to, we'll do questions at the end. Are you going to be asking any questions of Mr. Kerwin?
Not Kerwin, Joe Ryan.
Oh, apologies. I was looking at the wrong one. Are you going to be asking any questions of Mr. Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so if you could just do that pretty expediently, because we've all reviewed this application. So
All right, good.
we'll have questions that are outside of what we've reviewed.
Understood. I was going to put a few questions to the architect, Peter Meyer.
Okay, sure. Go right ahead.
Peter, are you on?
I think so.
Good, Peter. You sound good. State your name and your address.
Peter Meyer, 1017 West Webster, Chicago. I'm a licensed architect in Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. And do you swear affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Peter, you're the project architect?
Yes.
And Peter, is it true you're also the architect that actually applied for and received the original building permit at this site back in 2018?
Yes.
And that was for a 4-story mixed-use building with commercial on the ground floor and 9 units above?
9 3-bedroom units.
Total of 9?
I'm sorry.
Total of 9 units?
Total of 9 units, each of which was a 3-bedroom unit.
Okay, good. Peter, is it true that that particular building and that plan had a 0 front setback?
Yes.
And that building had a full 30-foot rear setback?
Yes.
And that permit was issued with no zoning board relief?
Yeah.
Because it was not set back from the front?
Correct.
Peter, is it true, as I said, that this new plan, the one before the board, was approved by the Landmark Permit Review Committee?
Yes.
And Peter, was my representation correct with respect to the alterations that occurred perhaps in the 50s that joined the original 3 buildings into one structure?
Yes.
Is it also true that Landmark Division is requiring that Mike Fox reverse those alterations, in effect separating the buildings, and then in turn restoring the 3 facades for the 3 original buildings?
Yes,
And that's all at Mike's expense, correct?
yes,
Your plan that's before the board does have a partial third floor addition,
yes,
and that addition is set back about 43 from the front property line.
yes,
And that's so it would not be visible from the street per the landmark requirements.
correct.
So Peter, relief we're asking for is only the rear setback, which we want to reduce from 30 feet to 18 feet. Correct?
Yes,
And that 18 feet is 60% of the requirement.
yes,
And there is a 16-foot public alley at the rear of the property.
correct.
And Peter, in your opinion as an architect, is the 18-foot setback adequate and sufficient for this building at this location?
Yes,
Peter, is it also true in your opinion that this project meets all the approval criteria for a variation?
yes,
Also true that it will not alter, in your opinion, the essential character of the neighborhood?
absolutely not.
And Peter, did you sign an affidavit in connection with your testimony here today that we filed on your behalf?
I did.
And if I continue to quiz you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes,
Thank you. That's all I have of Peter, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Good. Joe Ryan, you there?
I am.
Joe, state your name, your address.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
Great, and Mr. Ryan is sworn in.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good. Thank you. And Joe, did you prepare a report in connection with your testimony here today?
I did.
Joe, in your opinion, is it true that this variation, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, absolutely not.
Also, Joe, true in your opinion that the granting of this variation will not be detrimental to the public welfare nor injurious to other property in the neighborhood?
No, included in my report was pictures where residential units go all the way to the rear lot line in this area. Pilsen was one of the neighborhoods that survived the Chicago fire. And there were many coach houses in the neighborhood built to accommodate or to be able to house people who lost their homes in the fire.
Good. Joe, also true in your opinion that this variation will not substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
No, absolutely not.
And Joe, is it true that the materials in your report support these opinions that you just voiced?
Yes.
Good. Mr. Chairman, I would rest with that and rely on Joe's report.
I think he stepped away for a second.
Sure.
Any questions from the board members?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. Just curious about the ground floor spaces. Are any of them occupied by commercial tenants?
Mike Fox, who's better to answer that, you or Peter?
Me. The building has been vacant for 2 years.
Thanks.
And real quick, I'm wondering if the applicant can speak to any conversations that were had with the alderman on this matter. I know Alderman Cicho Lopez is very involved in development in this ward. So I'm sure at some point that came up, and I'm wondering if I can get some background.
Mike Fox, could you respond?
Yes, I had a conversation with his chief of staff last week. I sent him all the plans and whatnot. They know we've talked about these buildings on and off for a long, long time. And so we haven't spoken specifically about the rear yard setback until this week. I sent him all the information and told him what we were doing. And I sent him a follow-up email on Wednesday, asking him if he had any other questions. He's like, no, you're fine. And that was it.
Okay, great. I know this has gone through quite a process to get here today. So we acknowledge that. Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing as there's none, We will take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. As promised, we're going to be taking just a short 10-minute recess. So I motion to make this 10-minute recess. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. We will reconvene at 4:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya. Okay,
Yes.
okay, perfect. We are reconvened. So next we're going to be moving to matter number 39420S. So I believe this is Ms. McGuire. Let us know when you're present. Ms. McGuire, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me all right, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
So for this matter, I know you probably realized at this point we're reading the DPD recommendations up front. And I'm also going to read to you the process for this matter, acknowledging that we do not have any objectors present.
Fair enough.
Okay, so first to the recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided, number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, PCAU1 LLC. Number two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. And number three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated November 16th, 2020, prepared by Interform Architecture and Design. And now, Ms. McGuire, we have a specific order that we would like you to present today. Number one, first identify your witnesses and their role in the project. Number two, next, if you have an opening or general statement that you would like to make, present that. Number three, then we would like you to walk the board through how people are flowing into and out of the proposed facility, starting with their arrival at the sidewalk. Number four, next, we would like that you walk the board through the process for loading and unloading and how that is supervised. Number five, we'll then have questions, but you can address it first on your security plans, your community meeting, your proposed social equity plan, and how you are meeting miscellaneous regulatory requirements. And number six, we'll open it up to any remaining questions from the board.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You ready for me to get started?
Yep, you may proceed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn, here on behalf of PCAU1 LLC, the applicant for a special use cannabis dispensary, special use for an adult use cannabis dispensary at 60 West Superior Street. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Here with me today are Bill McMenemy. He's Chief Revenue Officer for PharmaCann Inc. I should note that PCAU1 LLC is a wholly owned subsidiary of PharmaCann. Mr. McMenemy will be the one who will go through the customer flow, operations, security, as well as delivery programming for this site. Also with me this evening or this afternoon are Jeremy Unruh, Senior VP of Government Affairs for PharmaCann. He will discuss PharmaCann's social equity programming and workforce development initiatives. Also with me, Chris Collins from Interform, the project architect, Mike Wolin from Price Associates, he's our appraisal witness, and George Kissel of Okrent Kissel, who's our land planner. At the outset, I just wanted to indicate that PharmaCann is a Chicago-based vertically integrated cannabis company with cultivation centers and dispensaries nationally. In Illinois, PharmaCann currently has a cultivation center and 4 operating dispensaries. The site that we're talking about here today, 60 West Superior Street, is improved with an existing 2-story plus basement structure with a 12-car parking lot that is adjacent to it. The building is currently vacant and PharmaCann will be leasing the entire structure. The ground floor will be the dispensary, and we'll be talking about the plan of operations for that floor. The basement is storage, and the second floor is office space and employee break room space. The basement and the second floor are not publicly accessible. Those will be restricted access. I wanted to, if I could, just briefly talk about our community engagement process at this point, then I'll turn it over to Mr. McMenemy, if that's all right. At the outset, when we located this site, we first reached out to Alderman Hopkins' office, and he asked us to coordinate our community efforts with River North Residents Association, which is the community group that has jurisdiction in this area. As this board well knows, RNRA is well versed with cannabis applicants and is very engaged in ensuring that applicants that they support follow their sort of best practices. As is their custom and practice, we started first with the RNRA board, met with them, answered their questions, and addressed their concerns before then advancing to the broader community meeting. The community meeting was held on June 29th, consistent with the City of Chicago zoning ordinance, as well as the ZBA's sort of supplemental rules for community engagement during the pandemic. The meeting was scheduled for at the Sofitel Hotel in the 2nd Ward. Notice of the meeting was sent by mail to the property owner, to owners within 250 feet, to the ZBA, to Alderman Hopkins. Notice was published in the Sun Times, all within the timeframes as set forth in the ordinance. Additionally, RNRA sent email blasts to its membership informing them of the meeting, and Alderman Hopkins included information of the meeting in his email newsletters as well. And all of the notices, those wanting to attend in person were asked to RSVP, and we did that purposefully so that we could ensure that there was adequate capacity for everyone who wanted to attend in person, so that we could scale up and add meeting rooms as necessary. And consistent with the ZBA rules, on the evening of the meeting on June 29th, we had 3 separate rooms available where the meeting was going to be held simultaneously. Ultimately, 13 people attended in person, 70 people participated via Zoom. And as a result of that community engagement process, PharmaCann agreed to enhance the lighting around the perimeter of this building. There was a fair amount of commentary that Superior can be a bit dark. So we added some lighting along our building perimeter to ensure that the facade, the alley, and the rear of our building was well lit, as well as added a perimeter, or neighborhood rather, security patrol that will patrol the block as well as the alleys nearby. I know that the ZBA has received several emails from neighbors in support, as well as a letter from RNRA indicating that they have no objection, and that should we be approved, they look forward to partnering with PharmaCann at this location. And with that, unless there's a specific question as to that aspect, I would turn it over to Mr. McMenemy. We'll talk about the operation.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Bill, are you there?
I am.
Okay. Oh boy, we've got a little blow back there. Mr. McMenemy, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. You're gonna mute.
Yeah,
It's
we're
Bill
gonna have to.
McMenemy,
Oh, there we go.
3603 Catherine Avenue, South Whitehall, Pennsylvania, 181.
He needs to start over. I didn't.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. McEnemy, can you please start that over? We had some feedback at the beginning.
Can you hear me, Katrina?
Yep, we can hear you now better. Yeah, so go ahead and just start over with your name and address for the record.
Sure. Bill McMenemy, 3603 Catherine Avenue, Catherine with a C, South Whitehall, Pennsylvania, 18103.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. McMenemy, can you just briefly describe your role at PharmaCann as Chief Revenue Officer?
Sure. In my role as Chief Revenue Officer, I'm responsible for aligning all of the functions within the organization, marketing, real estate operations, loss prevention, security, merchandising, to create the best experience for our customers in the communities that we serve.
Great. And you're obviously familiar with this site and our plan of operation for it. Is that correct?
I am.
And if we could just ask to go to applicant exhibit B, which is PDF page 10 of our exhibits. I just want Mr. McMenemy to just briefly talk about something that's unique to PharmaCann, which is their online reservation and payment app.
Sure. So unique to PharmaCann and specific to this location, we operate our business, and this will sound counterintuitive, on a reservation-only system. And so we require that for all of our patients and customers who are shopping with us to make a reservation using our reserve online pickup in store system. And it can be done through an app, or it can be done at your convenience, from your laptop, from the convenience of your home. And that allows for a couple things. First and foremost, it gives the consumer the ability to shop with us on their own terms. And the other thing that it does is it allows them to feel confident and secure that the product that they want and desire is there for them when they want to conveniently on their own, by making a reservation with PharmaCann, come in and pick that product up. And so our program, our process is that you reserve your product online, you make a reservation within the next 48 hours to come in and pick that product up. We'll hold it for you. You make a reservation, that product will be there for you, and then you arrive at the dispensary and pick that product up.
Great. And you can make arrangements then through that app also for payment. Is that correct?
You can. We can't accept payment online, but you can download our payment app, and that will give you your own personal QR code that you bring to the dispensary. And at the time that you come to pick up your product and pay, you just show your own personal QR code, scan it, and off you go.
And we did have some shots of those apps as exhibits, but unless there's specific questions, there we go. Perfect. Now moving on, if we could just get exhibit C up, which was PDF page 12 of our exhibits, please, Jeanette or Victor. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, we're going to start with the delivery aspect because we're going to talk about the site plan and how you access the building for deliveries, and then we'll move through the customer flow next.
Okay, that's fine.
We have some numbered plans up that, hold on. Back one, please. Well, no, there should be. Are you on? No, we need to be, I'm sorry, Exhibit C, PDF page 12. If you can advance, you'll need to advance like 11 pages, Jeanette or Victor. It's right after those payment apps. Next, okay, go one, oh, next page.
We only, we might have a limited number of pages in the PowerPoint. The commissioners have the full reports though, so it's not a huge deal.
All right, well, we had it numbered. So, okay, then go ahead, please, if you would, for the next one, which is the floor plan, which is numbered at least. I saw that when you were scrolling through earlier, please. Because we numbered it so that he could walk it through for you clearly. Okay, all right. All right, why don't you go ahead, Bill, and just talk through customer flow, please, if you would, starting at sort of point 1 and advancing through the floor plan.
Sure. So point 1 is the entrance to the dispensary. And so between points 1 and point 2, the customer and or patient would be greeted by our third-party security. So we employ a multi-level security platform at PharmaCann, and one of those levels is third-party security. And so the customer would come into point 1, and at point 2, they would meet the third-party security. That third-party security person would then confirm that the customer does have a valid reservation for the time that they are trying to enter the dispensary. And typically we would allow them to enter the dispensary 5 minutes before their reservation time. The customer would then proceed up to the public access area to point 3, at which time they would go to our reception and security desk, and that's staffed by our OSS. So those are internal Verilife security agents. At that time, their ID is validated and we scan the ID, and we have a multi-step process for validating the ID. So we'll scan it at the security desk, validate that they can access the dispensary, and again, confirm that they do have a reservation, a valid reservation time, at which time, once those pieces have been confirmed, they move on to point 4, where they move from the public access area to the restricted or the limited access area. And they have to be scanned in. So that area, those doors are operated by key card. And so they would be granted access, again, once we've confirmed their ID and their reservation, into the limited access area where we dispense. Point 5 illustrates our POS, and we'll have 10 POSs in this location. And we check the ID again, so we scan it again for a second time. We're one of the only, if not the only, cannabis operators in Illinois that actually goes through a multi-step process to validate IDs. You've placed the order on the reservation system, so our Reserve Online Pickup in Store system. And so in about a minute and a half or 2 minutes, that order is provided to the customer. They pay either on our payment app or with cash. And once the transaction is completed, they move out of the limited access area and back into the public access area through the secure door at point 6, down the corridor, and then back out onto the exit the building onto Superior.
Great, thanks. So then talking a little bit about deliveries, if you can just talk about how deliveries are made. They're accessed from the parking lot. The delivery vehicles can park in our parking lot and then access the rear of our building. Is that correct?
Yes. And so I'll just direct you.
Yeah, it's right here, Bill. Actually, they've got the right one on the screen. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you able to see that, Bill?
So point 1 is the.
Bill is muted. Bill, you're muted.
I think they have two devices in the same room. I think that's causing echo.
Right. Bill, you're still muted.
So Mr. McMenemy is going to come in here. Apparently there's a problem with his technology. He's sitting across the table from me, so I'll swap out with Bill if that's okay with you.
So apologies for that.
We'll get
So if I can direct you to point
in.
1, that's where our delivery vehicle, which is very similar to a small minivan, it's unmarked, or a small SUV would park. From that point, there would be 2 couriers in that vehicle. One of those couriers would exit that vehicle and go into what we have marked as point 2, and that's our delivery entrance, and that's a caged area. It's not visible to the public. Our agent in charge would give them access and escort them into point 3, which would be our restricted access delivery area.
And then if we might just go back to that floor plan that was numbered, and that shows the internal, there you go. Bill, can you see that? Okay?
I can see that.
Great.
So if we can pick up at point 7, this area is the restricted access area. So only our agent in charge, our general manager, or members of our management staff have access here. So that same courier who has the manifest, who enters the building, is given access there. They walk through from point 8 to point 9, ultimately ending up in point 10, where they'll go through the manifest, they'll validate the inventory, at which time the inventory will then be brought from point 10 into point 11, and the courier would exit back through points 9, 8, and 7, and back out to the delivery vehicle and off the premises.
Great. Will there be any consumption on premises here?
No.
And what are our hours, the proposed hours of operation?
9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Can you talk a little bit about cash management?
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, we are gravitating towards a payment app. It's very similar to Apple Pay or the Starbucks Mobile Pay. We would like for the adoption rate to that to be about 50%. Other than the mobile payment app, cash is the method of payment within the dispensary.
Great. Why don't you go ahead, Bill, and talk generally about dispensary security? What are the security features here?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, so we have 3 kind of levels of security. First and foremost, We have a third-party contractor that works with us. Their primary responsibility is to maintain the safety and well-being and security of the exterior of the building. And so they will be tasked with doing perimeter patrols around the area of 60 West Superior. And they'll do neighborhood patrols as well. And we'll get to that when we highlight that slide. They will be checking different access points on the security, for security on the outside and exterior of the building, and also be there to support the community as a deterrent. And as I mentioned, we'll talk about that in future slides. We also have our Verilife employees, our OSS. They are our own employees, and their primary role is to ensure the safety, well-being, and security of the interior of the building. And primarily, they're stationed at the reception and security desk, and they're checking IDs and validating that only people who are with a valid ID can enter the dispensary. In addition to that, the building is monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have a state-of-the-art security system that has cameras in every portion of the building where cannabis is stored. In addition to that, we use facial recognition, highly pixelated cameras on the exterior of the building. It's also, again, we have cameras on the exterior as well, and we provide access to the IFDPR 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the state police and the city police as needed to remote in and check the building. In addition to that, every access point within the building has a key card access where we're recording the coming and going of every employee in the building with a key card that's assigned specifically to them. So that's monitored. All the movements within the building are monitored as well.
Great. If we could just advance to the perimeter neighborhood security slide. That's the aerial that has the arrows. It was Exhibit E for us. It was page 14 of the PDF. I don't know if that helps at all. We can advance to that. I did see it scrolled through, so. Oh, no, there we go. Perfect. Well, do you want to just talk a little bit about the perimeter security?
Sure, absolutely. And so we will have neighborhood patrols, and it's highlighted here with the arrows. And this was really important to the community, and it's also a part of what we're trying to do to ensure that the community feels safe while we're operating the dispensary here at 60 West Superior. And so this again illustrates how we would patrol. We would patrol every 2 hours, making the rounds. Our team would, if needed, call 311 or 911, depending on the severity of the incident that they observe, if there are any. And in addition to that, we would patrol the alley at 70 Huron there and just make sure that there's no incidents or issues going on in that alley. And again, report them 311 or 911 as well.
Thank you, Bill. And we prepared an affidavit that you executed in conjunction with these proceedings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and so your testimony thus far, and if I were to ask you further questions, would be consistent with that affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further of Mr. McMenemy unless the board has any particular questions of him right now.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. We'll take questions at the end.
Fair enough. So I would just ask, my next witness would be Mr. Unruh, please. Hey, Mr. Unruh, if you could just state your address, name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Should I be sworn?
Yeah, he'll swear you in after you state your name. And Bill,
Sure.
you're going to have to mute your computer.
Name's Jeremy Unruh, spelled UNRUH. I live at on the 1200 block of Hill Road in unincorporated New Trier Township, Cook County.
Great. Mr. Unruh, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Unruh, if you could just briefly explain your role at PharmaCann.
Yeah, sure. So I'm the Senior Vice President of Public and Regulatory Affairs. And I'm also one of the handful of people that was privileged to start this company back in 2014, 2015, when Illinois first had its medical marijuana licensing application process. And so I'm responsible for government relations and public affairs, and I do a lot of the media, and I just generally represent the company as an ambassador.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe how PharmaCann complies with the state of Illinois social equity components of the Cannabis Act?
Sure. So as I'm sure you all are on the board are becoming aware, Illinois has some of the most exceptional and robust social equity requirements, though in our company we call them responsibilities, of any state in the United States. States like Massachusetts and cities like LA might try to argue with us, but I don't think that bears out at the end of the day. So what we do is between now and March 31st of 2021, which is 4 or 5 short months away, we will be contributing over $2.5 million to social equity considerations. Some of those payments, those contributions will go to the state's Cannabis Business Development Fund. Some of those contributions will go to incubating the teams that we have put together to try to foster some diversity among the ownership of medical and adult use licensees in the state. Our teams put in over 40 applications for dispensaries, craft grows, and transporters here in the state, and we're waiting to, as everybody is, to see how those play out. And then finally, or it's not finally, but some of the other things we do are workforce development. So we think it's very, very, very important to generate opportunities for family sustaining career paths from disproportionately impacted communities into our space. And so to that end, we spend a lot of time with our community college partners, not only here in Illinois, but in other states as well. Indeed, Olive Harvey, which is one of the city colleges here, is the home of cannabis curriculum among the city colleges, and we are privileged to be on their cannabis advisory board. We have people in our company, some of our most highly placed retail officers are helping to instruct coursework there at Olive Harvey, and I'm proud to say that we made a sizable contribution to their cannabis curriculum very recently. So that's what we do to comply with the responsibilities that we have under the statute. But I can go on about things we do internally to think about the future past March 31st of 2021, and some of the things that we have a responsibility as an organization to do, not just as an Illinois licensee, but just as a good community business.
Thanks, Mr. Unruh. I'm happy to move on to my next witness unless there's a particular question at this point.
Yep, I think Councilor McGuire, that makes sense.
Okay, fair enough. I think what I'd like to do in the interest of time, and Mr. Chairman, you let me know if you want me to do the more abbreviated version of Mr. Wolin and Mr. Kissel, who did submit reports.
Yeah, I think
Happy
that's
to
good. We've all we've reviewed the application, and I know there's a lot of substance that goes into these, but we don't have any objectors here, so I think therefore we can expedite a little bit and get to questions.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Wolin, I'd like to call Mr. Wolin next, please.
Mayor,
Great. Mr. Wolin, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
my name is Mike Wolin, 5 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
And you're an MAI appraiser, is that correct?
I'm an MAI and Illinois Certified General Appraiser.
Thank you, Mr. Wolin. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do, sir.
Great.
And I just ask that Mr. Wolin be recognized as an expert, please.
Yes, we have your report. We recognize Mr. Wolin as an expert appraiser. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Wolin, you prepared a report in conjunction with this project, is that correct?
I did.
And that report was submitted in conjunction with the applicant's findings and was also provided as a hearing exhibit, is that correct?
It was?
Will your testimony today be consistent with those findings in that report?
Yes, it would.
All right. And if I could just briefly get your conclusions on the record, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Based on the use, based on the hours, based on the security, based on the operation plan, after discussions with council, I don't believe the proposed use will have an adverse impact on the surrounding community.
Great. And did you also form an opinion as to whether or not it would be compatible with the surrounding area as to hours of operation?
It will
lighting, et
be.
cetera?
It will be. In fact, in my report, I have a chart, 2 charts of hours of operation of other uses in the neighborhood. So I do believe it'll be a compatible use.
Great. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Wolin. I have nothing further of Mr. Wolin. If we could please call Mr. Kissel.
I'm here.
Great. And Mr. Kissel, if you could please state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name's George Kissel, president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates, with offices at 122 South Michigan in Chicago.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. I don't think we've sworn you in yet today. I might be messing
have.
that up, but we have. Okay, I'm going to do it again anyway, just because I brought it
No
up.
problem.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And we'd ask that Mr. Kissel also be recognized as an expert.
Yes, we recognize Mr. Kissel's expertise based on the frequency he appears in front of the board.
Great. And similar with Mr. Wolin, I would just like to get his report on the record, please. Mr.
Yes.
Kissel, you prepared both a map depicting a 500-foot radius around the subject site and prepared a land use report consistent with that map. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you prepared a report as to the special use standards, in particular as to cannabis establishments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your testimony here today would be consistent with that report that was submitted as part of the findings of fact, as well as a hearing exhibit here today?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and just so briefly, I'd like to just get your conclusions on the record. Based on your research and as set forth in your report, you reached certain conclusions that this application meets the standards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you form an opinion as to whether the proposal is consistent with all applicable standards for special uses and the additional standards for adult use dispensaries?
Yes, I did.
And that conclusion was?
That the proposed special use is consistent with all the criteria for special uses, including those applicable specifically to adult use cannabis dispensaries.
And did you form an opinion as to whether the proposed special use will have an adverse impact on the surrounding area? And if so, what is that opinion?
Will have no adverse impact.
Great. I have nothing further of any witnesses. I want to be respectful of your time, and we don't have objectors. I just want to make sure that we don't leave anything open. So please advise me if there's any open considerations or concerns you'd like us to address.
Sure. Ms. McGuire, did you want to get your supporters on the record? That's up to you.
The ones who are signed in to testify in support?
Yes, I believe there was 2.
Yeah, I would appreciate if they've sort of spent the day waiting for their opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's do that quick and then we'll
Yes.
go to questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so is Mr. Mitch Simborg present? Or Mr. David Ruttenberg?
Chairman,
Maybe yeah.
has been promoted to a panelist.
Great, thank you. Yes, okay, so Mr. Simborg, you are currently muted, but I see you on the panelist list.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Great. Mr. Simborg, please state your name and address for the record.
Mitchell Simborg, 161 East Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And Mr. Simborg, very quickly, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Perfect.
I'm here to voice my support for this location. I think it's actually a perfect location. I think the building, the parking, the security is great. I have been forced to frequent a dispensary that is not close. I particularly use some creams and ointments for injuries that I have due to sports. And I would love to see this within walking distance of my home, as would many of my friends. And I just think, from my experience, you don't even know that dispensaries are in your neighborhood. The ones I go to, or the one I've gone to, I've walked by 15 times or driven by 15 times before I even knew it was there. So I think this is a great location, and I welcome the jobs and the taxes. We need them both. Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for spending the time coming and and voicing your support, Mr. Simborg.
My pleasure.
Is Mr. Ruttenberg present?
Chairman, he's not signed.
Okay, if he comes in, just ping me and let me know, but we'll switch over to questions. All right, one question I have from the get-go, and I will probably have a few more from the board, even though it was very thorough overview. What was the conversation? I know about your community meetings. Can you go a little bit more in depth on conversations with the alderman? I believe this is Alderman Hopkins' ward.
Yeah, that's correct. So we, as is customary with all sort of zoning matters, reached out to the alderman's office first to notify him that we were looking at this location. We had been having conversations with him as well about another location in the second ward. So he's familiar with PharmaCann and our operations. And he advised us to work through the community engagement process with RNRA, as I described. We've stayed in continued contact with his office and informed him of any sort of issues or questions that have popped up, and kept him posted at all times.
Okay, great. Great. And one question I asked earlier is we heard about your response to COVID and kind of keeping things safe. On the other side of that is safety for your employees. So I just wanted to ask whether there's protocol in place to confirm that the employees are staying safe and being kept safe, and it's not just a focus on the customers.
Yeah, Bill, if you want to address that, please.
Sure, absolutely. And I appreciate you asking that question.
Make sure your sound is up.
Can you hear me, Katrina?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, so I appreciate you asking that question. So we have a fairly robust response plan to COVID for our patients, customers, and employees alike. So I'll kind of walk you through what that looks like in terms of keeping our employees safe. We have a multi-phased approach. So first and foremost, our employees conduct a home health screen. So it's a questionnaire that's aligned with the CDC guidelines. And if they are symptomatic or not feeling well in any way, we encourage them to stay home. We'll monitor them for 24 hours. And if their symptoms persist, we'll help them facilitate a COVID test, and then monitor them throughout for both a negative and positive outcome. When the employees do come to work after they've gone through the first home health care screen, when they arrive at work, they go through another screening process where we take their temperature and go back through the questionnaire that we've developed. At the same time, if there are employees with chronic conditions, we'll do a midday check-in. Again, go back through the screening, do temperature checks with them as well. All of our employees have masks and PPE. We were certainly the first operator to install plexis throughout. We encourage social distancing. And again, through utilizing our reservation system, we can limit the amount of customers that come into our dispensaries to ensure that they're safe as well. Our employees are safe. Our dispensaries are sanitized multiple times during the week. We have a robust cleaning protocol every 30 minutes. We stop and disinfect all surfaces within the dispensary. Again, ensure that our employees are given the platform and the ability to raise any concerns that they have about their safety and well-being within the dispensary.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Seeing as there are none, it means that you've answered quite a bit of questions proactively. So thank you for appearing today, and we'll take this matter under consideration.
Thank you all for your time, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Absolutely. Same to you. All right, everyone. We're now going to call matter 39520S at 533 West Berry Avenue. And I believe counsel here is Sylvia Michas and Graham Grady. So whenever you're present, let me know.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Is this Counselor Michas?
This is Sylvia.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sylvia Michas, and I'm an attorney with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, located at 111 East Walker Drive in Chicago, Illinois. Along with my colleague, Graham Grady, we are here today on behalf of the applicant,
Great.
$1 Million Highway.
Thank you. And Counselor Michas, first off, apologies for mispronouncing your name. And secondly, we are now going to be reading department recommendations up front so that you then can respond to anything that comes up with it. So right now, I'll read the DPD recommendation on this matter.
Okay, wonderful.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to lease 72, which is 45%, of the 161 required residential accessory parking spaces located in an existing two-story parking garage, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, $1 Million Highway LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the pedestrian concept plan dated November 18, 2020.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. Again, Sylvia Michas for the record. Again, along with my colleague Graham Grady, we're here on behalf of the applicant $1 Million Highway, which is the owner of the property at 533 West Berry in Chicago, Illinois. The applicant is here today seeking a special use to lease the 72 parking spaces of the existing 161 residential accessory parking spaces to residents of neighboring properties. The subject property is located within an RM6 district and is currently improved with a 17-story residential building and a 2-story with a rooftop detached garage at the rear of the property. The parking garage contains a total of 161 parking spaces within the basement through rooftop levels of the garage. The residential building was built in 1966 and the detached existing parking garage was built in 2002. As part of this application, a new non-resident pedestrian access will be established via a secure gate located on Berry Avenue near the northeastern corner of the property. This new access will allow for pedestrian safety and convenience. The granting of a special use will not only create parking opportunities for residents of the neighboring properties, it will also help address the current parking need in this congested area and put to good use parking spaces which are not currently utilized. Here with us today is Martha Jane Zering, Vice President of the applicant, also the applicant's land planner, Jason Jarrett of Ogrant Kissel Associates, and applicant's traffic consultant, Michael Worthman of KLOA. Also available for questions is Caitlin Nogar, Regional Manager of Reside Living, applicant's sister company, which is the property manager of the site. Ms. Zering, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Martha Jane Zering. I'm a Vice President of $1 Million Highway. Office address is at 150 North Michigan Avenue, Suite 2700, Chicago 60601.
Thank you, Ms. Zering. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
And Ms. Zering, as you are aware, Taft submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to this board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Jason Jarrett. Mr. Jarrett, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Yes, my name is Jason Jarrett with Okrent Kissel Associates. I'm a AICP certified land planner. Our offices are located at 122 South Michigan Avenue in Chicago.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great. And we recognize that you've appeared in front of us before and your expertise.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jarrett, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal for a special use to lease 72 of 161 required residential accessory parking spaces within the existing parking garage to non-residents, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Jarrett, have you prepared a report detailing your findings, analysis, and conclusions? And in that report, and is that report, in the material submitted to the board and admitted into evidence?
I have, and it is.
Mr. Jarrett, is it your opinion that the proposed special use will comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics?
Yes, it is.
And is it your opinion that the proposed special use is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, definitely.
And Mr. Jarrett, if you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your report?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you.
And for our next witness is Michael Worthman. Mr. Worthman, please state your name, address, and business or profession for the record.
Michael Worthman, address of 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois, 60018. I am a traffic engineer, registered professional engineer in the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Worthman. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Mr. Worthman, your firm was retained by the applicant to prepare a parking study detailing the availability and utilization of existing public parking spaces within the vicinity of the subject property to demonstrate the need for non-accessory parking in order to alleviate the parking needs in the area, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, your firm prepared the non-resident pedestrian plan, which was developed by our team and approved by the Department of Planning and Development.
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with findings and conclusions contained in the report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Worthman. And with that, that is the presentation of our case, and we are all available for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, everyone. As a first item, as we were reviewing this, question came up that I'm hoping you can go more in depth on, is showing us that this won't negatively impact the parking opportunities of current residents.
Okay. Actually, we have, and I think to speak better to that in terms of availability to non-resident parkers, to resident parkers, I'm actually going to have Caitlin speak to that. Caitlin is the property manager at the site, and she may be able to give a little bit more detail. One thing I did want to mention is it is the applicant's plan at this point to enter into monthly leases with non-residents. But I will turn this over to Caitlin, who might be able to give us a little bit more in depth of the process and availability to resident versus non-resident. So Caitlin.
Hello. So currently we
And
only have,
Kaylin, really quick, can you please state your name and address and I'll swear you in?
yes, my name is Caitlin Nogar. I'm the regional property manager. Office location is 150 North Michigan.
Great, thank you, Ms. Nogar. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do. So our parking garage is not fully occupied. It's currently 85 spaces are rented by residents. It's a mix between with our residents who need parking and some do not own vehicles.
And I believe possibly the question was more on lines of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman, in terms of the availability, which I think you just answered, is there's quite a number of vacant parking spaces. So the needs of a resident should not be hindered by the ability to lease to non-residents.
Correct.
Okay.
And is that pretty, I know you said 85 are currently leased to residents. Is that pretty consistent of a number throughout the time that the building's been running?
Yes.
Okay, great. And will you give an overview just on how this is really going to operate from your point, where these customers are going to access the opportunity for these 1-month leases, who they pay, that line of process?
Yes, so we do have a key fob system that they would access the gates to the parking garage. They would also receive a garage remote to get in and out their vehicle. And then we do set up each parking account separately where they have their own ledger. They can pay the office or online.
Okay, and how are these spots being marketed? These spots that are going to be leased to non-residents?
We would like to add signage and advertise on our website.
All right, questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. Will the resident and non-resident parking be separated, or will it be all combined?
It is an open garage, so it would just be assigned parking. It would not be separated.
Okay.
Will you be using any, so I know you said 1-month leases are anticipated. Will you be doing any day of, any spot hero type of renting?
No, just monthly.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing as there's none, thank you everyone for your time today, and we'll take this under consideration.
Great. Thank you. Have a happy and safe Thanksgiving, everyone.
You as well.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to call matter 39620Z at 5713 West 64th Street. All right, Counselor Moore, are you present?
Yes, thank you very much. You can hear me. Do I have my witnesses, Arthur Tomsek and Michael Ryan?
Let's see. Yep, I see Arthur's off of mute.
They're all in.
Great, they're all in.
Thank you very much. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore. This is a case requesting rear and side yard variances. It's a non-conforming building, 80 or 100 years old, that, however, built more than 50 years ago anyway, that was built at the back of the lot, so it was always non-conforming. Arthur bought it to because they'd grown up there and he was hoping to move in there and raise a family. He bought it out of a foreclosure, and he found out after the fact that there was a pending case against it because someone had taken a variance. Had gotten a permit and had not built in accordance with the permit, and not ever had final inspections or whatever. And he had no notice of that at the time. And we're now here today to do as-built drawings and make everything compliant. So Arthur, are you there?
Yes.
So you grew up in this neighborhood, right?
And Councilor Moore, can we please get him on the record?
Yes, please. Arthur, your name and address, and then council will swear you. The chairman will swear you.
Arthur Tomzak. I live at 6850 West 79th Street, Burbank, Illinois, 60459.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tomzak. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
So you grew up in this area, did you?
Yes, sir.
And and you moved away, and then more recently you got married?
Yes.
And it came to your attention that this was a bank sale, a foreclosure following a bank sale, and you thought it would be a nice home to raise your family in. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yes.
And you made a bid on it and got the bid, but and the property had been vandalized during the foreclosure, and you knew that. You were aware of that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you, at the usual real estate proceedings, you had a list of, you hired an inspector and had a list of inspection items, but they were routine, fix the broken windows, things like that, nothing structural. Is that right?
That's right.
And at the time of the closing, you had, it turns out in retrospect that there was a 3-year-old building court case against the property, but you had no knowledge of that whatsoever. Is that right?
That's right.
So incidentally, that we have made an exhibit that your inspector repair list of items that needed to be repaired. Before you've been involved in real estate closings, have you?
Yes.
And what eventually becomes your insurance, your title insurance policy, starts out as a title commitment where it lists all the problems or all the issues that on title that might be that you should be aware of before you purchase a property. Is that right?
That's right.
And in this case, your title policy, which we have put as an exhibit, does not mention that there was a pending circuit court building court case against the property, does it?
It did not.
And so, again, that's the way you would know something like that, but you had no notice of it. Is that right?
Correct.
So after the closing, you were standing in front of your building and you got served with a case from 2016, I think. Is that right?
2015, yes.
2015. And this was in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we have a copy of that that complaint as one of our exhibits. And that was the first you knew that there was a pending case involving a building without a permit and certain gang activity that apparently was going on in the building during the foreclosure, and a host of things listed in the complaint. And when you were served after you had closed, that was the first you knew of it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so then you went and hired a lawyer and substituted in to the case as a interested party. And you actually substituted for the Deutsche Bank. They got out of the case and you got into the case. Is that right?
That is right.
And then you found out, you did FOIAs, and you found out that there had been a permit many years ago, but it had not ever been concluded, and things were built ostensibly under the permit or beyond the permit, but that was part of the issues in the complaint, is that the whatever was done before the foreclosure was not properly finished or inspected following the work. Is that right?
That's right.
So from the city's point of view, some of the building that was there that you bought had never been properly finalized or properly, it had been permitted, or there was a permit, whether it was exactly done according to permit, but it was never finalized. Therefore, from the city's point of view, it was illegal. Is that right?
That's right.
So you then hired Mike Ryan, who is on the call with us, and asked him to draw the building as built, so that you could bring it into compliance and make it totally compliant, so that you could follow up on your dream of 2 years ago, now 3 years ago, to try to make a home out of it. Is that right?
That's right.
And so we're here today. It turns out, since it was a non-conforming building on the back of the lot, it needs certain variances in order to come into compliance, and that's what we're here asking the board to do. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and you've walked the neighborhood and talked to the neighbors, and this building, although built on the back of the lot, is otherwise in conformity and similar to the other buildings on the block. Is that right?
That is right.
And you and I went through all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant these variances that would bring this into compliance. And if you to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that affidavit. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And then if you want to wait for the questions, I would call Mike Ryan. Mr. Ryan, are you there?
I'm here.
And you're a licensed architect who's testified in front of this board before, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were asked.
And really quick, Mr. Ryan, I don't think we've gotten you sworn in today. So can you please state your name and address for the record?
Michael Ryan, 4535 North Kenneth in Chicago. Name, address, and what?
Do you, I'm going to swear you in. Okay.
Oh.
So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
So you do work in the South Side and all over the city, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Tomsek called you and asked you if you would help him bring this property into compliance, is that right?
That's correct.
And so you did as-built drawings and received these denials that required a rear and side yard variances, is that right?
That's correct.
And mostly that's caused by the fact that it is and has been for more than 50 years a non-conforming building on the back of the lot, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I went through all of the criteria necessary for this board. Well, let me ask, if the board sees fit to grant these variances, this property will then be fully compliant with the ordinances and codes of the city, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I went through all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant these variances, and if you were to continue to testify, you would testify consistently with that affidavit, is that right?
Yes.
That's our case in chief, and both gentlemen are available for questions.
Okay. A few questions that come to mind right away for the applicant. Just want an overview of what, if any, work he has done to this property since purchasing it on foreclosure?
Just cosmetic mostly. So just, paint, some drywall. It's basically, it is how I bought it. Just a little updates as far as, fixtures, lighting fixtures, some, toilets. Besides that, it's the way I bought it. Just I wanted to refresh it, and it's a nice layout. I just didn't know it was non-conforming, and so unfortunately.
Okay, and just so that because from the testimony, I'm just kind of confused as to the intentions. So we see that the property was listed as of a few months ago on the MLS.
Correct.
Okay, so can you give an overview then on if you intend to sell it? It looked staged online. If you intend to live in it, just because I'm seeing two different fact patterns.
Well, COVID came, so right now it's in the air. I intend to live in it. So that's the game plan still. Because we got married last year, so we intend to move into it to make it our home. I grew up in the Clearing area, went to St. Ferosa down the street, so I know that area very, very well. So yes, we intend to move in.
Okay, and just because I know that you mentioned that the alterations that you've done since buying on foreclosure are cosmetic. Therefore, is the variation fully to bring items into conformity that were non-conforming at the time of your purchase? Or is there anything in the variation that is bringing into conformity actions that you've made since you owned the property?
I could maybe speak to that a little
Yeah,
bit.
you can speak to that, Mike. Thank you. Because go ahead.
So he hired me to address the building violations, and the way the violation was written, it was written as an addition was built to the front of the property that needed plans and a permit. And so the drawing you're looking at on the screen now shows that the front of the building is a new addition, but it's retroactively permitting what was already existing. So that was the condition that he bought it in, and he hired me to get a permit for it in that as-built condition.
Okay. That helps me. Any questions from the board?
Oh, I've got a question. So back in May, your intent was to sell the property, true?
True.
Okay. And then because of the pandemic, I take it selling the property no longer became a viable option?
Correct.
Do you have an intent to sell the property once we get beyond the pandemic?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you.
Okay. And just as an on its face fact, I think that line of questions makes sense because of how it was outlined by Councilor Moore, and the applicant entity name is Royale Renovation.
Yeah, I understand that part. I do understand that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Saul.
No, I was just trying to clarify this a little bit more. It looks like maybe you had several offers on the property even before COVID. If that's accurate, could you address why those sales didn't go through?
There was one. One had to do with financing, and then I believe the second one, can't recall. I think it might have been an appraisal with the VA, something like that. It was back in May, so I don't recall. I do a lot of real estate, so I would say so. Yes, two offers, but I don't intend on selling anymore. I want to actually, live there with my wife and just because, you know, the market right now is kind of up and down, and it's a very nice home. And I spent 2 years renovating it. So with all my money, and so it's, you know, I put my heart and my soul into that home. So. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. It's just not fully jiving for me. But if that's your answer, yeah.
Yeah, 1 minute. I'm looking into something, and I might have additional questions. So if everyone can just hold, but also if other commissioners have questions right now, feel free.
Well, I'll just ask one more question on the same line, and I'll be straightforward about it. Is the reason that the property didn't sell because of the building code violations, or the fact that it was not permitted?
The building violations, the existing injunction that was not known.
So in order to sell the property, you would need to get rid of these. You would need to come into compliance.
To live in the property, even, yes.
Are you currently, have you been cited or because of the being out of compliance?
Cited as in?
I'm sorry?
Cited as in referring to
No, so if I can clarify, it's a 2015 case that was existing for 3 years before he bought the property. And then after he bought the property, the city added him and he substituted for Deutsche Bank. So he wasn't cited. It's an existing case because it had become some sort of, it was on the task force as a gang place that had been broken into and was being used, for whatever, drugs or whatever. And so he then substituted in. He hasn't been separately, the case was existing before he got in it.
Okay. And that case is still
If I
pending?
could ask one more question. Arthur, if you aren't able to get these variances and bring this building, which is there and non-conforming, and has always been non-conforming, into compliance, theoretically, you'd have to destroy and take away half of the building. Is that right?
That is right.
And that would be quite a hardship, wouldn't it?
A huge hardship.
And it would not be good for the neighborhood or the community.
No, it would not.
And this is Commissioner Esposito. So did these nonconformities, what your purchase price, for example, was that figured in the price that you paid for this property? Were you aware of this?
I was not aware of this. I was actually overseas and had power of attorney. So.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
No, just I had no knowledge of any kind of, just the ones that I could see on the clerk's website. But as far as the ongoing injunction, it was never told to me by my attorney. So this was, it kind of popped up out of nowhere, to be honest.
Okay, because the lender knew of the building violation.
What lender?
That you bought it from out of foreclosure.
It was purchase cash, sir.
But did the seller know?
Did I sell it? Excuse me?
No. No,
I
no.
did
When you
not sell it. I did not sell it.
The deed, just an exhibit that we have put on the hearing is a deed from Deutsche Bank. And Deutsche Bank was a defendant in the complaint, which we've also put on as a hearing exhibit. So certainly they knew about it, but they did not inform the buyer, Mr. Tomsek, and proof that they didn't inform him is that his title policy, his title commitment, which become a policy, which is also an exhibit, doesn't even mention the city when it files a building code case, it records it against in the recorder's office, and somehow in this case that didn't even appear. So there's no the usual public way for him to know about it was not true and did not happen, and so there was no public knowledge of it, and he has testified he had no personal knowledge of it.
Zero.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Toya. I got a question. So you did state a little while ago that you do a lot of real estate transactions, right? Yes?
Yes, I'm an asset manager. Yes, so.
But you said you do a lot. I mean, I'm just looking at my notes. You said you did do a lot.
Well, I work.
And so you must work with a lawyer that does these closings for you. So he or she obviously missed this at the closing, but you've used this law firm that does the closing before, or was this a new lawyer you used that missed this? Because usually at closings, and your lawyer knows that I've gone through a lot of closings, so I do know this. Did they miss it? And you know, I'm confused. Could you explain that to me?
I don't know how someone could miss that. So that's a different, you know, that was a new attorney that I used. So that was the last time they were used. So, usually, an attorney is supposed to help you with prevent these things. I don't know how it got past her, but unless she knew about it, I'm not sure.
Well, here
I would have never purchased the property, sir, if I had to do all of this to the home.
If I may say, Mr. Toya, the way a lawyer knows that there's a pending circuit court case is it shows up on the title report. Then you investigate it.
Right.
If it's never there, most real estate court, you could do 100 real estate closings and you don't have a building court case. And maybe you should check somehow with the city, but usually the way you find out is on the title commitment.
So you're telling me, Tom, that a lawyer doing a closing would not catch this?
Not if it doesn't appear. No, how would you catch it? So you have a contract and then you submit it to a title company. They do a search on the PIN and on the legal description, and they come up with if there's a mechanic's lien or a mortgage or a easement or anything recorded against it, and they certainly would come up with a building court case. But this title commitment doesn't have any of that.
This was an ongoing case in the municipal court, so I wasn't sure if it was recorded or not in the title, but zero knowledge of it.
Interesting.
It's been ongoing since 2015, and I purchased it in 2018, and now it's 2020. So.
Okay, I've got a question, and just
sure
to level set, this is all important. Sorry, will someone mute? I'm hearing some feedback. Great. This is all important context to us, just because I think no matter what, there's some discrepancy between the way this was explained to us just now and the set of facts that are confusing us at this certain point in time. So when we're looking at hardship, I understand that you stated it's a big hardship to tear this property down. I think it's important for us to get into economics then to really analyze that. So I'll ask you straightforward. I know what I'm seeing online, but just to hear it from you, how much did you pay for the property?
About 140,000.
Great. And when you've been marketing it on and off, we've heard maybe 2 offers in the past few months. Is it correct that those offers have all been over, or those listings are all over $325,000?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and I'm also hearing from you that there were cosmetic fixes. You said at first not many alterations, just cosmetic. Easy math is that you're marketing it for more than double the cost you paid. I'm not really sure what the land value is, but it kind of appears to me that you paid for the property around the value of the land. Can you go more into the economics of this? Because hardship was brought up, and that is an important thing to bring up. So we just have to know how to actually look at this.
Would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. Well, yes. Well, back in 2018, the market was a different market. You know, it's been up exponentially year after year. So, like I said, it takes a lot of money to, do a house, no matter if it's just cosmetic. This whole house, if there's an exhibit on the before pictures when I purchased the home, you could see how much work was done to it, even though it is drywall and it is, trim and paint and bathrooms, tiling. It's still a lot of work, kitchen, it's especially when you do it over, time over time, when you have the equity to do it. I didn't expect, prices to jump up that much in the last 2 years. No one did, I don't believe. So, but, it would be a hardship because, all my money's in that house, and I don't know how you could really, I purchased the home with the additions and they were non-permitted. So basically you'd have to take off those additions in the front and in the rear. I don't see how that's even possible. I did not even know it was in demolition court. That's also something I found out recently, that the attorney that represented me failed to mention. Yes. I would have never purchased this home if I knew that, it had all these liens and this injunction and these gang-related activities.
I understand that, but you also said you're in the industry, and this just goes to credibility, because when a price is that low, that there's reasons why it's that low. You're buying it out of foreclosure. That's a risk you're signing up for.
Right, but that's correct. That is correct.
I also just like to note, you got to be careful with your words about when you're sworn in saying that the alterations were cosmetic, because as someone who has done some renovations, I know when you're knocking down walls, it's a little more than cosmetic.
I didn't knock down any walls, sir.
Okay, well, when you're redoing drywall, you've since stressed, since you did cosmetic work, you've since stressed the amount of money that you put into it. At the beginning, it's just a little bit of a different explanation than what we've gotten to when we're discussing hardship, that you're saying a hardship is all this money you put into it. There's just a back and forth. So
I understand. Sorry for the confusion.
Attorney Moore, am I correct that the title commitment is not in the file materials provided?
Yeah, but yes, I don't have the title commitment, and he didn't either. But if an injunction from the city that's recorded would stay until it's cleared, so it would be on the title commitment. Title policy. We have a title policy, but everything that's not cleared stays from the commitment to the policy until it's cleared. So it should be. They're the same document. If you clear a mortgage at a closing, then that goes away. But if there had been a city injunction recorded against this property, it would have and should have been in the commitment, and it would still be in the title policy. Also, if I may just, for clarification, the real hardship here, the reason if someone was, didn't have this history and just wanted to build this the zoning hardship is that this building, for however long it's been there, is on the back of the lot. So it's a non-conforming building, and it would have needed these same variances, you know, if you started out from scratch.
This is Commissioner Esposito. What sort of notice was given to neighbors that this variance was applied for?
Well, I sent out the usual notice, you know, to everybody within 100 feet, excluding streets and alleys.
Okay. And was there any response or reaction?
I think I got one call and I explained what was going on, and the person who I talked to was very happy that the building was going to be, you know, be habitable again and someone would live in there. I don't know, Mrs. Tomczyk, you did talk to some of the neighbors, didn't you?
Yes, yes. The neighbors, you know, the home's been existing. So, you know, the structure of the home, the way it looks, the brick, it hasn't changed since it, you know, it's been purchased. So they were just, you know, happy that someone finally took the initiative to make, you know, that home into you know, a nice home in the neighborhood instead of it being boarded up with metal doors and windows. And so, you know, I took it on as a project, a long-term project, and it really became a long-term project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, sounds like there are none. We'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to call matter 39720S at 10349 South Halsted. I believe this is Counselor Moore again.
Yes, thank you very much. Do we have Melinda Price and Joe Ryan with us?
I'm here.
Okay,
Melinda
thank you.
Price.
Great, and real quick, Counselor Moore, I'm going to read the DPD recommendation.
Thank you.
So for matter 39720S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon.
Thank you. My name for the record is Thomas S. Moore, and with us today is Melinda Price. Ms. Price, would you please tell the board who you are and your address and let the chairman swear you in?
Melinda Price, 9004 South Merrill Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60617.
Great, thank you, Ms. Price. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
So, Melinda, you are a licensed nail tech, is that right?
Yes.
And you've been doing that part-time for many years and full-time for the last 3 years, is that right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
And you have another shop in the south suburbs, is that right?
Yes.
And you noticed that you actually have your own hair done in this area, and you noticed that there was no nail service in the area, is that right?
There is a nail service, but there's only one in the area.
Okay. Anyway, you thought that you could open a second shop and that it could support you, and you saw a nice this location, which is in a strip mall, and you thought it'd be a nice place to practice your trade. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you would have 6 chairs, and what will your hours be?
Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and on Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And will you be closed on Sunday?
Closed Sunday and Monday.
Okay. And if you were to continue to, you and I worked out a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant you a special use. If you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
That's all I have of Ms. Price. Is Joe Ryan here?
I am.
Mr. Ryan, at my request, well, will you tell the board who you are and what your address is?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. You're sworn in.
Thank you, Chairman.
And you, at my request, I asked you to do a study of this location and the criteria necessary to grant this special use for a nail salon at this location. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you wrote a written report where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant the special use. Is that right?
I examined each of the criteria, yes.
And in your opinion, it will not have a negative effect on the surrounding property values, and it meets each of the other criteria. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report, which was filed with our case. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's all we have.
Okay, great. Ms. Price, as you go into potentially opening, can you tell us a little bit more about the protocols you're going to have in place around the COVID-19 pandemic?
Absolutely. Just like currently, all of our clients have to walk in with a face mask. Upon entering, they have to wash their hands. We have at every station, we will have the plastic barriers between the nail tech and the client, and also between the pedicure stations. We sanitize each station after each client. So we're appointment only. So that actually allows us time to make sure that we sanitize each station and each pedicure station according to COVID-19.
Great.
And we also take temperatures of every client that walks in.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board? All right, yeah, seeing as there's none, good luck, Ms. Price, and we will take this under consideration.
Thank you
very
so much
for your time.
Yep, thank you. All right, moving along, we're now going to call matter 39820S. And that's at 67 East Madison Street, number 1920. And I believe this case is Mr. Pekarsky, so let me know when you're present.
Good afternoon, or good evening, rather, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street. And this evening, I represent Yezer Nahimovsky, who is engaged in the gem and jewelry business at Suite 1920, 67 East Madison Street.
And real quick, Mr. Pekarsky, so we're switching up. We're reading DPD recommendations first. So I'm going to quickly read the DPD recommendation for this matter. All right, so for matter 39820S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed valuable objects dealer, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Yizar Noshimowski. Okay, thank you, Counsel. Carry on.
Okay, basically, as we all know, this is the Mallers building. It is filled to its capacity with jewelry sales and jewelry repair. We are located at Suite 1920. We have approximately 1,100 square feet net. We would like to add to our gem and jewelry business a value objects dealership. This, of course, requires a special use, and that's why we are here. We have made application. I have with me the client, Yazar Nahimovsky, as well as our appraiser, Mr. Joseph Ryan.
Great, counsel. Yeah, let's get them sworn in.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
We can go ahead and get them sworn in.
Okay, please. Mr. Nahimovsky, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay, Mr. Nahimovsky, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Izhar Nakamowski, 6070 East Madison Street, Suite 1920, Chicago, Illinois, 60603.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Now, Yazar, you are engaged in the jewelry business, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been so engaged?
Personally, since 99.
Okay. And,
1999.
you are located in suite 1920 of the building at 67 East Madison, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's the Maller's building.
that is correct.
Okay, and I think everybody in the city of Chicago has purchased some jewelry from someone in the Maller's building, including myself in 1964 when I purchased my wife's engagement ring. Tell us, what else is located on the 19th floor of your building?
On the building is, I would estimate 90+% jewelry, both retail and wholesale. On the 19th floor, I'm actually the only business. There's one research business. It's a technology company. Other than that, it's just me. But the rest of the building is primarily jewelry.
Now, sir, what are your hours of operation?
Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
And is that the general hours of operation of the building?
Primarily, yes.
Okay. And what do you feel will be your average sales or intake in the valuable objects?
I would estimate at about $20,000 to $30,000 a month in purchases.
Okay. So you will purchase them and then retail them or sell them wholesale to other dealers who then retail. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, the other uses on the floor as well as in the building, they are totally compatible with your proposed uses. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have no further questions of Mr. Nahimovsky. Call Mr. Joseph Ryan.
Yep. And Mr. Ryan is sworn in.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Ryan, at my request, have you examined the subject site and its surroundings?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with the criteria for a special use before the zoning board of the city of Chicago?
I am.
And in your opinion, does the proposed use meet the criteria that are set out in the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it does.
More specifically, can you simply and quickly address those criteria?
Certainly, it complies with zoning. It's an existing building. It's in the interest of the public convenience. Obviously, there's demand for it being in the Maller's building. The building fits the character of the neighborhood. There won't be any signage or outdoor lighting or traffic generated by this use. And promotes pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, and it will in no way diminish the property values of the neighborhood, is that correct?
No, it will not.
Okay, I have no further questions of Mr. Ryan.
Okay, great. One thing that we just like to confirm when this special use comes up, Mr. Nashimowski, that is that your business isn't allowing people to pawn any items, correct?
No, I'm not in the pawn business.
Okay.
I'm in the wholesale business.
Okay.
This appeal here is to be able to purchase, not pawn.
Yes. Yeah.
If
Which is
somebody's
my,
looking to sell something, and there is no pawn involved here.
Great, and that's my understanding. We just want to clarify that that's
Yes,
not
absolutely
getting-
no pawn.
not getting
There is no
merged.
loaning.
Any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. So we will take this under consideration. Thank you, everyone, for your time and for staying on into
Thank
the early
you.
evening.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like we have a couple left. So let's call matter 399-20Z, please. And this is at 5138 North Claremont Avenue.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, my name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street. And this evening, I'm happy to represent the client, Matthew Colopy, who is the owner of the property at 5138 North Claremont, as well as the vacant lot at 5836 North Claremont. As the board is well aware, and we've been through this innumerable times, in order to, quote, free up, end quote, the vacant lot so that it can be built upon, the existing building at 5138 must be made, quote, legal, end quote. In order to do that, we have rezoned the property to the R4.5 classification of the City of Chicago zoning ordinance. In order to do that, we of course had to go through Alderman Vasquez system, which includes a community meeting, notices, et cetera, et cetera. My client has owned this property since 1977. And
Everybody went mute.
Yeah, Counselor, you dropped. Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you again. Can you just, we heard most of it until I would say 10 seconds of you talking. So could you rewind 10 seconds of what you were saying? Great.
And this is Commissioner Esposito. Can you clarify the addresses of the properties you mentioned?
Sure, 5136. As you can see, the photograph that's on the picture is a vacant lot.
5136. Thank
Okay,
you.
so 5136 is the vacant lot and 5138 is the current structure?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And that has been a four dwelling unit building for an incredibly long time. My client purchased it in 1977 and paid $300,000 for it. When he bought it, the building was infested with gangs and was a dope haven. It was incredibly bad shape. My client completely vacated the property, completely rehabbed the property, and has been a good landlord ever since. Now we're talking almost 50 years. Now my client wishes to sell the property, and the vacant lot has value. The 4 flat has value. But in order to sell the vacant lot for the development of a single family home, by the way, my client must, quote, legalize the existing building. We've gone through the system of Alderman Vasquez, and it has been rezoned R 4.5. We are seeking, in addition to the rezoning that we've accomplished, a front yard of 11.6 feet instead of the required 15 feet, a south yard of 0.91 feet instead of the required 2.48 feet, combined side yards of 4.23 feet instead of 6.2 feet, and that would be it. Now, as you can see from the survey, the requested south side yard only exists at the front of the building, where there's a bump out or a bay, if was probably a more accurate term. Also, of course, the sidewalk for the property is on the north side of the building, so that there's no interference with the movement from east to west through the building to the alley. With that, I would call as my first witness, Mr. Matthew Colopy. Matt, are you there?
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep, Matt, we can hear you. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah.
I'm on right now. I'll be leaving in about 3 minutes.
Okay, can you, Mr. Hanna, do you mind muting? We can hear you right now. Okay, great. Go ahead, Mr. Colopy.
Matthew Colopy, North Drive, suite number 3511.
Okay, can
I
you?
did not
sorry.
get the address.
Yeah. Can you repeat that, please, Matt?
Yeah, 474 North Lakeshore Drive, suite number 3511, Chicago, Illinois 60611.
Okay, great. Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Now, Matt, you're the owner of the property in question, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you purchased in in 1977, strike that, 1997, you paid $310,000 for it, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it is it was in horrid shape, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you please elaborate on what you found when you bought the building?
Most of the parapets were falling down, or copings and masonry off the top of the. Many of the windows were
Sorry,
made
Matt.
up.
Matt, can you restart? We're having some issues with your Wi-Fi.
Oh.
So it's becoming a little bit scrambled. If you could restart, and I'll keep stopping you because we've got to get this into the record. So if it breaks up, I'll keep stopping you.
Yeah, the building was dilapidated. The parapets were falling down. The copings were falling down. Many of the windows were broken or made of cardboard and duct taped. And the neighborhood tagging crew that was out tagging houses with spray paint was using the basement and the garage as sort of a base of operations. And there was other bad behaviors going on in the building. And I rehabbed the building, did extensive tuck pointing and landscaping, upgraded the tenancy, and in my opinion, made a big upgrade to the neighborhood.
Now, we are seeking certain variations to, again, quote, legalize, end quote, the four flat located at 5138. If the variations that are sought are not granted, is it your opinion that the vacant lot could then be unbuildable?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
So that effectively a lot that is viable and saleable would then become no more valuable than a side lot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that would be a significant hardship to you. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay, I have no further questions of Mr. Colopy. I would call John Hanna.
Great.
Hello.
We have Mr. Hanna sworn in, so you can carry forward.
John, are you there?
I am.
Ah, good. Now, are you familiar with the subject site?
I am.
And you and I and Mr. Colopy have lived through this entire process together. Is that correct?
We certainly have.
Okay, and that included rezoning the property to R4.5. Is that correct?
Correct.
And all of the requirements of Alderman Vasquez. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in your opinion, will the variations, if granted, in any way alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, they will not.
The failure to obtain the variations sought, what would the effect be on the vacant lot?
It would just stay just as it is, just a piece of dirt that nobody could build on.
I have no further questions of Mr. Hanna. And with that, we would rest.
Great. Any questions from the board?
Yes, hi, Jolene Saul. Mr. Colopy, do you plan on redeveloping the vacant lot, or are you just gonna sell it?
Sell it.
I'll sell it.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Nope, looks like none. Okay, thank you. We're going to take this matter under consideration. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Happy Thanksgiving and stay safe.
You as well. You as well. All right, final few, everyone. So let's call matter 420S, 400-20-S, which is at 3356-58 North Southport Avenue.
And Chairman, this is Commissioner Toya. I'm going to recuse myself on this one.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner Toya.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Rains, I believe you're presenting this. Let me know when you're present.
I'm present and ready.
Thank you. I'm going to quick read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation. So for the matter number 400-20-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to reduce the required parking from 4 parking spaces to 1 to serve an existing 3-story restaurant with a 4-dwelling unit building within a 4-dwelling unit building with a proposed outdoor bar addition, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 4-Star 3358 Southport LLC, doing business as Tuco and Blondie, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated February 12th, 2020, prepared by CBD Architects.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Tom Rains. I'm an attorney with law offices at 20 North Wacker Drive. I represent the applicant 4-Star 3358 Southport LLC, which does business at the premises under the name Tuco and Blondie. It's a restaurant with an outdoor patio, primarily serving food and offering incidental liquor. Also on, I believe, is one of the owners, member of the applicant entity, Derek Rattel, and our expert, Tim Barton, and the architect from CBD, Jeremiah Johnson, who prepared the drawings for this.
Great. Mr. Rains, go ahead and we can put them on the record. And also just a note so that we catch everything. Is it okay if you speak up a little bit?
I'm trying to get to my settings here. Yeah, I can turn my microphone up here. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you very much.
Okay, I apologize for that. Just close out of that. So the applicant is seeking a special use to reduce the on-site parking requirement. Technically, it's a reduction from 4 to 1. The reason I say technically is there was a permit pulled for this piece of property back in 2016, whereby the second and third floors of the building, it's a 3-story 1890s gray stone building. The second and third floors were used as a banquet hall, and they were converted to 4 dwelling units as it is now. So in 2016, when they pulled that permit, because of their proximity to the train, they're 215 or 16 feet from the Brown line, they got in by right a 50% reduction down to 2. So from 2016, when the dwellings were put in, there are only 2 parking spots on this site. However, the denial letter calls for a reduction from 4 to 1 because the original requirement for the 4 dwelling units would have been the 4 spaces. Does that make sense?
Yep, you answered one of our questions, so thank you.
Okay, good. So currently there's 2 spaces that serve the dwelling uses. Also, I think you will hear testimony from Mr. Rattel. His entity also manages this building, and he's quite familiar with the residents of those 4 dwelling units. So he can opine a little bit on the need for the parking. And I would imagine one of the central questions of the board will be, who's losing a parking spot here? Moving forward, there is it's 1,000 square foot outdoor patio, and currently 2 spaces take up a portion of that private property that they're looking to reduce the one to place a bar and service area to better serve that outdoor. It's about a 208 square foot increase to the 1,000 square foot outdoor patio. And to do so, there is the reduction of the 1 space. At this point, I'd like to start with Mr. Barton.
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Barton, go ahead and say your name and address, and I'll get you sworn in.
Sure. Timothy Barton with offices at 20 North Wacker Drive, Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Barton, you're recognized as an expert before this board and have appeared many times before.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the subject property?
I am.
Did you have occasion to review it?
I did.
And are you aware of the standards for the special use set forth before the ZBA, not only in general, but for a transit served location?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And did you prepare a report that was submitted in conjunction with this application to the board?
Yes.
And asked to give testimony, would you testify in accordance with that report?
I would.
Did you make findings with respect to the criteria for the special use?
Yes.
And what were those findings?
That there would be no adverse impact on the neighborhood, and that this would be an asset to the neighborhood or a positive step. That the proximity to the Brown Line L at the Southport entrance mitigated the loss of the 1 parking space. Also that there was ample parking on Southport and on Henderson, 1 block south, and on Roscoe itself.
And did you discover any pedestrian streets?
Yes, Southport is a recognized pedestrian street. I believe from Henderson up to Addison is my recollection.
I think you're right. I have nothing further for Mr. Barton. Chairman, I don't know if you want to proceed with questions from the board to Mr. Barton, or if you'd like me to call Mr. Rattel as my next witness.
You can call your next witness. We'll take questions at the end.
Okay, thank you. Derek, are you on?
I am.
Could you state your name and your address and your position with the applicant, please?
Derek Rattel, 6605 North Ionia Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois, 60712, and I'm an owner of 4-Star Restaurant Group.
Okay. And are you familiar with an affidavit that was prepared in conjunction with my office that you signed and we submitted for this hearing?
Yes.
And if you were asked to give further testimony today, would you testify consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. One thing I want to go into, I mentioned that your entity is not only the tenant for that restaurant, but you manage the whole property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long have you managed the property?
Since 2016.
Okay. And did you have occasion to rent the dwelling units to the current tenants?
Yes.
And do you know those tenants?
I do.
And did you discuss this matter, namely the reduction of the one parking space, with all of those tenants?
Yes.
Okay. And do any of the 4 tenants own a vehicle?
They do not.
Do any of the 4 tenants use either of these 2 parking spaces?
They do not.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Rattel. I'd like to submit him to the board. Mr. Jeremiah Johnson's on. I think if you wanted to swear him for your questions, I don't have anything from Mr. Johnson. He prepared the drawing that's up on the screen now, and I would just submit him for questions to the board.
Great. Let's swear him in for process and then just go to questions. And in case he touches on one of the questions, we won't have to do it again. So, Mr. Johnson, will you please state your name and address?
Jeremiah Johnson with offices at 770 North LaSalle, Chicago, Illinois, 60654.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
All right. Okay, let's go to questions. Any questions from the board? I have one that comes to mind is just to clarify. So my assumption is that the intent of this in some way is related to the COVID-19 pandemic and increased demand on outdoor dining. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I was going to have Derek answer that.
Yeah, I did. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And with that, do you plan on having, like, what is your plan for hours between the outdoor bar and the indoor bar? Do you intend for it to remain consistent with the rest of your restaurant?
I do. Again, we are a restaurant, not a bar, so we typically fall on restaurant hours.
Mhm.
You know, Southport is, again, this isn't a 1 or 2 o'clock facility. It's a 9 or 10. So it does, will follow the consistency of our restaurant hours.
Okay, great.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just to clarify, so there will be 1 parking space, is that correct?
Correct.
And where is it?
If you're on the plan, if you're looking at the screen, go to the far left, almost in the bottom corner, but not quite.
I see. Right here.
You see it?
Yes.
It's
thank
the
you.
open space there.
Got it. Thank you. And to whom is that assigned?
It's assigned to no one. We have the spot, but since we've had this building since we've leased it since 2016, no one has actually ever had a vehicle that rents an apartment here.
I see.
Because
Okay.
they rent them because of the location, the proximity to the L.
So there's never a car in
There's never been.
It's amazing.
I've never had a car there
Interesting.
in the last 4 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. We'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you,
You as
Chairman.
well. we're on to our last matter. And it appears that an objector is present for this one. So everyone keep that in mind. I now call matter 403-20-S for the property at 3458 North Clark Street.
I'm here, Kurt Kiefhaber.
Okay, Mr. Kiefhaber, you can wait a second because I
Okay.
believe that you are the objector. Mr. Rossi, just to confirm, you are representing yourself on this matter, right? Sorry, can you repeat that? We had some sound issues.
Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself on this one too.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Okay, Mr. Rossi, so are you representing yourself on this matter?
Chairman, we had Carmen Rossi, but then we lost.
Okay, let's give him a second to get back in.
He's back in now, or coming back. But Carmen Rossi came back with no audio microphone. So I think when the Zoom asked, do you want to use computer audio or telephone, he didn't select anything. So there's no audio with them.
Okay.
Mr. Rossi can hear me. You need to log back and you need to leave the meeting and get in here again and say use computer audio. Or you can call in from telephone.
They cannot hear you, period.
Of course, technical difficulties after this long day.
Yeah, well, is that Mr. Rossi speaking?
Yes, Mr. Rossi is on. I apologize about that.
No worries. We've had a day on our end of technical difficulties. So first, as a matter, this is matter 403-20S. Mr. Rossi, question. We're just trying to clarify. Are you the attorney on this matter? Or are you the applicant representing yourself pro se?
Both. I am both the attorney on record. I do have another member of the 3458 North Clark Restaurant LLC, but I am the attorney and member who could answer any qualified questions.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and read then, since you're your attorney, I'm going to read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation, and then we'll get going.
Great.
All right. For matter 403-20S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish 2 new outdoor rooftop patio areas with retractable roof system at an existing 2-story general restaurant building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 3458 North Clark Restaurant LLC, and the development is consistent with design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of July 14th, 2020, prepared by Thomas Montgomery Architect.
Great. So this is Carmen Rossi, ROSSI. I'm the attorney of record and a member of the LLC. I have on here at least Clay Hamilton, who is another member of 3458 North Clark Restaurant LLC, as well as Joseph Ryan, the expert, the witness from certified real estate appraiser from LaSalle Appraisal Group. I can go over a quick overview of the procedural process for the commission, and then turn it over to the witness and questions. If that makes the most sense.
Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to have you do that and then go to your witnesses and take them through the process. Then we, at that point, as a board, will ask any questions. initially, and then we'll go to the objector. You will have an opportunity to reply to the objector.
Sure.
So just as an overview of the process, but go ahead and get to your witnesses. We'll get them sworn in.
Do you want me to do the witnesses first or the overview?
Overview.
Okay, so this is a single tenant property. This is located in the 44th Ward. The address is 3458 North Clark Street with Alderman Tunney. The single tenant operator is Happy Camper. And this is a restaurant that has been open for a few years. We are now seeking a special use for a retractable roof in a B32 zoning district. Given the COVID conditions in existing restaurant operations, the weather protection of use is permitted all year. As a measure of the procedural process, we had applied for a building permit, were issued a permit for a tent structure whereby steel was installed per the permit. During this process, internally, a modification was made in the structural layout of the steel. This internal modification triggered review by zoning. The modification related to essentially a tent structure that we then pivoted to a more permanent structure as proposed. So the subject square footage of this building is approximately over 9,300 feet. What we're talking about is a retractable roof over the second level portion that would be approximately 48 by 72, representing 3,500 square feet. The establishment itself, Happy Camper, is fully licensed through BACP with incidental PPA and a rooftop patio license. I do have an affidavit included in the application from the architect, Thomas Montgomery. At this point, I can swear in, or if you wish to swear in our witness expert, Joe Ryan.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Ryan is sworn in, so we can go ahead.
Joe, are you there? We endeavor to make this as long of an evening as possible for you.
He's been on all day too, so I don't expect that he's quit at this point.
No, I'm here.
Joe, I'm going to run through some quick questions for you. Regarding 3458 North Clark Street, are you familiar with the zoning ordinance in the code that relates to this subject application?
Yes, I am.
Did you have requisite time to review the file that is subject to this special use?
I did.
Are you aware of the standards of this zoning ordinance as it relates to the proposed retractable roof, the special use subject matter?
Yes, I am.
Did you make findings subject to this special use?
I did.
And please tell us those findings.
Well, the proposed special use complies, the building complies with all the applicable zoning ordinance. It's an existing structure. It's in the interest of the public convenience. There are several rooftops in the neighborhood. This is probably the most populated neighborhood in the city with rooftops. So there will be no adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. It's compatible with the surrounding of the area, surrounding uses. There'll be no the project will not be out of scale or design for the neighborhood. The patio, upstairs patio is licensed, so the hours of operation, lighting, and traffic generation will not be impacted by this use. And pedestrian safety and comfort will be promoted by, most people will walk to this location from that use it, that live in the neighborhood. So that's all the criteria that this board needs to issue a special use, and I believe that the project meets all of the criteria.
Mr. Ryan, thank you very much. Chairman and commissioners, I have nothing further. I do have Clay Hamilton, who is also a member of the subject single tenant property. Happy Camp is more, who is at least quite familiar with being a contractor as it relates to the mechanics of the retractable roof itself. But if you have any questions, we are, of course, here. And I believe there is another outside witness who wishes to speak.
Yep. Okay, so let's quick swear in Mr. Hamilton, just because I have a few initial questions that he might be one to answer on. So Mr. Hamilton, if you're there, can you please state your name and address?
Clay Hamilton, 2000, the address of the property or my home address?
Your home address.
2000 West Haddon Avenue, Chicago, 60622.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Good. All right, then a few questions, and I have a few, and then my board members might have a few before we get to the objector. So we just wanted to confirm the roof patio that exists at this point in time without the retractable roof, that was permitted by this board at some point in time?
Correct.
Okay. During the time of operation of that roof patio that's been permitted, have there been any complaints from neighbors?
One complaint, yes.
Okay. And what was the extent of that complaint?
Primarily garbage and noise surrounding the alley.
Okay. And did you work out the complaint independently?
I mean, we've done everything we felt we could. It's we've gone through the alderman's office to mitigate all complaints to the best of our ability.
Okay. And on that note, have you had discussions with Alderman Tunney about this this new special use?
Yes, we have.
And would you say, actually, I'll retract that question because we can't really lean on that. The final question I had before it gets to the board is, with the retractable roof, if this is permitted, do you plan to change any of your business practices, such as hours or things of that like?
No, not at all. We'll operate in the current manner in which we are now. Really with the outdoor seating requirements and open air requirements we're going through right now, the ability to take advantage of any decent weather and navigate through this environment just makes this, the rooftop is just a necessary for us to survive right now. Having that outdoor seating, yeah.
And just so we have it on the record, it's assumed too many, but what is the current operation on the current roof? Do you serve food? Is it just a bar?
No, we are, it's a pizza restaurant. We serve food there's not a single hour in which our kitchen does not operate when we are open.
Okay, any live music?
Yes, we do have a PPA license, but we don't have any live music out on the patio.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board?
I've got a question. It's Commissioner Sanchez. As far as potential noise complaints, is the roof structure that you're going to be putting on this, is that intended to mitigate some of those noise complaints?
100% with the ability to shut that. And there's only commercial in front of us, and the only residential are directly behind us. So this will actually help significantly with any sound traveling to any residential neighbors.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board before we turn to the objector?
This is Commissioner Esposito. When the structure is closed, does it is it allowable for occupancy? Is it still considered outdoor dining?
So there is, within the municipal code, under BACP licensing, you technically in the city of Chicago are permitted to dine outdoors 365. So what this structure will allow is for the comfortability and the weather protections. We, as I had mentioned, and I actually think it is interesting, we had started with a tent structure, which was permitted through the Department of Buildings. And then internally, not entirely, but mostly because of the COVID restrictions and seeing the direction of dining capacities, decided to invest more in making that structure a little bit more permanent. I think the question on sound abatement is an encouraging one, because it absolutely contributes more so to the elimination of commercial noise. Even though that stretch of Clark Street is heavily populated with commercial activity, this seems to be a prudent and long-term solution.
So it qualifies as an outdoor space when it's fully closed?
It is, yes, and permitted as such, excuse me, and licensed as such with an outdoor patio.
Got it. Thank you.
Was that Mr. Rossi?
That is Mr. Rossi, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board before we turn to the objection? Okay, Mr. Kiefhaber, are you present?
I am.
Okay, great. So just as a little rundown of this process, Mr. Kiefhaber, you have the right to give an overview, state your objection, and you can also ask questions of the applicant. We can in turn ask you questions as well. So
Sure.
if we could please start and get you sworn in, will you state your name and address?
My name is Kurt Kiefhaber. I live at 1026 West Newport, Chicago, Illinois, 60657. It's one of the units in the back of Happy Camper, the resident right behind 3458 North Clark Street.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
You are sworn in. You can go ahead and begin.
Okay, thank you. So my objection is, during this COVID situation, first of all, I don't understand how closing a structure in meets this need. This business has continued to operate on the margins of the rules of the intent of the ordinances. When they say they have a patio license, but they don't operate a band outside, they'll play music from the inside that travels outside. So they will say that there's no music on the patio, but it's permeated because they open their windows. My objection to the rooftop patios, first of all, is we've talked about the hours of operation, but they haven't specified what the hours of the operation are for this property. I believe they have a late night license. Now I know that COVID has restricted everything, and as of today, everybody has to be shut down early. But when COVID does abate, they do have a later license. When they're going to put the roof on, they're going to, I assume, play music. Yes, there'll be some noise abatement with a rooftop. However, bass, which is a omnidirectional noise effect, travels. My unit is literally 16 feet across the alley from this establishment. So I'm fearful of hearing loud bass reverberating through my house. When they first opened, they had a live band playing, and when we called to complain, they said that the band was inside and not outside, and literally our dishes in our house were rattling. So, and the other thing is, it says this use pad is for 2 patios, and the design that I'm seeing is only referencing 1. So I don't know. I need some further clarification on what the 2 patios are, you know, because they have a patio in the back, and then they have the upstairs patio. That the only pictures that you saw were for the upstairs patio.
Okay, Mr. Kiefhaber, really quick, I want to clarify for you, and then you have the right, you can ask the applicant the question. But I want to clarify for you that the special use that we are considering here is for a retractable roof over the patios. The patios have been approved. So we aren't really considering those, but I just want to clarify that so that my board remembers, and you can go ahead and ask any questions or continue with your objection.
Well, I continue with my objection. I know it's not going to go anywhere, but you know, I just wanted you guys to consider that I live literally, I bought this unit, paid over $500,000 for a townhome behind a structure that was a 1-unit retail that then was purchased by these people and converted into a restaurant and marketed as a pizza place, but has now morphed into from a single-story retail into a 2-story bar. They call it a restaurant, but it's essentially a bar. And they can't even manage the garbage that they currently generate on a normal day. Now, COVID is a different situation, but when they now enclose this patio space and extend hours of operation and further service to a greater population, it directly affects my unit and my quality of life and my family's quality of life, because that business is going to be in operation from 7 a.m. till 3 a.m. And it's a problem for me and the quality of life. I just wanted to say it. That's why I've been on this call since 9 a.m. in the morning. I hear that this has been approved already, but I'm just stating my complaints for the record.
Yeah, no, and I didn't mean to say this retractable roof has not been approved already. I just wanted to point out that the patio has, but and I think it's a very valid objection. So I know you might not ask questions, but if it's okay with you, I'm going to ask some questions based off of what you said. So Mr. Rossi, can you please, we see in front of us the image of the patio setup, but can you explain to us, if we were to walk in, where are these 2 patios? Are they on separate levels, et cetera?
So Clay, do you want to jump in? There are 2 patios that are licensed under 1.
Yes. So the 2 patios are there's a front patio and a rooftop patio, and the structure will go over both of those 2 patios. So you can see,
I would say they're operating 3 patios, because if you could look at their design structure where those tents are in the back, that's a third of them. So they're operating 3 patios.
right, and this is not going to cover 3 patios. This is going to cover the front 2.
But you have a license for 2 patios, is what you're saying.
We have a license for 3 patios.
So this subject property is fully licensed and is surrounded by substantially larger, fully licensed hospitality units. This structure will cover the 2nd floor rooftop and then extend out to the 1st floor entry patio. This, there was a question on, because I think licensing is incredibly material to special use applications. There was a question to hours of operations. Indoors, this subject license is permitted and operates, I should say pre-COVID, Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. and then Saturdays and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. You are not permitted pursuant to the city code to operate patio use past 11 p.m. on weekdays and 12 a.m. on weekends. And during COVID, those hours have been 10:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. on the same 7-day week. You are not permitted throughout the city of Chicago to have outdoor speakers or outdoor bands or use without a special permit, which this subject property has never sought. There are speakers on the indoors, very similar to the makeup and representation of Clark Street, the most vibrant commercial district in what is more popularly described as Wrigleyville. But this subject property has not been ticketed or otherwise. We have been actively engaged with Alderman Tunney's office, with CPD. This is not to negate or minimize Mr. Kiefhaber's comments, as we are familiar with his comments that have been directed to ownership and staff. And we have reached out. We have used best efforts and continue to attempt to ameliorate our contractual relationship with Union Garbage Pickup, which we do not own or operate, but are at least emphatic as much as we can be to the sensitivity of being a good neighbor. This subject property, Happy Camper, also operates a very similar business in Old Town, as well as in Denver. But the concept itself is consistent through and through. And while live music would be permitted with the use of a PPA license, we do not pursue those capacities.
Additionally, I'd like to say that the covering that we would like to put over this, Clay Hamilton, it does not change the fact that the covered areas are still patio. So we have to, our hours will have to be consistent with patio hours. So Mr. Kiefhaber, it's not 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock on those patios. It is the 11 o'clock and midnight that we have to close the patios currently anyways.
Okay, and just to level set, because I think my brain is slowing down a little bit, can you repeat your hours as it relates to general business and operations and patios?
Go ahead. Well, all right. So what I would describe is general to mean pre-COVID. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Saturday and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. That is what an incidental license is permitted to operate indoors. Now, any patio, whether it is completely unobstructed or has partial covering, whether it is a tent structure or retractable roof, is permitted to operate limited only to 11 p.m. on weekday and 12 a.m. on the weekends. And we absolutely would follow the Chicago Municipal Code pursuant to those hours. So we are, as it relates to this special use application, we are talking about limitations of patio use until 11 p.m. on the weekdays and midnight on the weekends.
All right, and Steve Valenziano from Department of Planning and Development has his hand raised. Steve, if you're there, go right ahead.
Yes, Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. This special use is for the patio above grade. So a rooftop patio, whether it's second floor, third floor, whatever, is what requires the special use. The applicant is adding a retractable roof system to their outdoor patio that would allow them to have an outdoor patio, rooftop patio license, as was explained, following the rooftop patio license restrictions of hours. Once those hours, so after 11 o'clock during the weekdays, they would have to close that retractable roof. And then at that point, it is no longer a rooftop patio. It is part of the bar, and it is enclosed, and it is like, if it were it counts towards their floor area and everything else. It is now an indoor space that counts towards the tavern license that they have already. So they are only asking for the rooftop patio for the hours the rooftop patio license allows them to operate. At that point, they have to close the roof. If it is a tent, then the tent structure is considered temporary. And at that point, they would have to close down at the time of the rooftop patio licensure closure, which is 11 and 12 o'clock. So this is a way to extend their business hours, but to include the rooftop patio towards the indoor operations. It's kind of complicated, but the rooftop patio is all you're considering here, whether it's retractable or not. In this case, it is. And I think that is a benefit to the community because they can enclose it, and then it becomes like any other enclosed bar up and down Clark Street there.
But that's not what
that makes sense.
So
I'm sorry.
Hey, go ahead, Commissioner Esposito. Will you repeat that because I missed that? Will you repeat it?
This is Commissioner Esposito. That is not how Councilor Rossi explained their intended use of this.
Thank you, Mr.
So there's
Esposito.
clearly some confusion.
Well, all I can tell you is they're in for the rooftop patio. It's going to have a retractable roof system. So when the rooftop patio license only allows them to operate to certain hours, at that point, they would have to retract, or I don't know, the opposite of retract, but they'd have to enclose the area. They'd have to pull the rooftop back to enclose anything that's happening on that patio. That's why they have the retractable roof. So the rooftop patio is what you're hearing today, is if it were open without any retractable roof. But in their case, they have a retractable roof, which then the rooftop patio license stops operating, and then they have to enclose the roof and enclose the space, and it's no longer a rooftop patio during those hours, if that makes sense. It's technical, but that's the way it works.
It does make sense, although Mr. Valenziano, again, this is Commissioner Esposito. So for all intents and purposes, it's considered an indoor structure when the roof is closed.
Yes.
So why does it qualify during COVID as an outdoor space?
It only would count. It would only be during COVID, the COVID allowances if it were open. But those are either if it's temporary or permanent. So whether it's a tent or permanently open, those restrictions apply.
Okay.
But once it's enclosed, then those restrictions no longer apply. Then it falls under the regular COVID restrictions of you can't have indoor dining, you can't have indoor, whatever the health department, CDPH, puts in place at that time, then they would have to abide by those rules.
Okay, so then just, again, this is Commissioner Esposito, to clarify, then when COVID restrictions are lifted, this space, if closed, can be used until 3 a.m. on weekends.
It would, yes, it would have to follow their normal liquor license restrictions, yes.
Okay, so that's not how it was described to us by the applicant. So
Commissioner Esposito, I'd like to, I appreciate greatly Mr. Valenciano's technicality and knowledge on this, because he's right, these are nuances. But let us speak to the intent, which goes toward, in this, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but Mr. Valenciano did reference A tent structure through the Department of Buildings, and he will correct me if I'm wrong, but a tent structure through the Department of Buildings would be applied for in a limited capacity. You would identify a range of dates.
Correct.
What we're seeking is a more permanent structure, and that is where the Department of Buildings would have issued that permit for the steel. However, given the use and the potential for the use, which Mr. Valenciano is referencing, and I want to differentiate potential versus intent. The potential use, which Mr. Valenciano is referencing with this permanent structure, allows for a more permanent enclosure. What comes with permanent enclosure? At least sound abatement. Now, on separating the potential use, let's go back to intent. Our intent, most specifically given the nature of hospitality in a post-COVID world, is to provide it was to internally, an internal decision, modify our structure to that which is proposed for not only weather protection, but a more COVID-friendly outdoor use. We don't have the capacity. We've never had the capacity to not service in a post-COVID world where occupancy exists. And now I ask that we put on our practical hats. The indoor dining room on both floors satisfies the existing occupancy. The existing occupancy does not change. We have the occupancy cards and placards, which are subject to each of the already issued licenses, which are not tavern, but incidental, PPA, and rooftop patio. So what our intent here and the purpose for this special use application is to provide a more permanent structure that is safe, that is more permanent than would have just been a temporary tent. That temporary tent, you could imagine, would have significant, what I would say, significant adverse tags, which would be a lack of sound abatement, but also a lack of health and weather substantiated differences.
Chairman, I would agree with what the applicant just stated, because we, as the zoning, does not differentiate between the occupancy of the space. If it's indoor or outdoor, if it's at grade, which is permitted by right, or whether it is rooftop, which requires a special use, we count that towards their total occupancy, if it's enclosed or unenclosed. The only thing before you is that they have a rooftop enclosure. I would say that they're going, and this is why we recommend support of this, they're going above and beyond to add a more semi-permanent retractable enclosure. Once that enclosure is unretracted, I guess, and the space is enclosed, if it were permanently, like it was stuck, the system would not allow them to open it up anymore. It would no longer be a rooftop patio. It would just be a tavern on Clark Street. So they have to follow the rules for the license for a rooftop patio, which allows them to be open for certain hours. After those hours, they have to close it up so that now it is soundproof. And I'm not even talking about the COVID, because if you approve this, this goes beyond COVID. That's what they have to follow. They have to follow the city's rules as to sound abatement and everything else. And so if it's enclosed, we consider it to be like it's a totally enclosed building, not that it can be retracted tomorrow morning. If they retract it in the next morning, then now they have to follow the rooftop patio rules. So they, no matter what, they cannot go beyond the rooftop patio license rules. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, this is all helpful context, and I still do appreciate the line of questioning, because it goes to our special use standard on significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. So on that note, I want to talk about noise abatement because Steve just mentioned soundproofing, and that's, I don't think, a phrase we want to throw out unless that's what the materials on this retractable roof are being marketed as. But can you tell us a little bit about the materials on the retractable roof and any insight you have into what it actually does with sound?
I want Clay to answer this because he's also a GC. Before he does, I just want us to close our eyes for a second and imagine that this current structure already has patio doors which fall down that would be closed when the patio roof, the subject patio roof is limited to operate. There are no, and I think this is material because I'm an operator with 24 licenses in the city, but there are no mechanical bars. There are only tables and chairs. We are not requesting, even though it's not subject to this application, consider that we are not requesting the installation of outdoor bars. We do not intend for this space. It is only to extend the seasonality of sitting outdoors. And our intent is not to operate past the hours with which we operate now, which is part of a business model. But Clay, why don't you jump in?
And just really quick, I think we understand that as your argument. And also to be careful about asking us to close our eyes to imagine something because we've had a long day and they might not open back up. But so Clay, if you could please go to the materials of the structure.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Saul. I just want to ask a question for clarity because it'll help me when Clay answers this question. So what's being proposed here is it's not just the roof, it's a fully enclosed system. I just want to be absolutely sure on that before we go.
Yes, it can be fully enclosed, yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, the original intent, you know, we've done something similar in other applications, is to just, you know, in Chicago, we all know, you know, we hope the winter ends in March, but we all know, you know, in June, it somehow doesn't get out of the 40s, right? So it's really, you know, originally when we started planning on enclosing this with a tent, it was to extend our season because our business is so dependent upon baseball up there that we needed, you know, we need to do what we can to you know, to help our revenues on the off season, which is the winter. The materials, so the idea is, yes, it will fully be enclosed, which, by the way, if it was fully enclosed, there would be no need for the ZBA because there's no special use for a second story restaurant. So the intent to open it requires us to have this special use because we want it to be a patio, and thus a rooftop patio with an enclosure requires a special use. So as far as the materials go, I can't speak to soundproofing or anything to that sort, but what I can speak to is we extended the masonry walls up, so they now are 12 feet over the rooftop patios, the actual floor. And then in addition to that, once the patio is retracted, or I'm sorry, is closed, there's no sound that's going to be able to go side to side or back, just because sound doesn't travel like that. It doesn't. We have another.
Bass, are you saying that bass does not travel?
No,
because that is incorrect.
But bass doesn't. That wouldn't change. Like the restaurant.
Yeah, but the fact that you have a patio that you're now going to be playing music in,
which we currently have.
Your intent to cover this space to make it an indoor space. That's your intent, is just, it's not for protection. Your intent is to make this restaurant available till 3 a.m. in the morning on the weekends, and you're going to be closing the roof at 11 and blasting music into that restaurant.
That's
Chairman,
not our intent.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Our intent is to follow patio hours on the enclosed.
And we've already established that patio hours end when you close the roof.
Hey, real quick, everybody. So when you speak, I need you to identify yourselves because we've got to get this all into the record. Also, it sounds like at some point, Steve wants to say something else. Mr. Kiefhaber, you finish your thought now, and then let's go to Steve.
Okay, this is Mr. Kiefhaber at 1026 West Newport. As Mr. Esposito very finely picked out, that their original application is different from the intent that they are talking about now. They were just talking about covering the patio and operating at patio hours is what they said. But then Mr. Valenziano stated that once the rooftop is closed, it can be part of a regular restaurant business that hours operate till 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. And this clearly was not what they marketed to you for this patio. And I'm very fearful being so close that when the rooftop closes, this turns, people are not going to be there at 2 in the morning to go there for pizza. They're going there for music and alcohol. They're not buying a bunch of food. And the location of my place is so close to them that I will be adversely affected on this. And I just want the board to consider, and I appreciate everybody's time, and it's been a very long day. I just want the board to please consider the fact that I am under 100 feet, I'm probably 32 feet from their establishment, and I will be adversely affected by this. Thank you for your time, and I will just sit here quietly now.
Okay, you don't need to. If anything else comes up, we vet these out. We let everyone have their turn to speak, and that is what allows us to go into a vote fully informed. So don't feel like you need to be quiet. Steve, did I hear you chiming in? Do you want to say something? And I want to note first, apologies, because I meant to do it before. Steve is currently under oath. He's been under oath since earlier today. So go right ahead.
Yes. Steve Valenziano, Department of Planning and Development. I just want to say that once this space is enclosed by a permanent rigid structure, like a retractable roof, it is counted towards floor area, and it is towards the floor area of the site. So it falls under their bulk and density standards, and it no longer counts as a rooftop patio. Once they enclose it, then so at the time the rooftop patio license says you have to stop rooftop patio operations, one of two things have to happen. Either you have to stop operating on that rooftop, or they have to enclose it with the retractable, rigid, permanent rooftop structure that they're proposing. And at that point, it stops being a patio and it just starts being part of their normal operations, whether they're a tavern or a general restaurant with tavern. Then it changes. So when it's open, it has to follow the rooftop patio license restrictions. When it's closed, it has to follow the normal business license restrictions for the site.
Got it. Any other? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Carmen Rossi, apologies, as attorney on record, which would include, and again, not to get into the weeds on the nuances of licensing, but it happens to be my day job. Which would include the prohibition against outdoor speakers. So no outdoor patio in the city of Chicago is allowed to have outdoor speakers or music without a permit or a special license or a special use. It's not a license. So, you know, the effect of being a patio during the day and being enclosed at night, would still not have any more speakers. So when Clay said, well, we're not really adding any more music, we're on the inside, those speakers already exist. The noise that is taking place on the inside existed yesterday as it would tomorrow. And no additional speakers are proposed to be
Are
installed.
you saying you can't turn up the volume?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Of course, you could turn up or down the volume so long as you follow the City of Chicago noise abatement code where there are decibel readers. You're not allowed to go over that. In any hypothetical, no matter what license you have, there is still decibel reading, which is subject to the code. And whether you turn it up or down, whether you're indoor or outdoor, well, if you're outdoor, you're prohibited from having physical speakers. But if you're indoor, that code remains 365.
This is Commissioner, oh, go ahead.
Hopefully quickly, Jolene Saul. I actually have a question for Steve. So once that patio area is enclosed, can they have speakers there because it's now inside?
Yes. If you were to deny this application, they could still build out this retractable roof system and never open it, and they would be allowed by right. And they would be allowed to have speakers and music and food and liquor and everything else that was permitted under their license. It's only for the time period that this roof is retracted and that it is open to the sky and it is above the first floor that this board has any authority.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just have one question, Commissioner Sanchez. Has the establishment been cited for violating the allowable decibel level?
Never once.
Okay. In the hours of operation, is that in line with other restaurants and taverns in the area?
Wholly consistent. So at one point in time, there was mention of a late hour. That is because that's a technical term of license. We do not have a late hour, and there is not a late hour on that stretch of Clark Street in Wrigley, no.
But do you not consider 3 a.m. on the weekend to be late? I mean, to a resident who, this is Kurt Kiefhaber again at 1026 West Newport. Again, I live just in back of this facility. 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. to a residential neighborhood, a residence is late.
Every incident.
A general restaurant that closes their kitchen at 10 and stops serving at 11, that's a general restaurant, which is what apparently the document that I'm looking at for the notice of this meeting is you're listed as a general restaurant. 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. does not necessarily fit that. And again, I go back to the fact that this is not a general restaurant. This was a retail property. The full extent of this development has morphed from a restaurant into a 2-story structured bar. And now they're trying to permanently enclose this and make it more and more. I don't know when it's going to stop morphing into this entity that I can't control. And unfortunately, it's come to this meeting that I've had to address the board here because this place has just morphed into something that can't be stopped.
We are familiar with Mr. Kiefhaber's complaints. We have worked with both CPD and the Alderman's office regarding Mr. Kiefhaber's complaint. We have filed harassment claims and have a pending restraining order given threats of violence and wishes of death upon the staff from Mr. Kiefhaber's complaints. There are over 5,000.
Mr. Rossi, I'm just going to cut you off because that's irrelevant to our board.
I'm saying we are familiar with his issues.
Okay, I think so. I think a few times over, we've maybe gone in some circles. So I'm going to ask of any final questions from the board, and then I'm going to give Mr. Rossi the opportunity to do a quick closing. So any other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Rossi, can you please give a quick closing?
2 quick points. One, we operate within the licenses and municipal code in the city of Chicago, allowing for said times and over 5,000 issued incidental liquor licenses. 2, I want to reiterate DPD's Steve Valenciano's comments that by right we could enclose the entire second floor, flood the space with speakers, and have occupancy throughout our permitted licensing time. What we are instead trying to do is a limitation of that, which is a temporary structure, or excuse me, a structure which would be used similar to by intent, our intention being to use it as for patio use, mainly, if not entirely, because of weather and a post-COVID world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. I think both sides on this, we like when these meetings are engaged from the community and the applicant. So with that, I believe that is our last matter. So we're going to close to consider testimony. I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So we're now closed and we'll reconvene. Thank you.
Boy, I got in quick this time. I like that.
Yeah, Commissioner Toya, that's got to be a record. Since we've done this,
Yeah.
this Zoom,
Yes. Yes.
this Zoom
I
reality.
feel accomplished. All right.
Okay, let me see if I see everyone. Yeah, great. All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes. We will now vote. As a note, any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me where applicable. All right, let's keep going. All right, I move to approve calendar number 35420Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. I move to approve calendar number 35520Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. I move to approve calendar number 356-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. The matter's approved. I move to approve. We are on calendar number 357-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 358-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. The matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 359-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. The matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 360-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. The matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 361-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 362-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number matters 363-20-Z and 364-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it, and the matter is approved. Sorry, everyone. I move to approve calendar number 365-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. The yeas have it. The calendar or the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 366-20-S, 367-20-Z, and 368-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
I was absent.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. Okay, on the next matter, matter 369-20-S, I want to point out that the DPD recommendation we noted incorrectly stated a floor plan date of June 17th, 2020. The correct floor plan date and the date to go into record is November 18th, 2020. In light of that, I move to approve the calendar number 369-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
I recuse myself.
Great. I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 370-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 371-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 374-20-Z and 375-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. We have a question, and I just want to clarify that matter numbers 372-20-Z and 373-20-Z were continued. That's just clarification. Okay, I move to approve calendar numbers 376-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito? Commissioner Esposito?
Lost.
Looks like we lost him.
Okay, let's give him a second, and then he'll be back, and then we'll revote.
Right at the home stretch.
Maybe he could just call in. Why don't you text him?
He's signing back in.
Yeah, he's joining in.
Am I back?
Yes, you are.
You got me?
Yes. Okay, great.
Sorry about that. I don't know. My computer went down.
No worries at all. Okay. So let's revote on that one. Just as I believe that it was, I believe that it was 376, and I apologize.
It was.
Okay, great. I move to approve calendar number 376-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 377-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 378-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 379-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 380-20S and 381-20Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 382-20-Z and 383-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 384-20-Z, 385-20-Z, and 386-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 387-20-S, 388-20-Z, and 389-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
I was absent.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar numbers 390-20-Z, 391-20-Z, and 392-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 394-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Sorry, out of order. Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 395-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 396-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
No.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. We move to matter 397-20-S, and I want to note a clarification that previously we stated the applicant name as Trey Bella Spa. We want to amend that to the correct name, which is Trey Bella Nail Salon. So I move to approve calendar number 397-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 398-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 399-20-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number 400-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
I recuse myself.
I vote yes, the ayes have it, and the matter is approved. I now move to approve calendar number, our last calendar number, I now move to approve calendar number 403-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
I recuse myself.
I vote yes, the yeas have it, and the matter is approved. I move to designate myself as the board officer to receive annual training on compliance with the Open Meetings Act in accordance with Section 1.05 of the Open Meetings Act. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, it is so moved. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for calendar numbers 266-20-S, 274-20-Z, 275-20-Z, 285-20-S, 288-20-S, and 289-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, so moved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing the findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's October 16th, 2020 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 329-20-S, 332-20-Z, 345-20-S, 348-20-Z, 349-20-Z, 277-20-S, 278-20-Z, 279-20-Z, 280-20-Z, and 290-10-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, so moved. I move that we adjourn today's meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for another great day of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I want to wish you all a very happy and healthy Thanksgiving.
You too. Thank you.